think Mikey's going to come join us here in a second, but we'll see. All right. All right. We ready to go live? I guess we are live starting soon. Is my mic working? Perfect. Am I 3?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if we got anyone out there watching, how is the mic level? If you let us know. We're about to get started. So this is the 2025 AMCF Champions Edge Triathlon in Dallas, Texas. Thank you. So this will be the triathlon qualifier for the IMCF World Championship happening in Houston later this year. But we're going to have a lot of other duels events going on at the same time. So we're starting today with Sword and Shield. And our first fight is just about ready to go. We've got Larry MacArthur versus Will Deputy. Hold on. You're not up yet, right? 4? Or?
Okay, sorry, my mic was not turned on yet. This is actually the first time I've seen Will in full kit, I believe. Maybe second time for a practice. He's one of our local guys. He's actually in Adam Harrigan's full kit today.
Yeah. So I think he started training with us less than a month ago. Less than a month ago.
Yeah, month and a week or two.
He said, I believe he met up with and trained with the Tidewater Dogs of War for like a month at somewhere, and then moved. Didn't have a armored combat area around him, so did like a month with Tidewater. Then took a year and a half off, and has now been closing in on a month with us. So very, very new. But exciting to have him in armor already.
And then our other fighter here, Larry, I believe is from Arkansas, which is an up-and-coming team just recently formed. I've only seen them at a couple of things. They came to one of our training events.
Okay, yeah. I recognize the name, but can't place them. So for anyone who doesn't know what we're doing here, this will be starting with Sword and Shield duels. Sword and Shield duels will be 2 1-minute rounds, I believe.
2 1-minute rounds with 30 seconds between.
With 30-second break in between. It is the person who lands the most blows on their opponent in that 60 seconds will win the round. Whoever wins 2 rounds takes the fight. All right. So far, feel like Will is up a couple of points, up probably 3 points now. But
we've had some skipping headshots from both fighters. So
we'll
see what the counters are feeling about those.
But nice leg shot. Will doing very well for his first time. MacArthur not doing bad either. Both of these people are very low output, though. They're doing a lot to manage their gas tank. And I think as we go on, you'll see other fighters who are willing to put out a lot more energy early on. And we'll see how these guys deal with that as they progress into the tournament.
I don't know. Oh, you're good. You're good. I don't know if you saw the chats about yesterday, but the Arkansas guys will also be doing some scrimmage rounds with us tomorrow at the academy.
Oh, fantastic!
So we're gonna get some kids going and get them some practice rounds with some of our more experienced guys as well for some melee practicing.
What time are y'all?
I believe they were saying 10 or 11.
Okay.
but I'd have to double check the chats later.
It's exciting that they're going to stick around for a little while they're here. All right, 30 seconds is over. Again, I'm not a counter, but in my opinion, I think Will is probably up 1-0 right now. So if Will can take this one, I think he will take the match. But it was not a blowout by any means, so it's still anyone's match.
We got Larry starting to pump some fakes out in the air.
Will seems to be doing even better this round. Always hard to tell when you're getting like partial blocks what the refs are going to call, but vast majority of those shots, Will's getting at least something on. But does appear to possibly be fatiguing a little bit. Oh, lands 2 good blows there, though. Lands another blow there. By my count, Will is really running away with this round.
Very static guard. I'd like to see him moving a little bit more, though.
MacArthur lands a good cross there. All right, and that is the end of the round. We'll see what the counters have for us, but I would be very surprised if Will does not take that one.
Get through pools and then we'll go on up.
Okay, so where it says A1, B1, C1, that's first match of Group A, first grab of Pool B, Pool C. Okay, so fighters at the center, we're going to get the call right here, and then we'll let you know about the next match coming up.
Nice cut.
And Will does indeed take it. So next up we have Sean Baker and Jacob Davis.
This one's very interesting for me because Sean Baker's also going to be my first longsword match of the day.
Oh, okay.
I want to see his movement.
Yeah.
He's also pro fighting DJ later today as well. He signed up for a lot of things.
Oh, fantastic. That should be really good. Do you know what? I don't know either of these guys. Both of their names look familiar, but do you know what team he
I believe they're
hails
both from Arkansas.
They're both Arkansas. Okay.
I believe. Being called to list with 1 minute timer officially starts.
Looking over the names, it appears that probably Greg Fischer and maybe Cyrus are the top 2 ranked here. I don't know how Aloway is these days. I know a while back he was getting longsword focused.
Very much longsword focused.
Okay.
Like I highly suspect it'll come down to Will and I in longsword, and if I was a betting man, I would say Will would take it. They beat me last year at the Kansas City qualifiers.
Okay. All right. And you practice longsword so much.
I know, so much. I had barely touched my longsword since I moved to Texas.
Ref just making sure that his kit is up to snuff before it comes forward. I will say, looking at these guys, both of these guys are not wearing particularly optimized kits for dueling.
Definitely heavy duty. The jeans are a nice addition, I think, to the optimization. I believe Sean Baker's the one in the green brig. I think they both have green shields now that they turn. Yep, they have matching shields.
Sean Baker throwing a lot more combos, being much more active. Needs to watch out. He's at risk of not hitting hard enough with a lot of those combos, though I think that one he probably threw enough in. He is right on the line, though, of where counters may decide not to call his shots. Like a lot of those right there, I do not think will be called. So he's right on the edge. Some of those are definitely landing good enough. Some of them probably are not being called. So it's something worth noting. I think both of those probably
like the high
will be.
cross.
Yep.
It's good in motion, just needs a little bit more power.
I think most of those will not be, right? So I think he definitely still took that round. And the fact that they're not getting counted doesn't necessarily hurt him, except for he's putting out a lot of energy that's not getting him anything.
He's got the glasses underneath the helmet, too. Not something I could do. Anytime I tried it, it always just put too much pressure on my temples, gave me a terrible headache.
I feel like I would fog them up in a quarter of a second.
Oh, yeah. If it wasn't my wolf rib, like his visor, I feel like it's just fog.
Yeah.
Fog of war in real life.
It is pretty awesome seeing the glasses under the helm and the jeans on. It's a style. It's a statement.
You can tell just how new some of these guys are. Which, if anything, more power to them for coming down. All right, 10 seconds. Trying to get the helmet strap back down. We are starting round 2.
All right. So, fighter with the green brig, we believe that Sean Baker is up 1 round, and he's coming out very strong. That's a really good shield press, and he is landing a lot of blows with that shield press.
It's an interesting way that he has a shield strap. It's almost like vertically inside of that shield.
That is true. He is
very tight.
Straight up and down. It's interesting. But
hey, it's working for him this round.
Yep,
that's
he
for
is.
Sure.
He is way ahead right now. You are starting to see some fatigue in that arm coming through. I think that's where you're going to see a big difference. He's going to really struggle against some of the higher end fighters. But really, he's doing a fantastic job of controlling this fight.
The lack of hinge plate on his cuisses or greaves makes me a little nervous for him for longsword later, though. So I love the light up legs.
So, 2 good rounds for Baker. Should be an easy 2-0 and moving on to the next fight. Really just got so much out of that early press. Went really well. So I think next up we are going to have Larry MacArthur and Will Alloway?
No, we've got Lucas Allenbaugh versus Thomas.
Oh, okay. I see. I saw the cross out. I thought someone was not going in there. Okay, so Thomas is fighting. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I believe Thomas was asked this morning to fill in for someone who wasn't able to attend after all.
Okay, very cool. So, Lucas Allenbaugh, do you know much about him?
I do not. Again, I believe he's going to be from one of the Arkansas guys, and Thomas is one of our new guys.
Yeah. So, Thomas, I don't know that Thomas has ever done sword and shield duels. He has done some pro fight training.
And he's doing longsword later.
He's taken a couple pro fights. He's doing longsword later. I don't know that he's trained for longsword either, but
I don't know if I've ever seen one in his hand.
Yep. But we'll see how it goes. Biggest issue he's had previously in pro fights is just cardio, and honestly, that's generally a universal thing. It takes a long time to not have problems with cardio, and honestly,
I still have problems.
I would say honestly, even at the high end, most of us just do our best to fake like we don't have cardio problems.
Yep, it looks like the Arkansas team is getting the fighter prepped, so that must be Lucas on the far side. Thomas in the ring right now in the black.
Ooh, wearing the old school
Ice Falcon
rig, with the spine gap. All right.
He currently does not have a sword or a shield. Interesting tactic.
Yeah. I'm going to assume there's a shield coming.
Okay. They're taking it off one of their other teammates. Again,
I feel like I see his chin strap hanging down behind him.
Yeah, I see the cup of the chin strap from here.
Maybe there's another chin strap in there, but I feel like... 1 second.
Hey, Kenny. Make sure his chin strap's on right. We can see the cup hanging off his left shoulder.
I think our ref is reaching up under there right now, so I guess it's good.
There was some kind of strap under the chin at least. Whether it's the correct strap or not is an entire... Oh, okay. Looks like one of the fighters is saying they have 3 different straps in there for the different fighters that use that helmet.
All right.
Honestly, I respect it.
Yep.
Getting a new team started can always be a pain. Customizing it for that specific purpose, that takes work.
All right, the fight starts. Fairly even so far. Oh, a good shield press there. Lands one thing, but gets turned around
back out. Yeah.
into the corner. Now he turns, starts to get it. That's a good shot. Other fighter going for a wrap shot, almost just stabbed. But
good combo
nice
there.
combo right there. That was clean. He is just kind of stabbing.
Yeah, that it was.
That's that
very
wrap
much
shot
a
that I'm
stab.
talking about.
Yep.
For those who do not know, stabbing is one of the only shots that is completely legal in this sport. Largely because it is a full force sport, and stabbing is very difficult to do safely.
Luckily, Thomas is currently wearing a very barred up nasal, and he will be getting a clap visor in the next couple of weeks, I believe. I believe it's already in the mail. He did not want to join us with the wolf ribs, unfortunately.
Not everyone can be right. But a closer first round there than some of the other ones. I do think Thomas pulled that out. I think the first half of that was pretty even back and forth, but towards the end there, Thomas, I felt like was scoring 2-1.
He had to find his groove, which I believe is a common thing with Thomas.
Yeah. So always important to know that whatever I'm saying, I'm not actually counting. I'm like kind of counting, but there's no actual number running in my head, so it's very easy for me to...
We're just vibing.
Yeah,
we're going off vibes.
Nice shot right there. Good shot to the leg. His opponent. There we go. Good shot in there. Another good leg shot. Oh, all right. Thomas is really starting to take control of this round and taking over this fight. It appears that his opponent is starting to really gas.
It's almost like they're nervous to throw shots that they don't think will get through, and so it's causing analysis paralysis.
Yep. Arkansas being a newer team, it's very possible that this fighter is just gassing out. Armor takes a huge toll on you, and especially when you're newer, you gas out so much faster than you would ever think was possible.
Even being extremely fit, like armor fitness is just completely different.
So Thomas getting into a bit of a bad position there. Couple shots going to his leg. I will say
that fighter is gassed. Already slumping over in the corner.
One of those leg shots, I think only one probably hit hard enough to count. They're clean, but with his gas tank gone, he's just not putting enough in there that I think that they're going to be counted.
Thomas takes that match.
There we go. Thomas in 2.
Next, we have Larry MacArthur versus William Aloway.
All right. So Larry coming off a loss in the last round, and William Aloway
Fighting
again.
Another Will, though.
Yeah, I know.
How that goes.
Yeah, that's true.
William Aloway, a very mobile, very high output fighter. I have not seen them do a lot of sword and shield.
I want to make sure, am I mixing him up? Wasn't he up from the New England area?
Yes,
Vermont. Primary duelist?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that I was thinking of the right person. Yeah, so I've watched him duel quite a few times, and he's solid. I haven't seen him in a few years, though, so I expect he probably has improved in that time.
Will was actually telling me earlier they were debating dropping out of longsword since those are just fun rounds at this event so that they would be well rested enough for the triathlon. And I was like, no, you can't just leave me with all the news.
I will say William here, probably the first person that we have seen so far today who does have a kit that is fairly well optimized to dueling. There are duelists that wear less, but he is certainly in all titanium with not a lot of extra armor. Anywhere doesn't need to be.
I know that he definitely has small shoulders and just single plate rear braces underneath that surcoat.
Yep.
And wears the surcoat to hide any gaps. Ready, we are getting started with round one.
So far, a little back and forth as far as points actually scored, but William much more lively on his feet. I have a feeling that great circling to that outside, circled all the way until
using that lefty reach.
Yep. Caused MacArthur to disarm himself just trying to reach and chase him. So I think at this point, William definitely is up. Another two good
Very
shots
fast,
there.
Very aggressive with the shield for Will.
Doing a very good job of fighting underneath his opponent's sword and landing multiple blows while he's there. So at this point, William should probably just focus on saving energy, not using anything.
It's going to be a long day with the amount of activities we have set up.
This is his first fight in a long day. You got to make sure that you're not.
But also working the jitters out, you know?
Yep.
Got to know how everything's feeling.
And I will say, if there's one thing that I'd say negatively, is it does feel like he's got a bit of jitters, a little bit of franticness in his pace, but certainly looks fantastic. So I think probably 2 fights in, or by the next fight, his feet will settle a little bit. He's always going to be a high mobility fighter, but might be a little more deliberate with that mobility. Really using good lateral movement to affect his opponent.
Changing elevation very much to make it so it's very hard to
his opponent
track where
tries to shove him in the corner. Just
use the
great
post
movement
of the corner to block that
Just
shot.
Great movement by William so far. Really just utilizing a huge skill advantage as far as footwork. So his opponent much larger, but just cannot really seem to trap him or get into a place where he can really let his hands go. And at this point, his opponent is also more gassed than Will, even though Will's been moving more. So
one of those shots was definitely into a little like side of the hip, maybe a little cheek gap there.
All right, a good first fight for William.
Ooh, this next match will also be a good thriller. Greg Fischer's warm-up round. Another going to be very frantic. Got to get warmed
And
up. Make
Sean
sure
Baker also coming off of a loss, right? He was the one who lost.
Sean Baker was the one who won against Jacob Davis.
Baker was the green break?
No. Yes, Baker was the green.
Okay.
Jacob was the
Okay, I just had them flipped.
William Alloway takes that match.
Greg Fischer coming in now, probably the favorite in this tournament. I would think, as far as sword and board goes.
Definitely agreed with you there.
And probably, arguably, I would need to look through all the men here, but arguably a favorite for the triathlon. If not a favor, certainly the top.
I would
two
bet
seeds.
on Greg.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah.
He was a little concerned about BJ since BJ signed up for triathlon, but who isn't concerned about BJ
Yeah.
in one way or another?
I think he'll do just fine against BJ. It's not a pro fight.
Yeah, but it's BJ. He might treat it like a pro fight.
I know, right? Right. All right. So this fight starts again. Greg Fischer, probably the #1 seed in this tournament as far as sword and board goes. Maybe for the triathlon as well. Expect a much greater output than a lot of the fighters you've seen so far. Yeah, Greg getting way up here.
Actually just had a change where shield punches are no longer allowed.
What? I don't know what's happening there. Okay.
Because of Greg's punishment in Mexico against Heinrich, where he won a round by breaking someone's rib with a shield punch.
That is true. So.
I disagree with the rule change, but
Yeah.
people don't like to listen to me very often.
Yeah, Greg looks good today. He looks very confident with his defense. He's willing to just sit in there and trust that his guard's going to be there, which is a good sign this early in a tournament. Like this, that sort of laziness, that's when you know a fighter's feeling himself. Baker lands a good leg shot at the end there, but, took 4 shots to do it. So, a good match. He's doing what he can, but Greg Fischer clearly way ahead.
I mean, Greg also has several years of experience over any of these Arkansas guys.
Yep. Yeah, he's very experienced. He's got, the person in his corner right there.
Marcin.
Actually, either one of them are
world champions as his corner.
Yeah, exactly. Both of them are world champions.
Multi-time world champions as well.
Yeah. So,
the spin move
starts
to
out with a spin to the leg. Ooh. Y'all didn't see it, but in the middle there, Greg threw all those extra shots because he took 1 shot to the arm where his armor wasn't. And it's like the only shot he didn't block, too. It's not going to matter for this fight, but those are things that in a long day can actually really have an effect. Just a really good press, multiple shots. Ref there giving him a warning to make sure that the push doesn't go to the face or it's not a punch. But yeah, Greg up by double-digit points at this point, so showing why he is the favorite to win the Sword and Shield division.
I am very, very excited to watch him versus DeAndre.
Yep.
I had to convince DeAndre to actually keep going at Sword and Shield at Carnage. He ended up pulling out a bronze. He was originally just going to drop after pools because he was just warming up for melees the next day. I was like, nah, you got this. Oh, speaking of, DeAndre will be coming in for the next match.
Oh, nice.
Against Lucas Allenbaugh, who we saw earlier against Thomas.
You can just ask me. You can just ask me. What is it?
I need to get a shield from you or something.
Oh.
I need to use them for tomorrow if you've got it. It's already
Okay, I'll talk to you a bit.
For melee as a 2? Okay, yeah. All right, we have DeAndre coming to the field and Lucas Alenthal.
Yeah, I think these are the last two. I think these are the last 2 fighters that we have not seen in the Sword and Shield division.
Well, we saw Lucas earlier. DeAndre's the only one we haven't seen.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
And then
Lucas fought. Okay, Thomas. I got you.
yeah.
Oh, so it's Thomas and DeAndre, huh? Like they're in the same division.
Yep. They'll fight, and then after 2 more.
All right. Cyrus out here. Cyrus is
side.
I think he currently runs the duels classes for the Warlords.
Correct.
I don't know that he's been as focused on duels recently, but he's always a very strong competitor.
Here in just a couple more matches, I'm going to have to jump ship and go armor up so that I'm ready in time for longsword. Don't want to be in too much of a rush.
There's an hour break.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, well then never mind. I'm just going to do it then.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like Sword and Shield goes to 11:45ish, and then there is a lunch, and come back at 12:45.
Oh, perfect. And I know I'm not until Group C, so it looks like it's rotated in. It looks like I will fight at 106 according to the schedule. All right, we are getting ready with round 1, DeAndre versus Lucas Alenthal.
Started. Nice shot to the leg, right off the bat. Cyrus looks good right now as well. Looks pretty comfortable. Nice.
I still think it's hilarious that DeAndre opted for the worst type of brig he could for dueling. It's almost a Hatanga, so he has double leg protection for duels. It's just extra weight. Moving very fast.
So far, very strong. Very strong first round. Very good. So, Cyrus taking that round by a large margin.
Very locked in. He's definitely taking his time lining up his strikes.
Yep. So
the shoulders on Lucas are also very interesting.
When I first walked out, I thought he was wearing half Eastern kit, and then realized that they weren't.
Just early 14th century.
Yeah, those are
disc shoulders.
Yeah,
it's a choice.
Yep. They look a little low for where I want them, but they might be where they're set.
The edge of that collarbone is quite exposed.
I really just edge of the collarbone doesn't bother me as much as the point of the shoulder. If I can get to the point of the shoulder, I guess that shoulder might be covered. I don't know. I'd wear them a little higher.
The rules, but
I'd wear them an inch higher.
Yeah, probably. I feel like they're using the same point tie as the arms themselves.
Cyrus starts out with a nice shot to the head. Good adjustment there. Gets the block. Blocks both of those as well. Nice fake. Goes low, high, low, low, high, high.
Good cross on the exit there as well.
And just like that, Cyrus should be ahead. Probably six blows. 5 blows. 6, 7. Eight. 9, 10. Good. That was a nice job using his his shield to stop it, and then going 2 in a row. Yeah. Cyrus is also looking on his game today. Looking very on his game.
A very, very exciting match.
Yep.
For gold later. William Alloway versus Will Deputy will be coming up next. Battle of the Wills.
Battle of the Wills. Excited to see how this goes. Will Deputy did really well in his first duel today, but that was his first duel ever.
Ever, that I believe.
So
also a very more a matching pace opponent. I'm very interested to see how Will Deputy does against Aloway, who will be very mobile in comparison.
Yep.
Also, I can't lie, the way Aloway comes out with the sword behind his arm in the shield and able to draw it out at the start of the round, it's just a cool factor, nothing else. That should earn a point, in my opinion.
Yeah, Will Deputy needs to be a little more active with the sword, but honestly, I'm very impressed with his defense so far.
The movement backwards at the angles is super important, and he seems to be doing it pretty well.
You know, Aloway is clearly ahead this round, and he's slowly getting more and more ahead, but it is largely just from volume rather than being overly accurate or landing a ton, right? So there we go. Now Will gets a good press there. 3 shots to the leg. Definitely way up, but Will gets into Aloway gets into some really good positionings to land blows, but I feel like he pulls the shots just a little bit, or maybe his feet are just a little bit twisted wrong to be able to land the blows the way he really you'd want him to.
Power behind them.
They're very on the line, or many of them even completely fine, but there is a lot of shots coming through that are very on the line that feel like they shouldn't be on the line, right? There's no reason for them to be coming in as soft as they are. Yeah, so right there, he twists his hips out of the shot before throwing the double leg.
Yeah,
I wonder if he's doing that more. I think that's what's causing that drop.
There's more focus on leaving the engagement than landing before the leave. Which, of course, we were being extremely nitpicky here. They're doing an amazing job today. Don't get us wrong.
They're crushing it. Nice combination there. Lands a couple of nice shots. Good block there by Deputy. Aloway landing probably 3 blows there unanswered. Takes a shot there, but should be clear lead.
Aloway takes a very strong lead in both of those rounds. But Will Deputy, again, very new. Surprised us with his movement.
Yep. Had very solid defense. Blocked a majority of what Aloway threw at him, but Aloway threw 5 times as many shots as Deputy did and landed 50% of them, 40% of them, which meant that he landed more than twice as many as Deputy even threw.
All right, we have Jacob Davis versus Greg Fischer. Greg in the far corner in the blue surcoat with the Colorado sun on his back.
All right. I believe this is the second
believe the second match for each.
Second to last pool match, right? And then we go into the women's?
Yes, so we'll have this one, another men's pool match, a women's match, and then the start of the brackets for the men.
Okay, I see it now.
With the women's doing a round robin.
Do you know how they're
round.
determining, because they're doing 3 pools, do you know how they're determining first, second, third seed?
I know for longsword, it's the top 2 will advance, and it's, I believe, like pool C number 1 versus pool B number 2. It's mixed around on our smooth top. I know that. It's pre-organized there.
Fischer he has hardly missed a shot, and he's blocked every single one his opponent's thrown. So he's, obviously he has a significant skill advantage in this fight, but just his comfort level right now looks
Staying
really
in the
good.
pocket the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, just right now, his blocks are in place generally before his opponent's throwing. Just feels very in the zone right now. I think it's very clear that the top 3 seeds will be Aloway, Fischer, and Cyrus. I'm interested to see how they pull that last seed and
Agreed, yeah.
how they determine who will be first and second seed.
Helmet restrap for him. I've been debating getting one of those Terror helmets like Greg is wearing, but that would force me to have to do more singles pro fights and duos style to make it worth it.
I almost bought one not too long ago after buying a pro fight helm. It just was it was like a good price at the right time, and I was like, I literally just actually bought one.
Greg again staying right inside. As I say that, of course, he steps back.
It looked like Greg was going to punch him, and then realized
Rules don't allow that anymore. Yeah.
Greg throwing in a little bit of flash, lands 4 or 5 unanswered right there. Just a really good voiding of the legs right there. Pulls his legs right as his opponent throws that leg shot. All right.
Beautiful work.
So Greg with another dominant win. Will definitely be the top guy out of his pool.
And we are going to be moving on to DeAndre versus Thomas. We got an in-gym fight here.
The helmet that Will is using is Adams. It's just too small for him. Can I see if yours fits him? Yeah, it should be over there. I know, I saw it. I just wanted to ask. Oh, yeah. Brandon.
I don't know that he fights again.
He should. I believe he won at least one of his matches, so should be moving on as one of the 2 seeds.
Oh, you're right. Well, this is why I was asking. I don't think 2 seeds are coming out of each pool, because that would be 6.
Pool C first, Pool C second. So the top 2 from each pool. Then Pool A first,
okay.
Pool B first then. So the top 2 from each pool should be moving on. The first place will each get a bye.
So
here.
Pool A and Pool B just automatically get a first round bye?
Yes. In longsword, the Pool A winner will also get a bye in the bracket.
All right.
Just due to the numbers of who signed up. DeAndre versus Thomas here. Thomas, one of DeAndre's students for dueling. feels like a little bit of a disadvantage for Thomas.
Yeah. Cyrus really getting a lot of use out of that shot. Landed that a lot in his other fight as well. That shot that got through did not hit armor. Hit some padding, so I don't think Cyrus will be in that much trouble, but
Cyrus makes him pay for it, though.
Cyrus with a nice combination there.
Again, Thomas does not have anywhere close to a optimized kit for dueling. He's wearing his full melee setup here today.
Yep. But yeah, and he jumped in last second to fill in for someone who wasn't able to make it. So I think he's doing a very good job. Cyrus took that round, but it wasn't a total blowout.
Very excited. Tomorrow I'll actually be working on some new armor for Thomas, so get some of that stuff switched out for him. It will be melee focused. It's not truly optimized for duels either, but it'll still be lighter than what he's got right now.
Yeah. Yeah, most of what you make is pretty decent as a hybrid. Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I make what I make.
Thomas trying to push Cyrus a little bit here. Just
I will say,
really
cardio
blow
is
some
one
energy.
of DeAndre's biggest weaknesses.
Right now, though, Cyrus looking like he handled it very well.
Accidental foot shot from Thomas there. Gotta pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, shot to the foot. Cyrus with a nice block there. A nice shot to the head. Leg, head.
And DeAndre, once again, losing the Sabaton. He always has to have something go wrong with his armor.
At least it's not his shoulder this time.
That we can tell.
Yeah.
And that should be it for men's pools rounds. Next up will be the first of the women's round robin with Jessica Hart, who also goes by Alex, versus Elise.
Oh. I saw Jessica Hart and I'm like, who is Alex? Oh.
I've had 3 different people ask, hey, who's Jessica today? So I just wanted to start off with that.
Alex is a member of our gym, so I should probably know who Jessica Hart is, but Alex is certainly a newer fighter, but she's been with us for
off and on. She travels a lot.
Yep.
Few months though.
I was gonna say maybe 6.
Yeah, close to that for sure.
So prefers duels over melees, but hasn't had a lot of time to really focus on it. Elise certainly has done more duels, but I don't know that she's done much sword and shield at all or ever.
From what she was telling me the other day, she doesn't even own a shield, so that is a borrowed one.
Yep.
To be fair, both of them are using borrowed shields, but Alex coming out as a lefty, I believe she's actually ambidextrous, so it's interesting to see.
I believe she's a lefty.
Is she?
She's only ever fought, she could be ambidextrous, but she's only ever fought lefty in the gym.
Good strong push from Alex at the start.
Elise using a lot of movement. Lands a good leg shot there. Couldn't tell.
It looked like it came through behind the shield into a headshot there.
So Elise landing another good leg shot. Those counters from Alex are close, but they're just not landing.
It's being angled slightly lower to hit the leg. Right now it's catching just the corner of the shield.
Yep. Elise catches all but one there, but the one that got through, again, may not have had enough to count, and she definitely got it back there. Good shot to the slot right there. Lands another good leg. Alex, that follow-up shot to the leg, Elise is starting to get on it a little bit more, but it's there, but she's pulling the shot a little bit so that it doesn't land.
Almost focusing too much on the recovery rather than just landing the shot first. New helmet on Alex too. I don't know if she recently got this in or if it's a loaner from someone else, but it looks very new.
It looks brand new. I don't recognize it either. So
I know it's the style that she said she had wanted at one point, so it might be a new helmet for her.
I wonder if she got it. She got it made to spec. I feel like it's a little too big, but
slightly, yeah.
It's not horrible, but it's
definitely not the worst sizing I've seen.
No.
we see plenty of guys with those Gillespie helms out there.
Yeah. Elise runs in. I think lands one of those legs, but I think there we go, lands another one. Not sure that's going to be enough to count. A lot of stuff landing on guard. Elise, though, now 4 shots that have clearly gotten through that leg. Really getting a lot of mileage out of that leg shot, and it seems to be the only thing really landing well from either of them right now. So lands another one there. That shot's really working for her, but past that, struggling to get past Alex's guard, and Alex is doing the same with hers.
The left versus right, also, if you're not used to fighting that, once you find something, you kind of just stick to it.
Yeah.
Because it's a weird thing to fight.
Alex lands a good leg shot there. Got a little more power on it. That leg shot's been there for quite a bit, but just struggled to really get it in there with any sort of force earlier in the fight.
Looks like my helmet did not fit Will Deputy. It looks like they're trying Brennan's on him now. Which, actually, now that I think of it, I have seen Will wear that before. He has been in art before today.
I was trying to think of where mine was. Mine was in the car outside, though. I don't think I brought it in.
Elise takes that match, and we'll be moving on to the first bracket of the men's. The second seed from Pool C versus the second seed of Pool B. Who those are off the top of our head, it would take us just a few seconds to check, but I'm not going to do that. We're just going to wait till they walk out.
It's going to be Sean Baker and Thomas Cromer. Yes.
Oh, yes.
That's one of them, right? Let's see if the other one's right.
He's trying to find the shield. Borrow that from Elise. And where's our other fighter?
Yep. Baker.
All right.
Perfect.
All right. Larry told me I got to get the mic closer to me. I'm not loud enough, apparently. Mind turning up my volume there?
How about now?
All right, Larry. Can you hear me well enough? I'm not even talking all that much smack. I'm surprised you're listening to me. Oh, 10 a.m. tomorrow for the scrimmage.
Okay.
With the Arkansas Bulls.
I'll
they
see
brought
what we're doing.
7 full guys in kits, so we'll be doing full fives practice with them.
Baker landing quite a few good blows there. Thomas getting one back, but
got to get his shield moving a little bit more. Thomas, nothing new with fighting someone significantly larger, as he regularly has to wrestle with us. But the having to care about sword work is a bit of a change for him.
But Baker right now, very dominant, doing a very good job of taking control of this fight.
Is that sword stuck in his name? It looked like it from my angle for half a second. definitely
Nice leg
frustrating.
shot there, but takes one back. Another leg shot. So we'll see how this goes. So obviously, Baker definitely took that fight.
Agreed.
Or took that round, though towards the end, it looked like he was struggling with cardio a little bit.
And Thomas is starting to get frustrated where he's going to be throwing a lot more.
Yep. So, if you just look at the last 15 seconds of that fight, Thomas won. We'll see if he can maybe keep on that moving into this next round. All right, rest is over.
Got to close that visor really quick. The change to 30-second rest time is also a huge benefactor for Thomas here.
Certainly in this occasion. So Baker lands one good shot to the leg. They trade crosses that don't land very well.
I'd like to see more output from Thomas. Right now, he's trying to do like one shot, step out, one shot.
So right now, it's really difficult. There's some unclean stuff landing. When it comes to clean shots, Thomas is up 3-2, but there's been multiple things that are clipping in there, and it's so hard to know what a counter is going to do on those. See, so that last leg shot was clean, but the cross before that and that cross, they're skipping. That cross was a little bit better. The last one, I think, probably wouldn't be counted. Nice shot there by Thomas. Takes one in the head, though, doing it. So lands another good shot to the leg. And another good one. I think Thomas is up this round, but it is so difficult.
We might see our first third round today.
This is going to be a neck and neck round, and the counters really could take this either way. It depends on how they were counting some of those close ones that were kind of on the line of whether or not it's going to be good or not.
Thomas ready for the decision. Hopefully, if it does go to a third, he can throw on his gear quickly. All right, we do have a decision.
Center, so I'm going to guess that they
Sean
gave that last fight to Baker.
Sean Baker. All right, first place from Pool C against Pool A's second place.
So I think with that, Sean Baker moves on to the semifinals.
I believe so, yeah.
At this point, he will, at the very least, get a chance to fight for gold.
Next, we should see...
at the very least, get a chance to fight for bronze.
Next, we should see DeAndre versus second from Pool A, which might be Will Deputy. He won against Lucas MacArthur earlier, correct?
Is it A1? Yeah, it will be.
C1 versus A2.
A2, yeah, it will be Cyrus versus Will Deputy. I think that'll go to Cyrus pretty clearly, which would leave...
And then after that, we'll see Jessica Hart or Alex versus Shoshana.
Winner of...
Shoshana open up with Sword and Shield today.
All right, so if that's the case, then the semifinals will be Greg Fischer versus DeAndre.
Ooh,
and the other side will be Sean Baker versus William Aloway. It's the problem when you don't seed tournaments. I don't actually think it's that big of a problem because we don't care about who third is in this tournament, do we?
No. The Sword and Shield and Longsword today are just fun matches. These don't actually rack up any points. This is just for experience. Which is why I'm later going to be trolling the IMCF and try to win a round of Longsword with nothing but a soda.
Cyrus lands a good leg shot there, blocks the return. A little clippy there, not sure if that's going to count. Nice. Throws those two head shots, then changes up to leg after he's established the pattern.
Again, would love to see more output from Will Deputy.
Yep. You know, it's difficult, but in a situation like this, it's really the only chance he has of winning. If he tries to make this very slow and technical, Cyrus is a much more experienced fighter than he is, and it's very unlikely it will ever go his way. So a lot of times, if there's a significant skill disparity, there we go, it's smart to make things chaotic.
Larry says that my volume is better, but you're just way, way louder, which is fine, because he's the head stream commentator anyway. I'm just kind of here.
Turn you up just a hair more anyway.
Round 2 beginning.
Yep. Expect Cyrus to, once again, do his best to not use any energy that he doesn't have to. But takes a shot to the leg right there. Gets it back, though. Lands.
DeAndre always has an interesting, like, skipping strike up to the up from the shield that he throws.
Yeah, there's a shot there that feels like it comes in after he's done.
Yeah, he's just throwing to make them not respond or something.
It also kind of feels like it shouldn't land well enough to count, but it normally does land with plenty of power. But it's a very, when he goes leg to head, it's a very unique mechanic the way he throws that. Two good crosses to the head. Lands the slot shot right there. Will lands a good leg shot there, but takes a headshot in return, and then another cross to the head there.
End of round 2.
What do we got next?
It will be Alex versus Shoshana next.
All right. That should be a very good fight.
Anytime I get to see Shoshana fight,
Yep.
it's a good fight.
Shoshana, unquestionably the most decorated female duelist in the U.S. And one of the best sword and board duelists in the world. Period.
Yeah.
So
Anytime I see Shoshana fight, I just realize how little I actually know about sword fighting and how bad I really am.
yeah, she's really fun to watch. Phenomenal fighter.
Shoshana on the far side in blue and white. Alex close to us in the blue and black with the round shield.
Yep. So Shoshana, of course, winning gold at the IMCF World Championship this last year in Mexico. So I think she's already won qualifiers to be. Yeah, I assumed. So she will be representing the U.S.
In the U.S.
In the U.S. for the first time ever in IMCF World Championship in Houston this year.
I will say I love that Alex doesn't seem afraid to be throwing shots in this fight. A lot of our other competitors today, we've seen the difference in skill levels or experience levels making people nervous to throw and just focus on defense. Alex is still throwing in there.
Yeah.
She might be getting hit, but she's throwing.
I'm surprised to not see many crosses in this situation from Shoshana. Oh, and
as she throws one.
There it is. Her shield was dropping quite a bit. I'm curious how often Shoshana actually gets to fight against lefties, just because, especially especially in the women's division, with there not being as many women in most tournaments. I don't know that there is a lefty that I can think of in the U.S. that regularly competes.
Not the top of my head, but I'm bad at keeping track of fighters. So,
regardless, a very dominant win, or a very dominant round for Shoshana there.
Looking like the new helmet for Alex is sliding around a little. Lauren just went and lifted it up. I think she was having some trouble seeing by the end of that round.
Sounds like it's a little bit too big.
Maybe. Also, probably the European two-strap system, which is arguably one of the worst systems I've ever seen for helmets.
Alex coming out of this round looking way better. So Shoshana now adjusted and has really pulled ahead, but right off the bat there, Alex landing several really good leg shots with some good lateral movement and followed up with the next combination, landing two, but just wasn't able to keep it up. Good adjustments for Shoshana, and now Shoshana really running away with this round.
Ten seconds left in the round, and again, Alex is not afraid to just be throwing. Like, even as far behind as she is, it's nice to see.
Yeah. I wonder what type of, I wonder who the maker is for Shoshana's sword. She normally fights with a Tilko. I can't tell if that's just a Tilko with a unique pommel and crossguard, or if she's using a different sword now.
I believe she and Marcine started going through a new maker, and then there was a rumor for a little while that one of the Tilko apprentices might have started making stuff under the Tilko name, so it might have a different flair. I have nothing to actually back that up, other than memory of rumors. So if someone else knows something more, please.
I know that me. I thought at one point I had heard that Tilko stopped making stuff, and then a year later I heard oh no,
he came back.
He didn't stop making stuff. He just stopped taking orders from anyone who doesn't go through one of his people or something. And I was like, oh, okay. But I don't know if that's true. That's just a thing I heard from a dude who heard a thing.
It looks like William Alloway is ready to go and already in the list. Will be fighting the winner from match 1, so I believe we should have written that down. I believe it'll be Sean Baker. I think they're getting him ready now.
So it'll be green versus green.
Sean Baker getting his helmet strapped down. We should be getting ready with this match here very shortly.
I do feel like you throw to the inside of his thigh.
Inside or out if I take the right angled step.
Yeah, I think you'll have to get pretty far outside, though. I think that if you catch him stepping forward, you can
very accurate
hit it straight.
strike.
Yep. So
interesting strikes from Sean Baker. I don't know if I would have countered a few.
A really good press. Is aggressive. It's one of the things that might work against William, but I will, judging on how he tapered off this last fight, I have a feeling that that's probably most of the energy he has for this fight.
Agreed. And Will's still being able to throw some shots in.
Yeah, a good push
from
here,
the inside.
So he's just eating shots. Yeah, this is kind of what I was worried about. Just, you see, struggling to really even get his hands up. Just eating so many shots at Will. From Will.
From Will, too. Last 10 seconds, and Sean is definitely gassed. Will able to just keep on the outside, press the arm down here.
Yeah.
Will throwing their sword, though. Almost catching legs a little bit.
Very good round from Will. Good job dealing with the big guy, with a much larger guy, trying to press him and trap him in a corner.
Yeah, Sean very distinctly bent his sword in that round, unless it was before. I did not see it before, but very distinctive bend in it now. Looks like they're finding him a different one.
Yeah, let's just step on it. Just don't knee it. All right. All right, they're strapped up, and we are ready for this round 2. William Aloway with a very strong first round.
Again, the sword draw at the beginning of the rounds is just such a cool factor to me.
I still haven't seen it once. You got to remind me.
Okay, I'll remind you next time Will comes out.
The one thing that still bothers me about his style is he's just got so many shots that are landing clean and are almost soft enough that
it's
I don't know
almost
that I would
questionable.
Yep.
Yeah.
But the cross is one of them. Like, those two definitely good. Those two definitely good. But there's been multiple where he's gone there where it's clean, no block, and hardly landing. But since I've said something, every single shots has been completely
Anytime
solid,
we're about to make some kind of critique, the fighter does exactly what we're saying not to do or should be doing.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, like that last one. Yeah,
that's
I see.
right. It's right on the line, even though the block's not there. And maybe he's being a little nice because he's aware that he's way ahead.
Yeah, but I gotta fight this big guy later, so
yeah, that's true.
As much as I'm allowed to. I'm gonna go yell next week.
Will Aloway taking the round, and we will be moving to Shoshana versus Elise. No, I lied. I skipped a match.
Oh, you're right.
Pool
All
B,
right, so
first
this will
place
be
versus DeAndre.
All right, so
this will be the fun one. This is Greg versus DeAndre here.
So we just saw one of the top 3 seeds move on to the finals, and now we have the other 2 of the top seeds fighting to move on to the finals. So we should have 2 very exciting fights.
Who would you be betting on in this one?
I think I would be betting on Greg.
I think same. I was hoping we were betting for different people, but Greg does have a history of taking it from DeAndre.
Yeah, I think Cyrus won it like the first time they competed, and then the last 2 or 3, Greg has taken it. And Greg definitely heavily focuses on duels, and Cyrus
for sure.
Is mainly melee focused. So from what I've seen from Greg's just kind of dedication and stuff, I would expect to see that gap slowly widen unless Cyrus really wants to
pick it up,
right? And Cyrus is the type of guy who can, right? Like, he might decide, for this next, few months or for the next 6 months, I'm going to really focus on sword and shield, and he might be able to get it really clean. But I think right now, doing it once a week, and then the rest of them being melee training primarily focused, I think it'll be difficult for him to keep up with Greg, but I think he'll put in a good effort.
Yeah, either way, this is going to be one of the most entertaining fights of the day, for sure.
Greg, nice shot to the leg there, lands one to the head.
I heard you were the guy to talk to about getting an X before I leave. Maybe not. Are you here? I'm here tomorrow. We're going to go do a scrimmage at the Warlords Gym in the morning.
Yeah, talk to him specifically. He doesn't message. But
I got you.
All right, it was kind of bad timing. I have no idea what's happened. 2 get in there clean. Greg takes 2 back, though. Nice shot there, but returns to the head.
Very active fight from both fighters. DeAndre not getting the chance to be lazy as he was in some of his earlier ones, and I think we're seeing his cardio suffer.
I know. I just saw that beginning to flag. And from what I was looking at, it looked like it was pretty back and forth, but every 3 or 4 shots, it looked like Greg would get one more in than Cyrus.
Yeah, just that little uptick.
Yeah, it looked like Greg was already slowly moving away with it, but then you see that little drop of Cyrus's hands. I think he is starting to gas a little bit. You know, not breathing hard at all, though. Could just be muscular fatigue, or, you know, I could be wrong, right?
Ready for round 2. Hopefully DeAndre got enough oxygen back into his system.
Spending a lot of time looking at his shield.
Yeah,
Did his shield break?
His strap, I believe.
Oh, is it his glove?
Oh,
his glove falls apart all the time.
Yeah, he has it so he can put it on or take it off depending on which league he's going to. Nothing like a armored practice and all of a sudden.
I think they just said, where's the bolt? I think maybe he doesn't.
Oh, the strap. The bolt strap came off of his shield there.
Maybe
they're
that's
shields real quick.
Okay, I bet you that's why he was hanging his shield weird towards the end there. Even
he
though
didn't have a grip.
Breathing hard is that he didn't have a grip. Okay, that makes way more sense. I was a little surprised when he came over to this corner and was breathing completely normally, because it didn't really add up to what I was seeing him do in the list. That makes way more sense.
He needs to get a new shield anyway.
Yes.
I'll tell him I know a guy. Greg getting some clean headshots in over this new shield, though.
Yeah. Greg really doing well this round. Really doing well this round. Hard to say how much of this is the new shield being strapped different and him not
moving that shield arm,
yeah, not being used to it, and how much this is that Greg is just really starting to get a bead on what Cyrus is doing, because I mean, really running away with this round. Definitely a gas tank issue.
Yeah. He has some short bursts in there, but
Greg comes away with a very dominant win there. So Greg moving on to the finals. Cyrus will be moving on to fight Sean Baker for bronze. So it will be Greg Fischer and Will Alloway
for gold. But up next we have Shoshana versus Elise.
And I believe the women's Sword and Shield division is, I think there's only 3 fighters, so I think this is a 3-fighter round robin. So correct. I think with Shoshana and Elise already winning their first fight, this will technically be the gold medal match.
Round. Yes.
So should be a fun fight. Elise
has zero confidence in herself in this fight, though. I talked to her a few days ago. She's like, there's no point. I might as well just fight this one with a buckler, which was her original plan until someone found a shield for her.
You know, I understand why she might have a lack of confidence.
Shoshana is just built different.
Elise has always been a surprisingly good duelist, in my opinion. You know, she does, obviously cross-train some HEMA, but she always seems to perform better than I would expect for the amount of actual focused dueling practice she's able to get in.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
So, didn't she win? U.S. sword and buckler?
I believe, one of them.
Yeah, I thought so. Is it Shoshana in her?
I believe so.
Okay. So yeah, these will be the two. I'm pretty sure that's correct. These will be the two women representing the U.S. in the sword and buckler division.
Oh, Katie Crosby will be doing longsword later. That'll be exciting to see. I've only seen her do polearm before.
I know the name, but I'd have to see him. Katie.
Oh, Katie Crosby. All right, beginning of round 1, Elise and Shoshana.
Shoshana lands a good leg shot there. Tries to switch it up with a fake to the head, but
Elise covering the upper body very well.
Right now, that leg shot has gotten through multiple times, though. Elise lands the leg shot that time, gets the angle, but takes a shot in return.
Elise starting to bite on the shield.
Oh, very nice slot shot
the head
into the leg. Elise lands that shot to the leg. Shoshana returns, though. Another good shot to the leg. Elise tries to pull her foot back, but couldn't get it out of range. So, honestly, not a bad round. Shoshana didn't run away with it, but Shoshana certainly won it.
She jogged away with it.
Yeah.
We could say.
She trotted.
Not a full run.
She trotted.
But. Oh, also exciting news. Other Brett will be fighting today.
Yeah, who's other Brett?
Brett Fennel, the one who just recently came back from an ACL recovery.
This entire thing is just going to be me saying, who's this? And it turns out that they're
someone
student
from our
that
gym.
I see every day. I forgot. I talked to him Thursday that he was going to be doing it. It's really exciting. He's doing longsword. Is he doing longsword and triathlon?
I believe just longsword. Elise starting this round with a very heavy push on Shoshana. Again, but her sword is being trapped behind the shield, not really being able to pick up anything from it.
Yeah, a worthwhile trying something different, but ended up taking 3 or 4 shots during the press, didn't land anything herself, so.
Shoshana doing a very good job of pinning Elise's sword between the inside of her shield and her opposite leg a couple of times there. Anytime there's a push, there isn't any real strike Elise can capitalize on.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, Elise's corner calling for that press. I like the idea. You have to do something different against a fighter like Shoshana. You have to try to find an advantage somewhere. But Shoshana proving to be just a little too strong, maintained her advantage even during the press. So just a very hard competitor to deal with. All right. So I believe we've got 2 more fights coming for you, and then we will be having a break before we start longsword. So after this, I believe the winner of this fight will be the gold medalist for women's sword and shield. The follow-up fight will be for bronze in the men's sword and shield division, and the fight after that will be for gold.
And that is Shoshana taking the gold, Elise silver, and Jessica Hart for bronze in women's sword and shield today. So now we should see Sean Baker versus DeAndre. It'll be interesting. Sean's been able to use his size on his other opponents so far today. DeAndre doesn't let that play. He's a big boy himself, so it'll be interesting how that plays off.
So it looks like they were able to fix Cyrus's shield. So it looks like it's strapped up.
We'll see how long the bolt holds this time, though.
Yep. Cyrus getting strapped up.
All right, so for bronze, men's sword and shield.
Should be fun. Sean Baker having a chance to be the dark horse to upset the bracket. If Cyrus takes this, then the top 3 seeds will be taking bronze, silver, and gold. But Sean has a chance to throw a wrench in that and surprise everyone. Rough start. Interesting. I wonder how many of those shots are going to be counted before the stop fight.
I'm not sure. A few definitely landed after, so.
Yep. I think at least 2 landed after.
A lot of another disarm.
Loses the sword again. Those are 2 disarms. I believe disarms are 3 points, right?
Single point in duel.
Single point each. Nice shot to the leg. Cyrus getting multiple slaw shots. Cyrus looks very tired, but
I don't know if he's tired or if he's just being lazy.
You know, I'm going to be honest. It looks like he's got an arm bump, like his shoulders burned out on him.
That very well could be.
Cardio-wise, he does not look that tired. But he looks like he's struggling to keep his arms up.
I will comment that he does have a history of wearing his arms on the incorrect arm, which can cause issues for him. I've had to point that out to him multiple times at several practices and events. At Carnage, even after his first match, I was like, "What are you doing with your arms on the wrong side?" We had to switch those over quickly.
It's good luck.
He's like, it doesn't really matter. I'm like, yeah, it does. It very much does. DeAndre is not someone who looks at armor as an upkeep thing as much as he should, as you can fit an entire hand inside of his greaves here as well.
Yeah. Yeah, one of his knees is hanging almost off his left knee. Like, you know, he should probably put some work into his armor, but you know, he's a busy man.
He is. That he is.
Nice shot to the leg, though. I think he took a shot to the leg there as well. Hard to know if any of those would have counted.
Personally, I would not have counted a lot of Sean's overhead shots.
Yeah,
there.
Sean's overhead little wrap is almost never going to count. Like that shot right there, I don't think anyone's going to be counting that. Occasionally, he finishes it with a short chop that's on the edge of being counted.
Kind of.
See. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, he is pretty tired though.
I know, but he's not breathing hard. That's why I'm saying I think that maybe his arm's pumped. Like that is my guess, because I can't figure it out otherwise. I mean, he's probably breathing a little bit harder now, but that's not.
Yeah, he's not dying cardio wise.
Yeah.
He's just, I don't know, looks lazy. All right, we'll have one more match for Sword and Shield before an hour break as we get ready for Longsword.
And it should be a fantastic one.
Yeah, William Alloway versus Greg Fischer for gold and silver match here.
Both of these guys, unquestionably the most active movement-wise
for sure
that we've seen today. So it will be interesting to see how they deal with each other's movements. I'm interested to see how well power-wise Alloway's able to land with Greg's movement, because I think he's already, we've talked about him having issues with being a little on the edge with some of his shots, and I wonder if that movement is going to be enough to make him not count anymore.
I'm very interested to see if Alloway stays in the pocket like this here, as that's Greg's preferred.
Oh, right now, Greg just a step ahead, landing really well. That's that same shot again. Alloway really hit that snipe clean, but
Greg almost slipping there as well.
again, that cross, it's like he stops the shot before it's hitting. That's
For sure.
at least twice now. Again there. It's getting there clean, but he's like pulling it. I don't think I would count any of them, even though it's there.
Greg having a kind of an issue at the beginning of this round, though, trying to find a lot of these gaps.
Nice. This is a nice close by, or finish to the round by Aloway, I feel like.
For sure. Aloway staying in the pocket a lot more than I expected. I expected a lot more of the in and out that we saw earlier against Sean Baker.
Yeah, I think Greg definitely took that round. In the first half to 2/3 of that round, I felt like he was pretty dominant for. But that last little bit, it was pretty even, in my opinion. So.
Well, also make sure you watch Aloway at the beginning of this next round for the sword draw.
Oh, okay. I got this sword. All right.
It's just a cheesy, cool little look that I like.
All right.
I'm digging it. They didn't do it this time. They didn't do it this time. They heard me telling you.
Ooh,
We had
nice
some
little
sparks
there. Man, that's going to be a counter thing right
Yeah,
there.
it was an interesting back and forth. Greg was very settled with where he was.
Yeah, I couldn't. More sparks. I kind of felt like
That one was
Aloway may
titanium
have
spark too. You can see
I
the
was wondering
light.
if the last one was too. Yeah.
Greg being flashy as ever, throwing in a spin. Will catching it on their shield though.
It does feel like this round's going the opposite way of the last round, where the beginning was very close, and now Greg is starting to run away with it. Will is still in this, though. Those are those shots. I don't know why he's pulling those. Like, he pulls them so they're not touching. Nice duck by Greg to keep going. This little exchange here is so difficult to tell who's winning. Towards the end there, Greg definitely got it again. So I think that round goes to Greg. That round was much closer than I thought it would be, though.
Agreed. Very good display from Will.
Yes. Very, very solid.
We have a few more fighters showing up for the day as we get ready for our other activities. Saw Stark pull up just a little bit ago. I'll be fighting him in a pro fight to end the day later.
What?
Stark and I are pro fighting later.
Joe, you're not pro fighting who you were?
No, David Albert kind of forgot about this event. Was never showing up.
Sad days.
Yeah, so I cut for nothing. We are going to a third round on this gold medal match.
After this fight, it's third round, huh?
Third round.
All right. I told you.
First round, I think, went to Will. Second round probably went to Greg.
Oh, I think it's the flip side.
Really?
I think they got into those two down low machine gun battles back and forth, and
Will
then
starting
counters
with good
can
opening
really change
headshot.
that. Like, this is the stuff right here where I think counters. It's very difficult for counters to get it 100% accurate. Nice shot by Will.
Greg returned it though.
Greg definitely has taken the last 10 to 15 seconds of that fight, but those extended battles where you're both under the shield, you're both throwing repeatedly in, and it's so difficult to tell what's
too
hitting
muddy.
swords, what's hitting shields. There's so much metal sound, even when things are going clean.
All right, but we do have a winner after the third round. William Aloway takes Greg in Sword and Shield.
All right.
We'd love to see that. Big upset, but I'll take it. Aloway's been a very dedicated duelist lately. They've all been kind of teaching each other.
Yeah.
Alloway's been running kind of a group for some of the high-end duelists where they have kind of a group together. That's why they are all wearing the same belt flag. I don't know if you guys saw that. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. I'm not a good enough duelist to make the cut, but they've been all working together trying to bring duelists together more and more. So yeah, it's exciting to see everybody's skill level going up.
Yeah, it's very cool to see. So, a really good gold medal match, and now we are going to have a short break.
Yeah, about an hour break. I'm going to go armor up, so I don't know who's taking the mic over from me, but I'm going to go do some longsword. I might be able to hop on for some triathlon before the pro fights start, but
yeah. All right. Thanks for watching. We'll be back in an hour or so.
Ooh, and it was
right, everyone. We are back for some longsword duels. Hello, check. Oh, hey, there we go. Now I can hear myself. Yeah. All right. It's a little quiet, but I can hear it. All right. Welcome back to the stream. We're about to start off with some longsword duels. Got the women's fighting right now. Looks like, I think this is Shoshana Shellens and Jessica Hart. Shoshana in the blue, Jessica in the red. Let's get it going. All right, coming off, exchanging a bunch of shots. No obvious lead yet. Jessica's being real mobile, circling around a whole lot. Shoshana's controlling the center of the ring. Lots of blows being exchanged up high. Looks like Jessica's trying real hard to get around Shoshana's defenses while she is throwing shot after shot, getting some good combos in here. Some sparks flying. Ten seconds left. Fight's about over. Let's see who can finish this up with some more points.
We've got Beth Hammer and Shoshana.
Is that Beth? I thought it was.
Yes, Beth.
It's Beth. Oh, my bad, guys. I got the wrong name on my sheet of paper here. I got Shosh and Jessica Hart. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong, aren't I? No. Yeah, here we go. Okay, that's my bad. So we have Beth Hammer.
All right, I'm giving it back to Brett. Brett's back.
And Shoshana Shallens in the blue. Welcome back, Brett.
All right. Back to it. Is that the first round of the first?
That was the first round. I got the name screwed up, but we have Beth Hammer here in the red and Shosh in the blue. Beth is being really mobile. She's staying outside of Shosh and trying to get shots around her defense. Shosh is throwing lots of combos up high.
Did you get a feel for who took that first round?
It was a little tight, but I'm going to think that Shosh probably came out on top on that one.
All right. So I know Beth Hammer done a lot of HEMA training, really enjoys longsword, so.
She's got really good movement. I would like to see a little bit more variety in her shots.
Yeah, she does seem to stay. I think that, she drops her hands a lot with her shots, which makes the follow-ups much more difficult, but she's picking good angles.
Yeah, she's doing really good footwork coming around the sides. If she does HEMA, I'd like to see some more Twarehouse and that high work up close. Shosh is doing really good, controlling the center of the ring, getting some good combos.
Yeah, looks like Beth's starting to flag a little bit, cardio-wise. You see a deep breath.
It's very exhausting to keep moving like that and try to run in and out and around your opponent all the match. Really good defense from Beth.
Yeah, that's a close round. I feel like Shoshana probably eked that one out as well, but that's a very...
Yeah, they're pretty tight rounds. First round was pretty tight too. Went very much the same, but Beth started to falter there in the end. I think gave Shosh the upper hand. Looks like that's going to be the end of the fight.
Yep.
We'll find out who it is.
Beth also going for a whole lot of forearm shots in that match, and I always feel like in longsword those are so risky because if you don't hit them extremely clean, they look like they were blocked. So
yeah, I think what happens a lot in longsword especially is people don't have the greatest understanding of their range. They've got a lot more range than they realize, and they put themselves a little too close going for those forearm shots. So if you are going to play like that, you really got to have a good defense or know your range a little bit better.
Right. So next up we have Lucas Alenthal versus William Aloway. William Aloway is in the ring right now, so I'm guessing Lucas Alenthal is right here to the left. Yeah, he is. So we saw both these fighters in the sword and shield category. and William Alloway took gold, and I believe he is a slightly more longsword focused fighter, so I expect to see him perform very well.
All right.
Over in this left corner, Lucas Alaba, I think he is one of the Arkansas guys and a newer fighter.
Yeah. Yeah, you can kind of tell from his stance, he's a little bit of a newer guy. We'll see if he can get a couple points in here, maybe block some of these shots.
Yeah, right now, William really just having his way.
Yeah, yep. He's kind of taking it easy, piecing them up at a distance, picking up those points. I think he's trying to save his energy as much as he can for the later fights.
Yeah, nice two-shot combo there. Nice snipe to the head and then goes legs. Seen him throw that combo quite a few times.
Yep, good accuracy.
Looks like he's kind of baiting the shot in right there, trying to get it and then across, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little in Lucas's head. He's not one to throw shots right now. He's trying to pick the one that's going to work for him.
I think he's playing it smart right now. There's no reason to use any more energy than he needs to.
Absolutely.
He's already fought sword and shield. He's got long sword. He's got a triathlon left. He's got all sorts of stuff to go.
Yeah,
so.
He's got plenty more fights today. Effective use of energy, good range management, good stuff. Let's see if Lucas can get some more points in the next round. Now these are scored cumulatively in this event, right? So
I think it is round, but I don't know.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's separate rounds.
Okay. I know that the Sword and Shield was cumulative strikes over the match. Just wasn't sure if we were doing that here too.
I did not know that.
Okay, I'll see if I get some clarification later, but we'll watch this fight for now. Oh, good shot to the arm.
Nice combination by
back and forth
William.
combo.
Really showing his skill with the longsword.
Absolutely. Good level changes, high, low. It's making it difficult for Lucas to know where to block.
Nice little parrier post there.
He's doing a good job getting out of those charges.
Yep. He's trying to do some Italian stuff now. Pulling out Fiore.
Certainly looks a lot more Italian than German. Cumulative strikes over the rounds.
No.
If I get 10 strikes in the first round and I get 10 strikes in the second round.
Yes, correct.
So the way these are being scored right now is a cumulative strike system. So if your fighter gets X amount of points in the first round, that's going to carry over to the second round, and the fighter with the most points at the end is going to be the winner.
So you get the score for the first round, the score for the second round, and it has to be a 2-point difference.
It's got to be at least a 2-point differential to determine a victor.
Otherwise, it goes to third round.
So a little bit slightly different than what I'm used to seeing scored, but well within the realm of what's normal for the sport. So next we have, looks like Katie and Beth Hammer. Right? Katie Crosby and Beth Hammer. Katie Crosby on the left here, and they're both in black and red. We got black, red, and gold for Katie Crosby, and we've got black and red with the white wolves on front for Beth Hammer.
Should be fun. I believe this is the first time I've seen Katie fight longsword.
Yeah, I can't say that I've seen her fight longsword before, too. Hope nothing bad happens with the wolf rib. There's some bad history with wolf ribs and longsword duels, but I think Beth Hammer's going to be all right, not stab her in the face.
He'll probably be fine.
Yeah. All right, let's see how they do.
Oh, nice shot to the leg there. Beth with a nice snipe to the arm. Another snipe, but takes a shot, but returns to head as well.
Katie's really trying to pick her moments here.
Yep. Started really close, but Beth is slowly starting to take a lead here. It's not huge. Katie can definitely come back, but she is beginning to pull away.
Beth is continuing to show off her impressive footwork by staying out of the way of these shots, moving around her opponents, swinging high, swinging low. I think Katie's starting to slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, it does look like Katie's beginning to fatigue. And Beth, more and more, is beginning to become the dominant fighter here. So early on, it was very even, very back and forth, but it felt like Beth was getting an extra point for every 2 or 3 points that were happening.
Yeah, I think that she's just getting out of the way of a lot of those combos that Katie's throwing.
Yeah, but yeah, second half definitely dominantly in Beth's corner.
Of course, yeah. Katie's doing a really good job of going blow for blow with Beth, especially since I've not seen her fight before. Cyrus getting us going for the second round. And we're off. Good 2-point combo for Beth to start it off.
Yep. I think Beth scored 2. It looked like Katie may have gotten 1 back. That looked like 1. Beth scoring to the, both of them trading shots to the arm. Beth hitting that off arm again and again.
Good combos coming back and forth. Looks like Beth is coming away with just 1 extra point each time.
Nice shot to that cross arm. Katie got 1 back there, but it was a little light, and then Beth took it right back again.
She's really swinging a lot behind Katie's sword, coming around her and getting behind the blade.
Yep. Very similar to last round. It started out pretty close with Beth slowly gaining a lead, but now Beth's really starting to run away with it.
Yeah. Really good use of energy by both fighters, just using enough that they need to. Although, unfortunately, I don't think Katie had quite as much as Beth for that round.
Yeah, but still a very good performance for, I believe, her first ever Sword and Shield tournament. So, very good fight.
Absolutely.
I think looking coming up next, and Beth does take it. Coming up next, we have Brett Fennel and Larry MacArthur. Brett Fennel, I believe this is his first time competing at all.
Yep, he's one of our newer fighters from the Warlord Academy.
He's been in armor before, right?
He may have been in armor for a practice or two, but he's certainly never competed before.
Okay.
And I don't know how much practice he's had with longsword.
I'm not sure as well. He tore his ACL. He had an ACL surgery, and I think he's 7 months post-op at this point. So he's trying to wait to 9 months to really get back in it. So he has not been really doing any melee training whatsoever. But I think he felt like duels would be pretty safe and wanted an excuse to get in armor. So
well, he's absolutely a trooper. Even though his leg was blowed up, he was in the gym and training with us any way he could. He was lifting and doing this, that, and the other from a chair as much as he could while he was still injured. So it's great to see him back out here. In the other corner, I think we have Larry MacArthur, who I believe is also a newer fighter. I believe he's from Arkansas.
I believe he's one of the Arkansas guys.
Those greaves look a little uncomfortable.
They're not shaped well.
I think they're attached to his knee.
They are. Interesting.
How about that? Don't see that every day.
That probably makes the ankle less.
Okay. So we got his visor's not strapped. They were just getting ready to start the fight, but we got to get that fixed real quick. Fire safety is an important thing around here. With our lovely crowd here at Dallas Market Hall.
It's really neat to see all these guys here from Arkansas.
Yeah, they've been a pretty small team, and they've blown up out of nowhere and just got a whole bunch of guys, so it's awesome to see them out here fighting.
Yep. Got 7 guys here in armor.
That's fantastic. Great stuff. Oh, right out of the gate, lots of shots being thrown. Looking pretty...
This is a pretty good fight. Both these guys using, I would guess, a little too much energy. I think you're going to see both of these people start to fatigue.
Yeah.
Pretty heavily, but so far a pretty darn good fight.
Pretty good matchup. They're certainly at a close enough skill level that it's a good fight for the both of them. Lots of shots being thrown. Unfortunately, he's being a little flat with some of those shots. Even if they do land, they may not count.
That was a nice little shot right there. Takes one back right there.
They're starting to gas out here.
Yep. Takes 2 shots to the head, do the one to the leg.
1 or 2 shots there.
They trade shots again. That was a tight round.
Yeah.
Brett definitely had the first little bit, but then I feel like he got trapped low a few times. That felt pretty even. I would not be surprised if Larry took that. I wouldn't be surprised if Brett took it. It's
They can certainly go either way, especially with the way these guys are breathing. They were both fighting pretty active in that last round. We'll see if they can carry that kind of energy going forward in this next round.
absolutely, yeah. Cardio is going to be a big question. There's 30-second breaks. Those are short breaks.
Very short breaks for these guys.
Yep. Looks like they're trying to get people back to the middle.
As tight as that first round was, I think this second round might come down to a cardio game.
Looks like they were trying to figure out, deal with some sort of issue with the helmet, but it looked like they got it solved or had good enough. Starts out with a good leg shot. Gets trapped low, but I don't think any of those shots had enough power to be counted.
I don't either. I think he's struggling to keep his grip on his sword right now.
Nice shot right there. Right now I have Brett up 2, 3.
Brett's certainly taking it at the beginning here. Not a lot of answered shots from his opponent.
Down 2, down.
A little bit of a trade there.
They may be even again. Now he's back up. Now he's back up.
Took one there on the inside of the gauntlet. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it got him in the hand.
I think they're back to tied, or Brett could be down 1. It's so hard to tell.
Brett's starting to gas a little bit here, and he's losing a couple of points to his opponent. Oh. Larry took a couple of those shots there at the end away from Brett.
I think Larry may have taken that round.
He may have, right there at the end.
I had sort of a running total that I was haphazardly doing, and I had that ending with Larry up 1, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it was tight enough of a match. I could see it going either way, but I wouldn't be surprised how Larry ended that match if it went for him. Great way to finish strong. Are we going for a third round to see a mouthpiece? And okay.
Oh.
Nope. And Brett takes it.
Brett takes it. That's a close fight. I'm interested to see what the final score was. I suppose with it being cumulative, that's not too surprising.
Yeah, the cumulative rounds certainly make a difference. You can have a really bad first round and blow it out in the second and take the win. So we're back to the women's fighting.
His arm was dangling, but that was the hinge pin popped out, and so there's a nail somewhere in the list. They want to find it so that.
Oh yeah, you don't get that in someone's boot.
Yeah, it's probably all right, but
especially with medieval shoes, I would not like to take a nail in the foot with a thin-soled leather sock. So this next round is going to be Katie Crosby in the red and black in the left corner here, and Shoshana Shellens in the far corner in the blue and white. I think that Shoshana is certainly the favored fighter for this one, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe Katie's got something hidden up her pocket that we don't know about.
We'll see. I think obviously it would be a bit of a shock if Katie pulled this out, but I'd love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is not taking anything away from Katie. That is just that Shoshana is
staying at range and picking her shots.
Katie
Certainly,
lands a couple there.
Katie's just a little slow on her defense, taking those shots in the hand rather than blocking with her sword. Big combos from Shosh.
Yeah, Shosh really putting a good amount of power in that two-shot combo. Like, real good power in that shot.
A lot of power.
Love to see it.
Good stuff. Looks like she's opting to play more at range this game. Just pick up the points and stay out of unnecessary fights.
Good round from Shosh. Not a bad round from Katie. Katie really needs to work on her output, especially dealing with someone who's throwing heavy combos like Shosh.
Yeah.
But really, for how much time Katie has spent training longsword, I think she's doing fantastic.
Especially with the amount of gas tank that she has, being able to use what little you got effectively is really important. It doesn't seem like she gassed herself out too bad that round. Certainly better managed than her first fight. Don't know how much it's going to help her in the second round, but if she can pull it out, it'd be really impressive to see.
It's worth noting when we talk about cardio that Shosh does have a significant advantage over Katie in that she has a duels optimized kit. As you get more serious about duels and pro fights, it becomes somewhat necessary to get a kit specifically for pro fight and duels. It's certainly not required, but you can wear much lighter and much less restrictive armor in duels and pro fights than you can get away with in melees. But many fighters end up using the same kit for both because armor is expensive and it's a big commitment to spend money on a whole new kit just for a specific aspect of the sport. So,
absolutely.
Nice combo off the bat with Katie. Oh, but just a really powerful two-shot combo. Another really powerful blow. I'm impressed by the power that she's got right now.
She's being a lot more aggressive this round. A little bit more energy output from Shoshana.
To be honest, I feel like that first two-shot combo rocked Katie a little bit. I think it surprised her with the power, and I think Katie's a bit gun-shy after that.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't want to get and stand and bang.
Really hard shot. I'm impressed.
Good stuff. Really great technique from Shosh. certainly showing off what looks like a lot of Italian sword fighting skills from Shoshana. Something I've noticed in longsword and Buhurt, or armored combat, however you want to refer to it, is that the Italian style of longsword fighting seems to be the more dominant and popular one. And when we talk about that, I think what stands out the most to me is the repeated true edge strikes up high, like we were just seeing for Shoshana. We don't see a lot of people go into a flat guard and throw proper German Twerhaus.
You know, I think that to do those properly, there just requires a little bit more wrist mobility than you normally have in medieval gauntlets when you add in the cannon of your.
It's certainly something that
well.
changes a lot when you go from HEMA to this. You suddenly can't move your arms and wrists quite how you want to. So a lot of those techniques and advantages that you would get in HEMA suddenly don't help out a whole lot when the guy doesn't die or reset once you hit him.
Yeah. So, next up,
Thomas, Cromer, and John Corollo. I think I'm saying that right. Sorry if I'm not.
I wonder if John is another one of the Arkansas fighters. I'm not familiar with him.
I think he might be. Thomas is one of our newer guys. He's been fighting for about a year now, maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah, sure. I was going to say a little bit shorter, but I don't really know. I'm bad at time.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, we're getting there.
And I think this is his first time with longsword. I've trained with him very, very little, so we may see some German stuff coming out of him today, but I don't think he's been training it enough to really have it planted in his mind, so we'll see.
I mean, he's starting with his thumb up on the blade right now, so.
Man after my own heart.
And it's off.
He's trying to think too much. He's getting flats out there.
He's going to bend that longsword so good. All right.
A lot of energy coming out of the other guy here. What's his name again? John. Yeah. A lot of energy coming out of John. Good combos. Woo! Almost a takedown there with those kicks.
Nice shot. Ooh. Good pommel strike. Don't see a lot of those getting through. I think that one got through well enough to count.
Yep. I think Thomas is getting a little overwhelmed with these strikes. Doesn't have a good answer for these combos that are coming at him.
I think he's starting to flag a little bit. You know,
Thomas has been fighting all day. He did finish a sword and shield tournament earlier. I'm not sure if it's. Oh, that was really a great shot there at the end from Thomas. Looked like he got a nice duplier in.
Really hard shots there at the end.
It was a great parry riposte off of Thomas's left hip. I think I'm going to have to give that first round to John. As much as I liked Thomas's performance there at the end, I don't know if it was enough to pull away.
I agree. So similar to some of the other fights we've seen, I feel like early on it was pretty even, but John may have been going up slowly. Then there was a little period there where John really took off. I think he was up 7 or 8 points. So, you know, he was able to pull back a little bit towards the end, but I don't think it was enough to get rid of John's lead.
John is breathing a little hard now. It was a pretty active first round for him. Hopefully he can keep it up in the second round. Thomas going for the thumb grip again. Comes out swinging flat.
All in. A couple good there. Takes a shot.
Nice back and forth exchange. Don't really think anyone came above in that one.
That's 2 for Thomas. Lands.
I think Thomas is starting to pull away here. Maybe 1-2 points, maybe. Still pretty even.
Oh, he's going to lose his lead. These are probably not counting.
They need to break it up, yeah. Neither of them had a great answer for that kind of fight in close range like that. Thomas being backed into the rail here, having a hard time getting his sword unstuck from the other fighter.
Just taking a shot right there. Hard to say. That was a fairly even. Oh, now.
I think John's starting to come ahead here in the end.
Yeah. I think a lot of this. Nice try for the throwdown. It was very similar to the last fight, or last round, where.
A couple of punches there thrown at the end.
I love it. Thomas put up a very good fight. I feel like he was in the lead in the beginning, but I think by the end, he had probably lost it.
Yeah, very much possible. I think it was a very even round. I don't know if it would be enough to offset that first round, though, because these are cumulative points, and I think that John got a lot more strikes landed in that first round than Thomas did. And I don't know if Thomas got that many over him in the second one.
No, I think in the end he lost both
round
rounds.
3?
But, okay. So that says it's within 2.
Within 2. We have to have a 2-point spread to get a definitive winner here.
I am not that surprised by that. Those were both rounds were close. There were several shots that were very tight that could have gone either way as far as scoring. I think it was very reasonable for this to go to round 3.
Thomas is not going for the thumb grip this round, and I think that's a wise choice.
Thomas is up 1, at least, maybe 2 on this exchange.
Very close right now. Thomas got a lot of hand shots. Oh, that's not good. I think Thomas is...
Thomas might be down 1.
I think
it might
so.
be even. I think he's down 1. It's really hard to tell. None of those are clean. That probably got...
Catching his hands a whole lot.
All right.
Thomas is struggling to catch clean
At this
points
point,
here.
I'm fairly confident Thomas lost that by at least a couple.
It was pretty even in the front end of the match, and then once we got towards the middle of that, Thomas started striking hands a whole lot. Was struggling to get to the head or clear shots on the forearms.
He got that sword trap low a couple of times and took several shots before he could get it back up. And I think that really is what is going to be determining the match. But I've already been wrong once today, so we'll wait for the official call.
Especially with newer fighters, when you're swinging a long sword, it can be really easy to get your sword trapped below or on the other fighter's gear, and then you just don't know what to do with it. And that can lead to your opponent getting a quick 2-3 point spread on you.
There are a couple of... that was a pretty long one.
And unlike our last match, it seems like both these fighters are wearing melee optimized kits. We're not seeing a lot of unprotected backs of the legs and nice fully protected arms and stuff here.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell for sure, but it looks like all steel.
It might have some titanium brigs on. John might have a titanium brig.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Round 4.
Round 4.
Oh, wow. So that third round was tight enough. We are going to a 4th round.
I wonder, I don't know the rules. I wonder if that means that it was a tie or if it was within 2 points.
It was either a tie or it was within 2 points, so they couldn't get a definitive winner. So that means that Thomas is going to get more than a...
I wonder if that's cumulative as well. Like if one person ended up 2 points, so it was within 2 points, if the other person won the overtime by 3, would he be up 1 point because of cumulative? He made up the 2 points he was down and got 1.
I'm not entirely certain. That's a good question. We'll have to clarify with the officials.
Thomas coming out with a big, powerful shot, lands body blow. Doing a good job of blocking most of what's coming up. One of those shots may have gotten through. Now
Thomas
I can't
really wants this
see
win. He's
that.
coming out with a lot of heat.
Those were a couple real good shots. If Thomas can keep it up, oh man, this is so close. This might go to a round 5 if it. Nice kick, nice shot, good block. Give it another couple shots. Sorry.
Good.
I don't mean to. He's my student, so sometimes I get excited.
It's all good. It's all good.
I think that kick won it for him.
It certainly stopped.
But you know
a couple of shots coming in.
What's ridiculous is like if it was round 5, I wouldn't be shocked. It was tight. I thought Thomas might be even, might even be down a couple. That kick for sure took him back.
Probably the most impressive round I've seen out of Thomas. He was really, really about winning that match.
Yep.
See if he got it. Hey, fantastic. Great job to both fighters.
Great round.
It's always exciting for the fans to get to watch fights go to overtime, but these fighters are definitely paying the price for fighting that long. Very gassed. now we have two of our own. We got Stark and Mikey.
I think these two are also going to have a pro fight at the end of the day. So we have that to look forward to.
I think Stark is stepping in for Sean Baker. I'm not sure entirely.
Mikey, yeah. So
That or Stark's got a name that he hasn't been telling us.
I think Sean Baker is sitting directly in front of us with the Colts jacket.
Okay.
I'm not positive because I saw him in armor
Okay.
with most of his face obscured. So if that's correct, he's not currently in armor.
Yeah, I think he may have gotten beat up or tired from the shields or something. We're not sure. But either way, we got Stark on the left here, Michael Johnson on the right. Sorry, Stark, I don't know your last name off the top of my head. Mikey's certainly the favorite fighter here. Lots of experience fighting longsword.
Yeah, Mikey used to be somewhat of a longsword specialist. Obviously, you know, he still did melees, but it was a big push of his. It has not been a big push of his for a while, but expect him still to do very well. He's certainly a favorite to medal in this tournament.
Yep, absolutely.
Good power off shot, very nice.
Mikey fighting with his trademark style of be as lazy as possible, get big combos when you can. Good attempt for a sweep there on Mikey's
Yeah.
part. Stark's doing what he can to hang in there. He's getting a couple of shots here and there.
Mikey being very patient. Appears to prefer to swing off the block. It's
Yeah, or in a bind.
Yeah, it's very common for people to want to do that because if you swing while your opponent is sitting in guard, it is very difficult to predict what they're going to do. They have the choice to block, they have the choice to swing as well. If you wait for your opponent to swing, you get to be the person who knows what your opponent's doing because he's already committed to an action. So there are a lot of fighters that are much more comfortable swinging simultaneously with a stop hit or parry riposting rather than being the first to take a committed action.
Yeah, I understand that. I certainly enjoy being the first to strike in longsword. I like being able to start the conversation and be able to see where it goes from there. Michael most likely took away that first round. Going into round two, see if Stark can pull anything out. Stark's being a bit defensive. He needs to try to be a little bit more offensive and aggressive to try and make up for that differential, but not sure as much he can do.
Yeah, I think Mikey's playing it slow and sniping. I don't think Stark is very sure what to do right now because the shots that he is throwing are getting blocked. So I think he's trying to think it out. But, you know, this is the first time he's ever done longsword.
I think so, if not one of the.
It's certainly the first time he's ever competed in longsword.
Absolutely, yep.
Nice.
Pommel strike from
Nice
Mikey.
pommel strike from Mikey. Kept it very in tight.
He really likes to lean out from that stance.
Yeah, I mean, it's makes your first step much faster. It just makes your first step much shorter.
Yeah.
So, or not necessarily much shorter, a little bit shorter, but it can make your first step forward much faster. It makes your first step backwards much slower.
Yeah.
But when you're playing at range and you like to play a little bit of the snipe game, it's generally nice to be heavy on that front foot so that you just pick up your front foot and you're already moving forward.
Yeah, Mikey really likes to play at the edge of your range. So he can pick up that parry riposte and then come in close on his terms. He fought me very much the same way whenever we had our duel several months ago.
And Mikey gets the win. Are we women's next? Or we just finished ladies, didn't we?
I think we finished the women's. I think we are now Lucas Alumbaugh and Larry MacArthur.
can't remember. Did Brett end up winning his first round? He did, didn't he? Or no? No, he petered out, right? I remember him petering out. I can't remember if he got the win. I feel...
I can't remember. I've watched too many fights since then.
Well, I was gonna say I think both of these guys are coming in off of one loss, but I don't actually know that that's true.
Either way, I think that we've got an Arkansas versus Arkansas match going on here.
Yeah, those really are just fully articulated legs. It's interesting.
They both are. They both of these fighters have them.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks like they're wearing arms on their legs almost.
Yeah. Looks like the other spiders are a little bit long. The fighter here, Lucas Allenbaugh. Lucas's look like they fit a little bit closer, but I've never seen legs made quite that way. I mean, it makes sense, I suppose, but...
I think I've seen worse, but I've certainly seen a lot better.
They
protect your legs. That's all that matters.
I don't think that they're going to be unprotected.
Okay, what's going on there? I think Lucas got a little turnaround in the fight there.
Yeah, he almost blindly stabbed the other person on accident. It was a little scary, but...
These things can happen with newer fighters sometimes. It's like Lucas is being real defensive. Getting bullied a little bit by Larry here.
Yeah, Larry definitely controlling sort of the point of the fight, though he is not... I wish he would put the same force into his swings as he is into the shoves, because his swings may not be being counted. They're so light.
Yep,
but
those right there were kind of light.
It's interesting because he's being so physically aggressive with the rest of the fight that he's, being not...
Seeing a kind of a don't want to beat my friend up too bad kind of scenario.
Yeah, absolutely.
But honestly, I think that Lucas here is just really, really tired. He's been fighting all day.
Trying to see if we've already seen all the fighters. It looks like there's a couple more fighters that we haven't seen.
Quite a few. I don't believe.
I don't think we've seen Keanu. I don't think we've seen.
I think it's just Keanu and
Morse.
Patrick.
Yeah.
I think those are the only two we haven't seen come out yet. They'll be out in a few matches.
Yep. So, I guess we have. I guess that would mean we've got 2 pools of 5, 1 pool of 4. I'm gonna guess. I think that's why we haven't seen 2.
Something like
must
that,
have gotten the first round, or a bye in the first round of round robin.
Some punches going on.
Punches don't score, but they are fun.
They are fun to watch. A bit of a pushing match here, and a takedown. But I don't think it's going to count for points. Did not have both of his hands on that sword.
And we'll see how these do. Yeah, so Larry doing a good job to get the takedown there. Really, he is very much physically dominating this fight, but once again, he's really just not able to land any of his swings with enough power.
So we've got an armor failure on Larry here. His elbow popped off, so getting that put back on. Lucas seems very tired.
We'll see if they're able to get this fixed quick enough. Looked like the strap broke, and his corner, I guess they didn't have tape, or his corner didn't know you could use tape, is trying to go get another elbow.
I think it's a 1 minute stoppage for armor failures.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we give them additional time in this tournament.
Yeah.
Since Longsword is still a show tournament. After Longsword, we go into Triathlon, and Triathlon is for who's going to represent the U.S. So that's the very serious tournament.
The main event, as it were.
The main event.
triathlon is going to be sword and shield, sword and buckler, and longsword. Each round, the fighters will pick up a different weapon set. I don't think we've had any of those kind of tournaments in a long time, or maybe ever before. I'm not entirely sure on that one.
I don't know that IMCF has ever had it.
Okay.
So previously, I believe, old school HMB Battle of the Nations, they would take the winner, the gold medalist in each of the categories, and then they would fight the triathlon.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain. I have not been in the sport for many Battle of the Nations, so when I first started, I was IMCF, and I knew Battle of the Nations for basically 1 year before it stopped.
Yeah. Not a lot of shots coming out of Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas looking very tired. Larry continuing to really control this fight. Got some decent power on a couple of those.
Larry's still putting a lot of power into his shoves and his non-striking techniques, but his shots are kind of light.
The shots are better. Like, I think all of those are going to count. They're right on the edge of what will count. Whereas earlier, I think they would not have counted, but they are still a little bit on the light side.
I think Lucas is having a little bit of trouble walking around in his sabatons. They look about 3 inches too long for his shoe. That's certainly going to get in your way while moving around.
Almost gives me nostalgia for the start of our team.
Oh yeah, there was a time where I made myself some fake sabatons that I was so proud of. I said, Brett, look at these sabatons, and you said, I think you should shorten those. Like, nah, I want to protect my toes. And 10 seconds into the first match, that thing dug into the ground, and I ate shit. Immediately went down, right in my face. And then I cut him down in the next round.
Sir, I believe you forget. I'm pretty sure you got upset, then went like, sometimes that happens, and then 1 round later or 2 rounds later, it happened again, and then you got upset. And
Did it happen to me twice?
I'm pretty sure. It's been a while. I'm pretty sure it happened twice.
Oh, that's really embarrassing. What lessons were learned
How long
that
was
day?
that, like 5 years ago? I'm trying to even think.
That would have been Carnage 2018, 2019, just before COVID.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because I think we placed 4th that year. That was the first year we qualified at Carnage.
You're right, and then COVID stopped it. You're absolutely right. That was the tournament.
Yep. Gosh, time flies. All right, so in this round we have
Brett versus William.
Brett Fennel and William Aloway.
So Brett, again, first time competing. I think he's done some HEMA before. He certainly is not bad with the longsword, but William, very high-level longsword competitor in the U.S.
Big combos coming out of William right out of the gate.
Yeah, Brett's doing a decent job of keeping up with him.
He's answering most of these shots. Well, there we go. That's a big lead for William. The problem with Brett's follow-ups is a lot of these are coming in flat for him.
Brett really is doing a decent job. I think William is slowly pulling away with this, but Brett is keeping it much tighter than I would have expected.
Absolutely.
Now, I do think that he's had to put out a lot of energy, and William is a much more experienced competitor, so I do not think I'm going to see him flag as much energy-wise as Brett. But right now, he's matching almost point for point. I think just William is just getting an extra 1 or 2 every 10, 15 seconds. So, I think he probably ended up 10 or something, but
I think it would have been a little bit
scored 40.
Yeah, it probably would have been a bit tighter for Brett had he not flatted so many of those shots. Fighters talking to their corners, getting some good advice for this next round.
Yep. Getting quite a bit of advice. Counters spending a good amount of time together. I have a feeling with the number of shots thrown, there's a possibility that there could have been significant discrepancy depending on how people score. Those are the ones, rounds like that can sometimes be very difficult on counters.
Absolutely. It's very challenging. There's tons and tons of blows being landed by each fighter. So you're trying to count which shot lands, and then if it's even landing with the edge or the flat.
Like you said, with Brett going flat sometimes, one counter might see those, one counter might not. Interesting strategy by Brett there.
Looks like he's trying to get in close.
Yeah, and honestly, well, now William's starting to take away with it. For a little while there, though, he was... Oh. Very nice disarm by William.
Great disarm.
There. That was fun to see. I believe disarm is only worth 1 point.
Looks like there's a bit of a disagreement here. I think he was saying that he thinks that that blade was grabbed by hand.
Yeah, you are not allowed to grab your opponent's weapon. From what I can tell, it was a clean disarm, though.
It looked like William got him with his elbow and not his hands, and kind of trapped it under his arm.
Yeah, he certainly wrapped over it. He didn't grab it, and he pulled it out that way. I don't know I can't remember the exact rule for that, but I'm pretty sure that's it.
As long as you keep both hands on at all times, I think you can disarm and throw all you want. I'm not sure what that was there. I think his blade point got hung up on William, and they were stopping it for fear of a stab. Or was that the end of the round?
I'm not sure what happened.
Stop, I guess.
I thought maybe they were complaining about the stab, but that was not a stab. That was him getting trapped low, trying to pick it up, and William pressing in to make sure that he couldn't, and it causes the point to go into a stab, but it's not a stab with force. It's more.
Yeah, it's definitely not something against the fighter.
I will tell you, in that situation, Brett would have wanted his sword free.
I think Brett is out of steam there at the end.
Yeah, I sort of expected that at the end. That was a very, very high-paced fight.
It can certainly also be challenging. Being a bigger fighter, you may have the size and the strength, but when you're talking about a sport where you're just going counted blows, a smaller, faster guy can sometimes have an advantage. A fighter in a chair just collapsed the chair. Armor plus fighter is sometimes a bit too much for these chairs they give us.
I'm going to be honest, when I sat down in this chair when I first got here, almost went through it without armor, so I'm not surprised even at all. William takes it. It's a very active fight.
Lots of shots thrown. Glad I wasn't counting on that one.
All right, so next up, John Corollo and Patrick Morse. I do not know much about either of these guys.
John, we watched fight earlier against, who was that?
Against Thomas.
Thomas.
Oh, that's the one. Okay, I know who it is. So that was the one that went to 4 rounds. John looked like a pretty solid fighter.
Very much so. And after having fought 4 rounds with Thomas, will definitely be a test of his endurance to see how much he's got in the tank for this fight.
This should be interesting. Patrick Morse coming in fresh, had to buy the first round, going against the one person who has essentially fought 2 fights already.
Yep.
And if I'm not incorrect, the person sitting on the chair over there with his upper kit not on is the person who's fighting now.
Fighting now? You might need to rush and get his armor on.
I believe that's John Corollo right there.
Okay.
Without his upper kit on. I'm not 100%, but I'm like 70%. So I'm wondering if we're going to end up having this.
May have a bye.
If he's dropped out after that last fight, or
Yeah, I believe that is him over there. It looks like he may be having some armor issues. Maybe
it looks like his right cuisse is off, and I saw him bending and extending his leg. He may have a knee injury of some sort.
I know they have an EMT or a paramedic on their team, and I think that gentleman in the red might be him. So I think he may have a bit of a boo-boo or something like that. He's getting checked out right now.
Sorry, guys. We're looking through like 7 people's different people's legs. I'm just seeing like random flashes of them, so we're doing our best.
You're getting the news as we receive it live at the Dallas Market Hall. Melee optimized kits coming in. Kind of surprising I'm not seeing quite so many dueling kits here. I mean, some of our usual suspects that we see at a lot of dueling events, they obviously have the optimized kits.
So what's interesting is if John Corollo and Patrick Morse isn't happening, then it would go to Sean Baker and Keanu Frederick. Now, Sean Baker, we're jumping.
It looks like we got Thomas in there now.
Thomas, Cromer, and Pat. Okay, this is probably
Thomas and Patrick Morse.
This guy's got the same legs too. I wonder if that's one of the like brawler kits, or I know it's not the brawler kit,
I know what you're talking about.
I wonder if it's because
they sell it as a one price. You buy all pieces of it.
Yeah, I wonder because it looks fairly well made while also being like munitions grade. Like it's certainly not.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of oh gosh, who are those guys? They used to be a lot more known, but you don't see people buy from them very often anymore.
Do you have any idea who's making those kits? All of them are wearing it.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I don't know who's making them. We told them that they need to take the rivets out and put an extra strap at the top of the greave, and then it'll be fine.
If they take the rivets out, they'll fuck the shit out of their ankles. The rivets the only thing that's going to stop them.
Well, I told them they need to put another strap at the top of the greave so it hangs on the back of their cow. But, yeah, I mean, now that you point that out, like, it's not anatomically shaped in such a way that it'll sit comfortably on their ankles.
No, I don't, yeah. They're interesting. They look like they're made really well. They're just a very odd design. That's why I was wondering if it's like a, like I almost would think like maybe GS Studios or something makes like really cheap munitions get you in the door.
Maybe, but the thing is, like, the way that works, you can't bend your ankles. Sorry, you can't bend your knee to the outside.
But like
look how they walk like they're wearing an ankle or knee brace.
yeah. All right. Morse coming out very active striking. A little bit of a wild shot there. Kind of looked like it was a bit stabby. Not on purpose, but sometimes people try to recover with their sword bent and it turns into a stab, but it missed. It's no big problem, and he's done fantastic since then.
Thomas is doing pretty good at staying mobile, getting some shots on the outside of this guy's guard.
I don't like that move that guy's doing. That's the same thing. Very nice. Way to get in there, Thomas. Good kick. Nice shot.
He's got to be careful about backing himself into these corners with a big guy like that.
I think that point just stuck on Thomas's.
I think Thomas has got the upper hand on that one. I saw a lot more shots coming out of him than the other fighter. think it's an Agent Craft kit.
I'm not a marshal.
Getting ready to start the second round here. Starting off a little bit more controlled this time around. Thomas going in with a bit of a flurry. Mostly unanswered by Patrick.
Now he's not doing it.
Yeah, they did it a couple of times.
Big shove by Patrick.
Again, though, it was like it was
Thomas is still going in with a couple of combos here. Thomas has got himself trapped in a corner here. Hopefully it doesn't go south for him.
So far, not a lot of points really scored. Looks like most of the ones that happened have been Thomas.
That appears to be the case.
Yeah, I think Morse maybe just gassed out. Hard to say.
Thomas is beating him like a redheaded stepchild. Don't put yourself in the corner!
After a prolonged grapple like that, the ref is going to split him up, reset him to fight some more.
Was that the round?
I believe that actually was the end of the round. I'm going to give that one to Thomas. I didn't see a lot of shots coming out of Patrick in that round, on either round.
Yeah, honestly, that was just a very low-scoring round all around. I felt like Thomas won. I missed a little bit at the beginning because I was talking to someone, but
This round came out a lot more slow at the first round.
Yep.
And a win for Thomas.
Good for him. Good for him.
I think that is an Age of Craft kit.
Okay.
Age of Craft offers a bunch of different varying degrees of basic starter kit, and you can pick different bits and pieces. However, I've never seen them produce legs like that, so I'm starting to wonder if it might be something out of Mexico, because I've seen work like that coming out of like Red Snake Armory. I don't think Bijman makes legs like that.
So they're definitely not Bijman legs. I don't think that they're Red Snake. Honestly,
they're not hinged.
Other than the greave, it's really quality work. It's just the greave is like.
Well, the big thing to notice is that there's not a ton of people who don't use hinges, and he's got leather articulation on both the greave and the cuisse. See there on the side where all those rivets, these big lines of rivets going down the sides of his legs where they would use a strip of leather instead of a hinge. And I'm not sure how many smiths use that. I've only seen a couple.
I'm finding something almost. I think you're right that it's Age of Craft. I haven't found the exact ones, but they have cuisses with shin guards, which looks like that.
They certainly look affordable. A great way to get into the sport early and easily.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to know that a big name makes them because they look big name quality. It's just a very weird design that I kind of want to wear them so that I know. Because right now I hate them. Like I'm just going to be honest. They look real nice. I hate everything about them. But I want to wear them to know if they're actually what I think they are.
They look really uncomfortable, but I imagine that they're actually not too terrible to wear. Maybe the greave part is not the best, but I have certainly worn legs that have had an attached greave before, and they moved all right. They certainly weren't the most protective, but I also didn't have quite the same kind of front on the shin as he had. Looks like we got a bye for Brett.
All right. So Brett was supposed to fight Lucas Allenbaugh, right? No, he already fought Lucas?
So he fought...
No, he fought Lucas, right?
I believe so, yes. So we are in uncharted territory, it seems. I'm not sure where that bye came from. I think that John is no longer fighting. John Corollo.
I agree. I think he's out, but I think that means someone else has got to be out too. Okay, so Will's probably supposed to fight Larry MacArthur.
Well, Brett's next fight says Lucas, and he certainly didn't just fight Lucas.
Yeah, this has got to be against Larry MacArthur. I see someone coming to the list, so I'm gonna guess that's Larry, hopefully.
It certainly looks like we're missing a couple names on our piece of paper here, but that's okay. We'll just adjust fire and tell you who's in the ring when we see it.
Indeed, fleeces with shin guards with back plates from Age of Craft.
How about that?
I really do want to wear them because I want to know how they feel.
Do you remember?
I feel like everything that I hate about them is just like because I feel like I should hate them.
Do you remember the aluminum legs with stainless splints I used to wear?
Oh yeah,
those had an attached greave on the front.
Yep.
It wasn't terrible.
That's what I'm saying. Is I think there's a possibility that if I wore them, I'd be like, all right, this isn't nearly as bad as I think it is.
Well, those sat a decent amount up off of my foot that I never had a problem. I think these guys, their greaves are like coming right down onto their shin and on their foot.
It looks like one or two of them, like
they've all got leather or foam underneath them to protect it.
Well, and his look high enough that they wouldn't bother him.
Right.
That's why I was. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Normally there's a little V right above the foot to allow the top of your foot to articulate through that area. And
I think some of it is just the fact that it really does look like articulated arms
that
the person mixed
really
up
does.
and just put on their leg. It's like early on when we were a new team and we would have like smaller women, but we didn't have armor for them. Sometimes we would take our bigger dudes' arms and put them on their legs, and they'd be a little bit short, but they'd like get them into the door and they could, do some duels or whatever. It kind of reminds me of that same sort of feel. All right, William comes out.
A lot of movement this time around. Looks like he's having a hard time getting through the defense of the other fighter, so he's opting to move around it more.
Yeah, so with Sword and Board, he also did a lot of lateral movement, really moved around people, especially, I think this is one of the guys he may have fought. This guy's a bigger dude. A couple people really tried to bully him with size in Sword and Shield, and so I think a lot of that constant lateral movement is to make it very difficult for someone to corner them and actually push them around.
Certainly making it difficult for him to get any kind of shots in. There's a lot of moving in, defending, and maybe getting one or two on the breakaway, but in those exchanges, William's certainly coming out on top.
William scoring, I think, 5 unanswered there. Time is called. That round ending with William clearly in the lead.
Big lead for William on that one. Be very difficult for is this Patrick? I'm not sure who his other fighter.
No, this is Lucas.
Lucas. Very difficult for Lucas to come back after that.
Larry MacArthur.
Larry. We're going to just say names. Somebody's out there. Ref is calling time. Ready for them to get back into fight.
All right. Fighter is strapped up. We're ready for round 2.
William almost doing laps around the list here with all this movement. Big level change. striking low on Lucas.
William really likes that low sword, inviting the strike. Comes up from behind the sword to parry it and throw.
Looks like William's starting to get a little tired, taking his time coming out of that one. No need to work too hard. He's got a pretty good lead right now.
Yeah, and I feel like he's very confident that he's got the skill advantage. So that low guard that he's been playing
big
along,
shove.
yeah, it was a good shove right there.
Just goes to show you, even if you've got size and skill, or speed and skill, size can still bully you around the list.
Yeah.
William getting stuck in the corner, grabbing up that blade.
Yep.
Good decision to keep his opponent from swinging on him.
Yeah. If I was nitpicking, I'd say he probably should have began moving lateral on that push so that he didn't get trapped there to begin with, but he had a good answer ready. So
Yeah, I think he was just getting a little tired there in the end. It's an active style to try to run around the list like that. It certainly works, but man, is it tiring.
yeah, very, very high energy style.
Both fighters going to the center. We're going to see who our winner is.
So now Thomas Cromer versus Patrick Morse. That's the one we already watched. Did we jump ahead to that one?
We did. We jumped ahead to that one earlier. So now I think we're going to a different fight.
So now it's got to be Keanu versus Michael Johnson.
That it would
Perfect.
be correct. Yep.
And then after that, I think we'll have a break, and then we move into the bracket. I say a break only because it should be a women's fight before we move into this next one, so I would not be surprised if they give like a 5-minute break or a 3-minute break.
I think Michael Johnson might be the favorite in this fight. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I believe that depending on how the brackets line up, the expectation will be the finals is Mikey versus William.
Yeah, a lot of shots coming out of Keanu here, but most of them are being blocked.
Nice.
Great throw by Michael.
Throw.
Don't know if it's going to count for points. I think his hand came off.
Does he have to keep his both hands on?
I believe in IMCF you have to keep both hands on the sword during the throw, but we'll see. Mikey's certainly got a lot better accuracy than Keanu. Even though he's got a smaller shot output, he's landing more of his shots.
I will tell you that I feel like that throw did wonders as far as Keanu way more hesitant about the engagement.
Absolutely. He certainly feels gun-shy now. He's not one to get in and stand and bang.
Yep.
Good little foot sweep by Michael. Almost got a takedown.
Takes one, gives two there.
Great exchanges from Michael.
Yeah, it was a very good first round. You know, early on, I think they were pretty even. Keanu may have even been up a little bit in that exchange. I don't know. There was it was very high action.
There was a lot of shots that came out of Keanu out of the gate, and Michael blocked almost all of them. It was a really impressive exchange.
Yep, but I feel like once Michael hit that trip, it really felt like the momentum shifted.
Yeah, he certainly took away that game of I can't play close anymore now.
Pretty even so far. Mikey should be up by one now, I think. Still up by one.
Pretty close so far. Michael's really projecting his guard out there, so he's intercepting those blocks really early. A little kick from Michael. Looks like he's going for another takedown here. Still feels pretty even this round.
Yep, nice.
Game with the hands off. Don't know if that's going to count. Beautiful takedown by Michael.
Mikey. Beautiful, beautiful.
He's certainly a lot more hesitant now after that second takedown.
Yep.
Slowed down a bunch.
2 blocks from Mikey. Yeah, since that takedown, Mikey's up 3 points in the 4 points in the fight since the takedown. So I really think those takedowns are getting in Keanu's head quite a bit.
Yeah, even if they don't count for points, the effect they had on the other fighter was worth every bit of it.
I will be right back. I want to rush you before this final start, or semifinals. Brackets, whatever.
Yeah. And Michael takes the win. Great performance by both fighters. We'll see Michael going on to the next round, and I think Keanu, that may have been his last one. We'll see. Looks like Michael's in for another fight. Unfortunately, he has to fight back-to-back. This time he'll be going up against Brett Fennel. Sorry, Brett Fennel. And we're back. All right, let's see. Starting off pretty slow. Oh, there we go. A little combo out from Michael. Bit of a pushing match between the two of them. More point for point there. Brett with a one-handed strike. That's not going to count for points. Nice little combo from Michael. Good exchanges from Brett, but Michael is still up on points here. Michael staying in tight, keeping the points flowing. And now a stare down. Both fighters trade points there. And it's the end of the round. Michael definitely has the lead for that round. He certainly has a lot more years of experience on Brett. I think this is Brett's first time ever competing in longsword, and he's doing a really good job holding his own. All right. So Michael took the first round pretty handily. Both fighters are taking their time, going in for an exchange and stepping back for a stare down every time. Starting off with a big one there. Good combo from Brett.
I'm very impressed with Brett's combo ability. I think that as he progresses, gets a little bit more of a feel for
absolutely
the armor and the meta, and increases his cardio. I think he could do very well.
He's doing a good job picking multiple targets instead of just swinging one and getting back.
I think he came out up 1 on that one. All said.
His last couple of exchanges have been a lot better than the beginning of the round. But Mikey being able to just swing uncontested certainly puts a hamper on his win. I think Mikey's going to take that one too. Certainly with the cumulative points between both rounds.
BJ, he's wearing my armor and trying to figure out where it is.
Hey, big shout out to Josh Friars. Thank you for enjoying the commentary.
Pool C first. Pool C.
Whenever the longsword matches are done, I'll go. I just use the bathroom. I'm good otherwise. I think we're going into our semis? Or are we still going down the bracket here?
Well, we should have had Pool C second versus Pool B second, and I don't think we had that. Maybe we did, though.
Was that? Well, that could have been Brett versus Keanu that we just had.
I would think Thomas would be who was fighting, but I'm not positive. Wait, you had, what was the fight?
I thought it was Brett and Keanu. Oh, gosh.
No, Keanu fought Michael.
It was Keanu and Michael, then it was Michael and Brett.
Yeah, which means we skipped, because Pool C first was Michael. So we skipped Pool C second versus Pool B second. I don't know what's happening.
We're just here to commentate.
I bet they'll put some fighters in there. I think that's Keanu right there, so
yeah.
That's...
I'm pretty sure if we just sit here, there's going to be some guys in that ring in a minute.
So that's Pool C second versus Pool B second. And who was in B? I think there's a chance that this is Thomas. No, it's...
Thomas is relaxing with his helmet off. I don't think he's fighting this round.
It appears to be... Maybe this is... I think this went backwards. I'm not positive about that, but...
Ah, here we go. Looks like Patrick Morse is getting in.
Okay.
Patrick versus Keanu?
They were in different pools, so this has got to be it. I didn't think Patrick Morse took second in his pool, but he probably did. All right, winner of this moves on to the semifinals and is guaranteed a fight for bronze. Ooh, very nice shot and duck by Keanu there. Good exchange back and forth. Thought Keanu got the better of it. Both of those snipes came in, though. This is a little bit back and forth. Keanu is definitely up in my count, but really good exchange. Those keep slipping by Keanu's guard, though. Gets the block there. I can't tell if that's landing. It might be. It looks like swords on it, but it kind of sounds like helmet. So I feel like Keanu should start pushing the pace a little bit. I think Morse is a little bit gassed, but it's hard to tell if Keanu didn't gas himself in that exchange. That was a very rapid exchange. Nice two-shot combo there, or comes out 2 points. Counters are taking a fairly long time to discuss. Anytime I see that, I wonder if there's a significant discrepancy if they're scoring. And there was that one sort of extended rapid-fire engagement, and those are so often so difficult to score. Start of round 2. My guess is Keanu is up, but very tight. Could go either way.
A lot of shots coming out from Patrick up top. Keanu's not really answering those or defending him much. Shots from Keanu are looking a little light. His arms are extended, not much of a swing into them.
Yeah, I think he may have started gassing at the end of that round 1. A lot of those shots are landing for Morse. Nice 2 shots there from Keanu, though.
Looks like Patrick has got enough power to blast through his blocks now.
Yep.
Especially when he's tired like that.
Keanu comes up 1 point there. Loses the point right there, gains it back. Loses it. Really hard to say.
Pretty close match. I might give it to Patrick, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way.
Yep. We'll wait to here. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to a 3rd round. We'll see.
Must have been a pretty tight round. Looks like our officials are deliberating a bit. Round 3.
In round 3 it is. I thought that might be the case. So, round 3 is 30 seconds. It's half the length of another round.
I'll be right back with it.
Morse just needs to keep up the pace. He's getting most of those blocked, but some are getting through. Or sorry, Keanu needs to keep the pace.
Yeah.
Morse is blocking most of those, but some are getting through, and
he's not returning enough. I think he's just too tired.
But it's hard. He needs to throw right there. I don't like it. Feels like he's kind of given up because he could just be sniping right there while the person's standing there with his guard down. I'm not really.
He's doing such a good job with those blocks. If he were posted in between any of those, he probably could have come out on top that match.
experiment blocking?
I don't know why Cyrus insists on wearing that weird chainmail condom thing on his head. He's not wearing anything else, like medieval. It's just like yellow shirt, weird chainmail condom thing.
It is a choice.
Right, but like not a good choice.
All right, not sure who our next match is, but I think Thomas is getting geared up to come in.
Thomas has been doing really well today.
I believe he is either first or second in his pool. I'm going to say second because I believe he's lost a match. Looks like Mikey is also getting geared up, so it might be Michael versus Thomas.
If that is true, then it is not a pool match because I think they were in different pools.
Yeah, I think we are at. Well, yeah, this would be Pool C first versus Pool A second.
Yeah, that would make sense since Mikey is first out of his pool.
And that would make sense for Thomas being second out of his pool.
So this is going to be interesting because Mikey's a bully, meaning that like when he thinks he's better than his opponent, he is, and when he doesn't think he's better than his opponent, he's very defensive. So I expect to see him go pretty hard against Thomas.
He's been fighting really defensively today. He's been kind of lazy, just hanging out, waiting for parry riposte. And when they get too close, they'll pick up a combo here and there.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's certainly what he's doing in the opening 10 seconds here anyways. Yeah, Thomas has really impressed me. I think this is his second longsword tournament that Thomas has been in, maybe third.
Yeah, he's got some good answers. He just doesn't have a lot of the techniques down quite yet. A little bit of time in practice, and he'll be a great fighter.
Yeah, I think he's almost exactly at 1 year. I think Siege will be his 1 year mark for his first competition. So in late May.
Well, Thomas also came out of the gate like, hey, I've never fought you before. I'm going to go to this tournament next weekend. And it turned out to be like an international qualifier tournament for his first event ever, and he did great.
Yeah, and he didn't die.
Michael's certainly taking the lead here.
That's a nice step out strike there. Michael's got really good distance control today.
Yep, really good range control. I was saying earlier, a lot of longsword fighters in this sport struggle with range control. They have a lot more range than they realize. And Michael really likes to play the edge of that.
Yeah, he's really good at edging his opponent with his range, his inches, if you will. He's good at that last tip game. No, I think what he's doing well here is that counter step out low strike, and we try and teach that to everyone, but there's certainly a technique to timing it so you don't get bonked in the skull in return. And he did very well. That last match was very low scoring, but I think it was still decisively Mikey.
If Mikey can convince his opponents to play his game with him, it's almost always going to be a low-scoring match.
Yeah.
He really likes to be lazy, hang back, and make them play his game.
You know what? I do the same thing when I'm sword fighting. I try and pick up a lot of points when I'm in close, but if I'm just sword fighting, I'm just going to snipe you to death. Now, the only downside is if you get some bum calls from the refs and it's low scoring, it really changes the dynamic.
Yeah, it can really throw you off. Thomas being a little bit more aggressive, which I think is the right answer. He can't snipe game with Mikey. He's just going to get eaten up. His only chance is to get in tight, get some shots, but Mikey's got good answers for all of that too, it looks like.
Yeah, he's got a good block or post game. Again, I think if Thomas really wants to make this work, he needs to do more of an in-close press and then not sidestep or move out. He needs to get in close and kind of bang, which is hard to do longsword.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different ways to do it. And as a smaller guy, I prefer using the German style because it allows you to get more power in there. And it's usually a little bit faster than everyone else coming in with a true edge on either side.
Well, I think the German style also emphasizes a lot of those body turns, which work real well in close, where you don't have a lot of space.
The only downside is it does square you up often, and you're easy to be shoved back sometimes.
Yeah, that's true, especially against bigger fighters who are already inclined to want to push you around anyways, because that's most of the sport.
Right.
I think also we're just seeing that Thomas is very out of gas. He also did Sword and Shield at the beginning of the day.
Yes, he's been fighting.
Yeah, we see him flagging, whereas Mikey, this is the only thing he's done so far. I think that's going to go to Mikey.
Yeah.
Again, probably if we saw the scorecards there, I bet it was like less than 15 points across 2 rounds for the winner. But
I can't imagine there'd be a huge spread there. Mikey's the kind of guy who's like, I've got one up on you, that's all I need.
Yeah. My guess would be that was probably like a 15-7 or 15-8 final match score.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We've got 4 counters out here today, and so we're averaging the scores. Each counter is counting on 1 person, so 2 counters per fighter. And I gotta say, I don't like that system as much as I like each counter scores both people at the same time. Because while that's harder to do and get the hang of, it does mean that whatever bias you have applies equally to both people. So if you've got 3 scorers and you average them and each one is scoring both people, it means that all biases are applied equally, which means that you don't get to bitch about, well, I got a bad scorer, I got a bad ref.
Yeah, sword sports, or just combat sports in general, this is always a challenge to deal with. I think if you don't have something like traditional fencing where you've got an electrical current running through your sword that sets off a little beeper, it's very much open to interpretation and human error.
Yeah, I think it's one of the nice things about actually, the melees is that there's not nearly as much subjectivity. You're kind of on the ground or you're not.
Right.
But definitely when it comes down to ref scoring in duels, and even pro fights to a large extent, sometimes you walk away going, I'm not sure I believe that outcome.
Yes, I have fought a longsword match before where I blocked every single strike and still got scored the loser of the round.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gotten much better in the last couple years, I think.
Oh, certainly. We've been doing this a while, so we've seen all of it.
Right. The sport has developed, and so the scores have developed as well. William coming out hard, beating the tar out of his much less experienced opponent.
Very big combo to start the match off with.
Yeah.
Certainly got the lead early.
It's worth noting that William has extremely strong offense, throws lots of very fast strikes, but basically has no idea what defense is.
Don't see him doing a lot of blocking. He seems to be defending more through position, just not being there.
Yeah. He's willing to accept being hit if he can hit you twice, and he feels like he can always hit you twice. He had a match earlier with Brett, secondary Brett, not primary Brett.
Yep.
Where I think the score was they both scored over 30 points in a round.
Oh, I believe it. He's a very active fighting style. It's certainly, if you've got the gas tank for it, it can throw a lot of people off and shut a lot of games down. But the question always becomes, can you do it all day long?
Well, apparently he can, or at least is. It helps that he's also smaller, he's lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the thing that he does.
I believe this fighter's chin strap is undone.
Maybe he's got several? Who knows? Yeah, personally, when I see someone's armor coming off, I just kind of watch and see if there's going to be blood. And I don't bother to say anything. I'm hoping for an injury. You gotta give the audience what they want, and the audience wants blood.
Well, it looks like he's got multiple chin straps on that setup.
Yeah, I don't buckle all my safety gear either. I mostly just kind of leave it laying around and hope for the best. It's not like it's a sword sport.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can get away with some sketchier decisions on duels day.
Oh, sure. I mean, I don't really wear armor anyways. Yeah, big flurry, big strong flurry.
Big combo, yep.
Yeah, almost all of his defense is passive, just by kind of inhabiting the center lane, which he does reasonably well.
I mean, there is some credence to, I don't times.
Right, and to be clear, I'm not criticizing what he's doing. It's really working.
Right,
it's just interesting that he put all of his stat points in strikey.
Yeah, absolutely. He's clearly got something he prefers to do here.
Yeah. The downside of that is when you run into someone who swings faster than you, it's hard to adjust.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's hard to go, okay, well, what's my secondary game plan?
Yeah. Other fighters starting to waver quite a bit. His guard is almost non-existent, way low.
Yeah. I think this is also the second event that he's done today. And he's also a much newer fighter.
Yeah.
So he's done really well for what he's doing, right?
Yeah, today we've got like some high-end fighters and some new fighters. We don't have a lot of guys who are just middle ground, it seems like.
Yeah, and huge props to the Arkansasians.
I don't know what you'd call them.
Yeah, but anyways, so this is, I think, some of them, it's like their 5th time in Armor or something, and I think this is their first competitive tournament.
Yeah, it's great seeing new teams, new fighters.
Yeah, and they've got like 7 dudes here in full kit, so it's huge.
That's a big deal. Your first 8 fighters in Armor is a landmark event for any team.
Yeah, that first time you can field, 8 dudes in Armor from your hometown club, you're like, oh, we're a real team.
Hell, just getting the first 5 was a big deal. I remember we didn't get our first 5 until a year or 2 into fighting, maybe.
Yeah, and sometimes, we still only have 3 or 4 actually make it to a tournament.
Yeah.
When BJ poisons our gas tank and half of them get stuck in Missouri. Then we got to pair up with the Canadians.
That good old Canuck luck.
Yeah. Team still got 3rd, though. You guys did great.
Oh, Canada.
But, yeah. You guys hard carried. That was impressive.
Yeah, the Canadian team certainly helped out quite a bit. They've got some good fighters in their team. I think my biggest takeaway from the Canadian team would have been they know what to do, but they tend to fight their own teammate a little too much. And this is something that we used to do a whole lot of. I go to grab some guy and pull him to the ground, and then you come up and grab him and pull him the other direction, and then we start fighting each other instead of taking this guy down.
Yeah, and I think that's I think that's strictly a nature of, like, we get to practice together 3 times a week, and I think that they practice together when they go to tournaments.
Yeah, it's a bit of a luxury that we have to be able to train not only indoors, but as often as we do, so that makes a big difference.
Yeah, as much as we train, you'd think we'd be pretty good at the sport or something. Hasn't worked out so far.
We're trying to get there.
We'll be good someday.
Every day's a struggle. I think we're going into semis, or is this finals here?
Well, I believe the pool fight, or the first bracket fight, was Mikey versus Thomas, so I think that would have been quarters.
All I have here is a sheet of pools. We would need to pull up the...
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, we could look on Smooth Comp, but that sounds like work.
Yeah. Our job is just to tell you what's going on in the list, and that's what we'll do, by golly.
And my job is actually to make fun of people.
Isn't that what commentating is?
Yeah, that's what I do it. Yeah, Brett wandered off to go do something, so you're stuck with me.
I believe he is helping BJ get into his armor. Or
right.
was.
Yeah.
I think that BJ is borrowing some of Brett's armor. You can tell because it's rusty and looks like crap.
Yeah, well, you can also tell because BJ does not own any armor.
I think that I fought for 4 or 5 years before I started getting my own full kit.
And you're still not happy with it.
I think that's the trick, is as soon as you get happy with it, you know you've done something wrong.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. Actually, no, your latest set is... was pretty good, but I think the measurements were not quite right or something. Your van braces were a little large.
I've talked to Parabanos, and I've learned that he will add a little bit of size to whatever measurement you give him. And his explanation is for for when you get a pump or some actual vascularity from fighting and working out and stuff. But he must get a much bigger pump than I do, because the arms that he made for me were quite big for me. Yeah. All the legs that I've got fit pretty well. They're just a little bit too big, but it's all right. Everything works well enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably also to a certain degree that, like, if the armor doesn't fit, he's got to remake it.
Yeah.
An armor that is a little too big still works just fine.
Yeah.
Armor that is a little too small doesn't work at all.
That's a very good point, and I think it's very real that if you can't be physically there to have your smith fit it and measure you and everything, there's going to be this degree of imperfection that has to be present just so he can make sure it's right.
And I think one of the nice things about having the academy and having the size team that we do, because we've got, I don't know, counting the mythics, I think we've got pushing 30 people in armor.
Yeah.
Is that if something is slightly the wrong size, you can be like, who wants to wear this? Who does this actually fit?
Right.
And then you just sell it to them, and then you just go, hey man, I want to reorder another piece.
Yeah. Armor tends to hold its value really well, so if something comes in and then it's buying armor is more of an investment because you can always get some or most of that money back.
Yeah, you'll get 75 to 80% of it back.
Yeah, pretty much always.
Like, very, very few times do I take a piece of armor and go, this is for the scrap heap. Matter of fact, I don't know that I've ever done that.
Yeah. I even sold some broken elbows before, and they sold super fast. And I clearly sold them as broken. Not that I was trying to pull one over on anybody, but like they didn't care. They're like, cool, I'll patch it up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to weld it, you can make anything work, right?
So Cyrus just called out longsword bronze medal match. So it looks like we've got Thomas Cromer and Keanu
Reeves?
Frederick.
Okay. Yeah,
we couldn't get Reeves. He's on standby though.
Right. He's doing some sort of John Wick thing. Let's see. That is the gentleman that we just saw get absolutely demolished by William Aloway?
I believe so, yes.
So based on his level of tiredness and the fact that he's fighting, I think, back-to-back.
More or less. He's had a few minutes of rest just now, but that's about it.
Yeah, I expect Thomas to ruffle his stomp.
Obviously I'm biased. Thomas is from our home gym, so I would love to see him win. But I think it's going to be a pretty even match from what I've seen all day. If Thomas can dig deep and just leave it all out there, I think he's got a real chance.
Yeah, certainly. I think what it comes down to for me is at the end of your second or third event, a 5-minute break is not enough, and a 15-minute break is pretty good. So, like, Thomas has had 15, 20 minutes. This guy has had, 5. I just think that the gas tank difference between that, especially for newer fighters, is just hard to overcome.
Thomas normally has a really good gas tank, but he has been fighting all day, and we've been pushing him to fight real hard all day. So we'll see how much he's got left.
In his match against Cyrus, we're like, I don't know that you're going to win, but you could probably just beat the tar out of him real good, see if you can run him out of gas.
Yeah. If you're new and you're going up against a guy you can't beat, and you can't beat him, well, you can either lose real slow, or you can go out there and go for a win and just swing away.
Yeah, that's true.
You got nothing to lose but to make him tired.
Remember, kids, if you can't win, you can at least ruin their day.
Absolutely.
All right, Thomas on the right, and Keanu, not Reeves, on the left.
Wish we could color code it for you, but everyone likes to wear black.
Yeah, well,
Thomas has the big nasal bretache, the big piece over his nose in the center of his helmet.
Thomas looks as though he's wearing a helmet out of our loaner gear, because he is. Although I think he owns everything else at this point.
He owns most of his armor now. Been fighting for over a year. Yeah, did it a lot faster than I did. 2 shots for Thomas right out of the gate.
Oh, nice. He's sniping those elbows. He's stepping to the side and then doing that down strike as he clears.
A couple of these shots from Thomas are hitting hands. He might be having a hard time getting through this defense of his opponent.
Yeah, he's throwing straight into the sword, which I don't normally recommend because it's called a block.
I think the lead that Thomas had, he may have just lost in that last couple of exchanges. feeling pretty even.
I think he's, well, certainly now he's up a couple points.
Yeah. He certainly regained it now.
Yeah. It seems like he's moved to more of a snipe range game, and I don't feel like Keanu has the gas to close and riposte in time.
Yeah, Keanu's guard is not moving as much as it should be.
Yeah.
I think if Thomas stays at range, he's going to have a better chance at beating this guy.
It does look that way.
Definitely going to give that first round to Thomas. I think Keanu's digging deep for that gas tank right now.
Yeah, if I had to score that, I'm going to say 8-5. Just a guess based on how I felt about it. There's no science to those numbers.
I've seen some refs who work that way, so that tracks.
Keanu wants to win this because the score is cumulative over both rounds, so he starts round 2 with theoretically like a 3-point deficit or something. So it's not like if you win the second round, it goes to round 3. It's you've got to have your score total be the highest at the end of round 2. So he needs to not only take this round, but he needs to take it conclusively by at least 6 points, because you'd have to win by 3 points for it to not be a draw. Thomas is having none of it. Yeah.
He's been using that kick quite a bit today. He's really enjoying it.
Just cut off one of Keanu's arming points. Kind of cool. Oh, in the corner.
It's probably the best fighting I've seen out of Thomas all day. He's really firing on all cylinders right now. Going for a takedown, couldn't get it. Backs out, gets a strike.
But did end up putting him in a disadvantageous position and took the score up off of it. So
he's certainly bullying this other guy. I think he's getting a little gun shy now. We're seeing fewer and fewer shots come out of his opponent.
Yeah, I think he's just tired. And I think those kicks, while they don't score any points, especially if you're already tired, they just wear down your stamina bar.
Certainly throws you off your game plan, and you have to readjust and go, what am I going to do now?
Now you see Thomas is real tired now too. He's having trouble actually swinging his sword correctly.
He's only got a couple seconds left to make it. Both fires absolutely gassed.
Yeah. So I'm going to say that round was also Thomas. I think matched to Thomas.
I would have to agree. I'm pretty sure that Thomas took both rounds.
Yeah.
I think he took the second round better than the first round.
I think that's true. He seemed a lot more confident, a lot more energetic than his opponent in the second rounds. He's pushing him around a good bit and using that push around to score points.
It's always a hell of a motivator to know that this is your last match of the day too, and that gets you really far, knowing, okay, I've just got this one last match and I'm done. I can take all this crap off.
Yeah, yeah. Although I think we're going to try and force Thomas to do a pro fight.
I would love to see that.
I don't think he
Thomas
knows that.
won't, but that'd be cool for us.
Yeah, I don't think we've discussed it with him, but I'm pretty sure we're going to... that's like an hour from now. He's got plenty of time.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we could prevent him from taking that armor off.
Right, yeah. Yeah, he's tired. We could sit on him.
Yeah, a lot easier than he could take it off.
Sure,
yeah.
100%. Especially with his little thing he's stuck in those gauntlets.
It'd be a shame if we just taped his hands in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Round 3.
Oh,
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, that indicates that they were within 3 points. So I'm going to guess that maybe Thomas was only 1 or 2 up. I do not think a third round is going to go in Keanu's favor because he looks more tired than Thomas, but we'll see.
Yep, we'll see. I mean, both fighters fighting on their reserves here.
And there's someone standing in front of me, so fuck that guy.
A couple points up for Thomas.
Yeah, I've got no idea.
Yep, that guy makes a better wall than a window.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you move?
Hey, sir.
Awesome, that guy moved, and now I can see fighting. I've got no idea what the score is, but Thomas is hitting the other guy. And
it was pretty even with Thomas slightly up a minute ago. Not sure how it went. We had a spectator in our way, unfortunately.
Yeah. Of those last 4 shots I saw between 2 from each person, one of them was flat from each person. So, like, who knows? Flat shots are always interesting because sometimes the judges will score them depending on angle, and sometimes they won't.
Yep. And that's the one thing I do like about having 4 counters is that somebody across the side may see something you didn't see.
Yeah.
Sometimes leads to a little bit more discrepancies, but as long as we're not looking like a 10-point spread, it's not a big deal.
No, and I've been watching the counters today just out of curiosity, just looking at their scores. And most of the counters have been within a point or two of each other for the same rounds. For
Yeah.
the same.
When
So
I was
that's good.
When I was scoring with Julie, we
Oh
kept.
God, are we going to round 4?
I think they're being prepared for it.
Four,
Round four. Wow, it's only the second time it's happened today.
I'm curious. Okay, so the score is someone is 2 points up, and again, I kind of have to assume it's Thomas, but like I don't know.
Both these fighters are definitely going to have to dig deep. This is going to be a fight of cardio more than it is anything else. Adam.
So what I really want to see is I want to see Thomas lead with a stab.
In the fight early.
Yeah, just like the first one is free essentially. Okay, so I think they're both about 1-1 right now,
Give or take, yeah.
This is only 30 seconds, so
Very even
they
so
really
far.
need to.
Make it more of a conclusive win.
Yeah. Again, it looks pretty even. Thomas might be ahead by a point.
But he's going to have to get more than that.
Looks even again.
Looked
Man,
very even.
I'm gonna say that looked like maybe 4-4 to me.
These fighters are definitely going to struggle to put out a fifth round if that wasn't a win.
Yeah, they're both literally falling over from the weight of their sword swings at this point.
Yeah.
Academy gear?
Part of the problem is when you get this far in,
What's
you,
with the Academy gear?
What's what?
The Academy gear.
What about it?
Where'd you put it?
It's people are using it. You have to go find. What do you need?
Okay.
What do you
Just for the triathlon stuff, really.
Yeah, it's here somewhere.
Okay, I'll look for him.
Sorry, one of my idiot children was trying to bum Academy gear from me. Oh my God. If the counters are coming to have a discussion, that implies that we either have a disagreement or we have another draw. Okay. All right. Round 5. Round 5. Holy shit.
I think that we're coming into like a 1-2 point spread every round, and nobody can get a good enough lead for a victory.
This is going to be the final round. Okay, so there will be a winner unless, well, presumably if there's an absolute tie.
According to the head ref, after the fifth and final round, they're going to add up all of the points and determine a winner from there if we do not get a conclusive one from the fighting.
Don't they add up all the points anyways?
I think that when you get to the overtime rounds, we're only counting the points accrued during that round.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. These rules are arcane.
I'm a melee fighter, so I'm doing my best to keep on top of these.
Yeah, I'm not even a real person. All right, they're swinging. Swinging is good. They're both playing everything that they've got left on the table.
Yep.
They're dropping it. They did have maybe a 2-minute break this time, so.
Seeing maybe slightly more shots coming out of Keanu than Thomas this time. Lots of shots to the hands. Both fighters struggling to get good quality hits in. Good kick by Thomas. A couple of flats. Good strike there.
I don't have any idea what actually counted. A lot of those were weak or flat, or this could go either way.
Both these fighters have got nothing left in the tank.
You know what? Either way, this was an incredibly hard-fought match, and kudos to both of these guys. Most veteran fighters would struggle to do 5 rounds in a row.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fighting to do in this gear.
I think the most egregious thing I ever saw was I saw Cumbie and Samurai do 11 rounds to decide one match in longsword. Thomas, all right, man, that was the closest of close. There is no closer.
Yeah. Both those guys left it all out there. When they say leave it out on the field, I think both of those guys did every bit of that.
Yeah.
Now we got our first place and second place fight right here.
And this is going to be super interesting because Mikey, again, as we said, defensive, win by like as low as possible, conserve energy. And then William Alloway is like, swing, bada, 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 bada. So,
yeah. We'll see. It's going to be like polar opposites clashing. Mikey's going to want to try and be his normal lazy style, but I don't think that William's going to let him play that way.
I think we're going to see Mikey push for clenches and takedowns just to try and throw William off his game. I don't know. We'll find out. There's that first exchange. A little more tentative than I'm expecting from William, actually. He's definitely still initiating, but I don't see him diving in and throwing those repeated patterns.
He's not coming as far offline either. He seems to be going a little bit more straight line into Michael.
Yeah. Okay, there's some of the flurry I'm looking for. He's definitely throwing more shots than Mikey. I don't know how many are landing, though.
He's starting to show his game a bit too much to Michael. If you watch his hands, he preempts it and goes flat a little early, saying, hey, I'm about to come in with this combo left-right.
Yeah, the problem is I do think he is still outscoring Mikey. With that last exchange, he picked up a knee and an elbow. And there's a chest.
Yeah, Mikey's being too slow and defensive. I think Mikey's trying to have too clean of a game is what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good technical match, but you can't have a good technical match if you're going to let them swing twice as much as you, and you're not going to really outpace them with defense.
Yeah. I think Michael can pull it out if he outpaces him in this second round, but I think that I'd give that first one slightly to William.
Yeah, I don't even know that it's slightly. I think it might be as much as 2-1. Which isn't to say that Mikey played a bad game. It's just that he allowed William to throw probably 3 times as many shots.
It feels like Mikey's just unwilling to change his game. He really, really wants to play his game.
Yeah, if I was cornering Mikey, I would say you got to bully this guy and push him around. Look for those takedown attempts, not because they're super high scoring, but because they punish him for being over aggressive, and then just beat the tar out of him.
Yep.
Like hurt him real good in the first 10 seconds, and then you can score on him technically.
Looks like William's trying to snipe some forearms here. Michael going in for the press.
This is, I think, what Mikey needs to do. I think he needs to do that all day.
He needs to get more shots out when he does those presses, because he just ate 3 or 4 coming in with nothing of his own.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing any of those score from William, though. There we go.
Going for a grapple attempt.
Good. And now, but he needs to score.
Don't know if that's going to count for points. He didn't have both his hands on the blade or on his grip.
I'm not sure how that works.
It used to be the rule in IMCF you had to have both hands on the sword for throws to count.
Unfortunately, that's William.
Yeah.
That was, I think, 8 unanswered blows to the leg. That's William for the match. And you know, that's the... is there a kerfuffle? No.
No,
okay.
I think they're playing around. I see smiles.
Okay. I thought we might see someone about to square up on someone else. I'm like, well, they're already in armor, so what could they really hurt each other with?
Yeah, just let them fight.
Let them work it out. You know, it's interesting. I think one of the hallmarks of going from being a good fighter to being a truly great fighter is the ability to go, what I'm doing isn't working. I'm going to commit to doing something else.
Yeah.
And I think it's very hard to make that transition. And I think that's kind of Mikey's next step, is he needs to be able to flexibly on the fly go, that didn't work, we're not doing it again.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing with longsword is, I guess it's true for any kind of fighting style, but the long-range game and the short-range game are different. You got to be able to transition between those really effectively. You can't just stick to one game and expect it to take you everywhere.
Yeah, or even if you just, you know, I think longsword, for me, longsword is a lot more about I've got 2 games being a long-range snipe game, and then my next is just like a mid-range brawl game. I don't really feel like there's much of a close game in longsword, just because of the restrictions about how you have to hold a sword and the point scoring with grappling and whatnot. But
and that's where I want to see more. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of HEMA, but I did play HEMA for quite a while, and I would like to see more of that German longsword style coming into longsword fighting at the close range game, because there's a lot of power and a lot of strikes that can be swung from there, but we're just not seeing them out of virtually anybody.
Oh, round 3. I was not expecting a round 3.
I was not either. I really thought that William had that,
especially with that big streak of unanswered shots at the end. So okay, well we're bad at this game.
They may not be counting all of the strikes if there's not enough of a backswing on them. They're not getting enough oomph into them.
Sure, could be, right? Oh, Mikey coming out hard. This is the game he needed to play the whole time.
Yes. Much better for Mikey. Very aggressive.
Yes, he just needs to lay it. Yes,
there
yes.
We go.
Lay it on the table.
When they start pulling their hand off the sword to stop the strikes, you know you're doing something right. Mikey can just keep this pace up. He needs to keep landing shots. He's starting to fall back into his sniping game.
Yeah, but I think he was enough up that just going a 1-for-1 exchange past that point might be okay.
Yeah, he got a really definitive lead early on.
Yeah, and I think in my situations when I am confident that I am up and like there's not much time left, I just walk away. I'm like, if you want to fight me, you got to come at me. Otherwise, this match is over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always nice to have enough of a lead that you can just sit back and force them to come to you.
Yeah, come at me, bro. And then you just point your sword at their face, and they're like, I'm not stabbing you, I'm just putting my sword.
It's not a stab if you just walk into this.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I mean, I didn't stab you.
Right, I mean, I'm just swinging my fist, and if you happen to walk into them. I think that went to Mikey, but like, I've been wrong all day. So we'll see how it goes. William had a really good response. He just got trapped against the rail, and Mikey just poured it on for a few seconds, and I think that made a lot of a difference.
Yeah, I think after those first 2 rounds, he was not expecting Mikey to come out with that kind of game.
No.
And so he was just ready for another repeat of those first 2 rounds.
Well, and, circling back to what I said, the mark of becoming a really great fighter is being able to go, that didn't fucking work, we're doing something else. And he certainly did. He did something else.
Absolutely. Fires to the center. Looks like we got a winner.
All right. If Mikey wins, don't tell him what I said. Yeah, sorry. Okay, the drama. Just okay,
hey, there we go.
All right, that's. I got around right. I finally got around correct. You know what? Good for us.
That was a great fight.
That really was. I think that you could see that William really respected Mikey's skill because he did not just step in and blast like he has the entire rest of the day.
Absolutely. He fought Michael very differently than he did anyone else.
Yeah. I'll also tell you, I think that was a mistake. I think he just should have gone balls to the wall.
Yeah.
And just been like, I'm going to run this score up, bro. What you got?
He's been doing pretty well all day, so I think we've kind of neglected his gas tank, but I think he may have actually just been quite tired there at the end.
He wasn't fighting like he was tired. He didn't have any of the drooping sword. He didn't have any of the drag to his steps. He looked like he just made the choice that swarming this guy isn't going to work.
Right.
And I think it would have. I mean, I think he would have gotten hit a lot more than he's used to, but I think he would have outscored because Mikey's inclination is to try and make space.
Yep. I think we are entering a break period now. Let me double check for us.
I feel broken. Pretty much every day.
Are we on break now?
You're a 10-minute break before triathlon starts.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check on the dog.
Okay.
All right, we got a 10-minute break, and Sean is going to go play with the dog. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but I'm still talking, I guess. It's cool. We're just here together. Yeah, I'm still here. I haven't gone anywhere. there anything going on in the chat? I got no idea. I can't see the chat. I don't even know if we have anyone watching. Sometimes I just like to throw the words out into the void. It's like journaling, but not for teenage girls.
Want to still talk? Because I turned the mic off.
No, I don't care. I can still hear myself. That's the weird part. Is there a chat? And we're back.
All right, we're about to get into the triathlon. Again, this tournament, winner of this tournament will represent the USA in 3-4 months.
It's August, right?
4 months? 5 months? 5 months.
In August.
Anyway, later this year at the IMCF World Championship in Houston.
Houston, Texas.
So, should be interesting. I think this is the first time that IMCF's ever had it. Previously, I know Battle of the Nations had it, but even then, I think it was only available to the winners of each category, or maybe the medalists in each category. So, this is the first time I'm aware of there being a large-scale tournament in the U.S. Doing it, so it should be fun.
Yeah, and this is interesting because some really notable names have showed up to contest this. Specifically, we got Shoshana Schellens, who is certainly the top technical female sword fighter, but is also just probably one of the top technical sword fighters in the world.
Absolutely, and already took gold in two of the categories today. Sword and shield and longsword.
And
today.
Longsword. Okay, yeah.
So certainly the favorite in the women's division to take home gold, but you never know what's going to happen. And then men's, you have Greg Fischer, who I believe took silver in sword and board, but was a very closely contested fight. You have William Aloway, who took gold in sword and board and silver in longsword, another major favorite to possibly get there. So Mikey's not fighting in this, is he? I think he's only doing longsword, right? He's just still in armor.
Yeah, I suppose we could look at the list, right? Let's see.
Yep.
See, Greg. BJ is fighting in this. I do not see Mikey.
So I think reasonably Greg Fischer and William Aloway are probably the two favorites to win this. But there are some other fighters in the mix that, are sort of dark horses and have a chance to make a splash.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is anytime that you're fighting BJ, there's a chance that he just collapses you like a small child.
He's very large.
Yeah. He's, a very new fighter. I think we're just at his 1 year mark. But he is incredibly athletic. He's a D1 football player. He's like 22. And actually, funny story, I just added 10 pounds to my deadlift PR this past week, and I was very excited because I'm coming back from a back injury, and now my deadlift is like, my PR is 465, and I was really excited about that. And I finished repping, and it was right before practice at the academy. BJ walks in, casually, no belt, no straps, no no chalk, no stress, just right off the ground, just pulls my deadlift PR right up, and then just puts it back down, no big deal.
What an asshole.
Yeah, what a fucker. So, yeah, he's strong. His bench sucks, though, so we got him. But, yeah, so, I mean, you never know with BJ in the mix because anything can happen, right? You can cut your hand off. But I think with two of these categories of triathlon being functionally sword and shield, or sword and shield-esque, I'm feeling Greg is probably the favorite.
I think so. I lean towards Greg, though. Aloway got the win in sword and board and made it to the finals in longsword. So I think he's definitely got what it takes to win. So we'll have to see what happens. And then, of course, after the triathlon is done, we will have a few pro fights, which should be very fun. We've got BJ taking on Sean Baker. We've got Beth Hammer and Elise Ellington going at it, and Michael Johnson is going to take on Stark Norton.
I think out of that match, I think Beth versus Elise is probably the one I'm most looking forward to. I think that's going to be the most competitive.
I'm very excited for Bo versus Sean Baker. I say BJ versus Sean Baker, but
His name is Woju Scarlet, but that's a lot, so we all just call him BJ. Yeah, no, I think that'll be, obviously, all the heavyweight matches tend to be a lot more fun, right? But I think BJ is a lot more experienced than Sean. And I think that over the course of a pro fight, that's, I don't think it's going to be particularly competitive.
No, I don't think it is either, but I enjoy watching him fight.
Yeah, especially if it's not a first-person point of view where he's trying to punch me in the face.
Right.
BJ keeps trying to get me to pro fight him, and of course we practice together and do judo and stuff together all the time, but he's like, you should pro fight me, you should pro fight me. I'm like, dude, you have me by like 60 pounds and you're not fat. You have me by like 60 pounds of size. Go beat on someone your own size.
He's very strong.
And it's not even just the strength, like, although obviously he's very strong. But a lot of it is just like, in a pro fight, we're talking about reach, right? We're talking about your ability to move mass with mass, or to resist being moved by having an extra 60 pounds. And it's just, it matters. It really matters, especially over the duration of a pro fight. Makes a big difference. That's why we have weight classes at all.
He also has a fairly incredible gas tank.
Yeah.
That being said, this is a bunch of stuff he hasn't done. I would be shocked if he can put it to Greg Fischer here. But I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, no, I don't expect him. I expect him to have a lot of enthusiasm and throw a lot of shots. And I expect Greg Fischer to deal with it handily, but we're going to find out. That's how fighting works, right? It's all theory crafting until someone punches someone else in the mouth. Which wouldn't be legal, but it would still be funny.
You need electrolytes as well.
I guess you can't punch them anywhere anymore, can you?
You can kind of rub in his racing with your shield.
That's true. That's true.
And again, triathlon is sword and shield, sword and buckler, and longsword. So there's 3 rounds. Each one requires a switch in weapon set. Is this cumulative points over 3 rounds, or is this?
I have no idea. I was about to ask if you win the first 2, is it over?
I have to assume no.
Well, there's no way sword and buckler's cumulative points, right?
I guess it depends how they do sword and buckler.
Like you get 5 points max.
I mean, they could have changed it to timed, I suppose. This is really a fairly good exchange. Greg is definitely picking up more landed blows, but in terms of thrown blows, it's pretty even.
Nice little fake there from Greg.
BJ is getting some good low leg shots, though.
Yeah, he is. BJ's making it a competitive match. I do feel like, for every 3 or 4 shots thrown, Greg comes up 1 or 2 on it. So over the course of this match, I think he's got a pretty big lead now. But, oh, not bad. I should have stayed in on it. Yeah. Greg gets those 2 points straight back.
Prolonged leg exchange where I think they came out fairly even, but now Greg is tearing them apart. And, I think that goes fairly obviously to Greg, especially in the back third of the match, or the back third of the round.
Yeah, I think it's got to.
But you know what? BJ was doing a pretty good job using his greater reach to score some of those leg snipes. And his shield work was not terrible. He was catching some blocks. BJ's sheer physicality kind of makes him competitive at the mid-level with almost everything, even if he hasn't trained at it.
Yeah, and he's an amazing athlete. Just one of those people.
Fucking hate him. Can you imagine how good we'd be if we were 6'3"? Genetics.
6'3" and jacked.
Well, the jack thing you've got some choices about. The 6'3" thing, not so much.
Yeah, but I don't want to lift weights.
Dude, lifting weights is all that keeps me from killing all of them. and potentially as many other people as I can get to. All right, we switched to sword and buckler. And you know what? Holy
I think
shit,
he
DJ's
takes
coming
that.
to it.
I can't believe it. He took that. He took that.
I think he did.
Yep. Possibly a little bit of a punch to the face, but you know.
Who cares? BJ went with his strength, and his strength was strength. And he swung a lot. He swung first. He swung from range, and he did not stop. And to a certain extent, that's a good strategy, especially for sword and buckler.
He did very good.
And that's kind of the thing that we're talking about. I don't know that he's ever done anything with sword and buckler before, but he understood the assignment and went, this is my path to victory.
That was a really good round.
Yes. I think he back-footed Greg off the bat a little bit by just being willing to bang, and I think Greg was always perpetually just about one strike behind. I do wish they would tell us the results of every round. But maybe, I do wish I understood how it was scored, I suppose. I don't know.
I might, right after this, I think I'll go to Cyrus and ask him how this is scored, so I know.
Now, BJ has done longsword before. Of course, Greg is also an accomplished longsword fighter. So I think this is going to be the contest in which they collectively should be closest, quote unquote. But Greg obviously has tremendously more experience than BJ does. But again, the physicality and the reach comes into play. Assuming BJ can even get his gauntlet on, I have no idea. I think he's wearing your gauntlets, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, man, those have got to be tight on him.
I think he's trying to put on the right gauntlet. The right gauntlet, half of the glove's not attached to the.
Very snappy exchanges. Greg throwing some good high flirt. There we go. Machine gun from Greg low.
Yeah.
Traded legs for heads.
Greg is not hitting very hard. I think a lot of these are counted, but there's several in here that I do not think are going to be counted. I don't think it's enough to make him down this round, but it is a little interesting. Really, two really good shots there. Had some force behind both of those.
Yeah, BJ's doing a pretty good job blocking that center line, and a lot of Greg's attacks come center line.
I don't know that BJ's ever really done longsword. Good fight, good fight.
I want to say that was Greg up. However, as you noted, some of those shots might not have scored.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if Greg didn't take round 1, round 3.
I'd be shocked if he didn't take round 1. I wouldn't be shocked if he took round 3. I just don't feel that's how it went.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is going. I'm going to go figure out how this is scored.
Yeah, let me know. Now I'm thoroughly confused because I think they're doing sword and buckler again. I'd also like to point out that from like a perspective or scaling standpoint, that longsword just looks like an arming sword in BJ's hand. What the fuck? Winner Greg. Fantastic. All right, lay it on us. How's this work?
All right, so Cyrus says it is cumulative points.
Wow.
With sword and shield and longsword. It's just standard cumulative points.
Mm-hmm.
You get whatever you score.
Okay.
For sword and buckler, winner gets 5, loser gets 0. So it is a 5-point swing.
That could either be very important or not at all, depending on their fighting sides.
Yep.
I mean, you never want to give up 5 points, but that might not be very much in a really aggressive longsword round.
Yeah.
You got Beth Hammer and I think Elise.
Yes.
Elise in the blue, Beth in the red and black.
So far, it feels like Elise has a slight advantage. I feel like she got up 2 points early, and then they've been kind of just exchanging. Oh, nice
Certainly
couple of shots
now.
right there. Yeah, now she's definitely up.
I think
Beth.
she's doing a slightly better job catching the low leg block with her shield. Is probably what's playing into it.
Yeah, I think so. Beth going for a fake. Takes a shot to the leg. Elise returns it.
It's a good headshot
Nice.
from Beth.
Yeah, nice shot slot. But Elise goes right back to leg. Leg again, leg again.
Yeah.
I think Elise ended that up for 4 points. Maybe that's
I think
mostly
I'd
a
agree with
guess.
that.
Mostly a guess off of vibes.
Well, that's always a guess, right?
Yeah.
So's the judging. It's interesting because normally the low leg shot tends to be more thrown by the shorter person. And but I think Elise probably has a couple of inches on Beth, and I think was the person throwing it by far more. We'll see how this goes. The last sword and buckler match, I think, was 8 seconds or so. So let's see if this one goes long enough to have any commentary about it. Elise is using an interesting historical piece for a shield. She's got, I think, what amounts to a Talhofer shield, which has got that sort of distinctive, almost octagonal shape, but is elongated vertically.
Yeah, I really like it. I don't believe those are legal in H&B, but I kind of dig that they get allowed in IMCF.
They're certainly cool. I think Elise is up currently. Again, yeah, and that was Elise with the leg shots. Now you'll notice that you see the refs raising their hands. It requires both refs scoring on a person to raise their hands. So you need 2 refs to agree. That has been 1, but it looked like that went to Elise. So I think that's 2 rounds to Elise. And I'm gonna guess, it's just a guess, I think it's about 4 points positive coming out of the first round. And if she won the second sword and buckler, that'd be a 5-0. So she's probably 9 up, give
Now,
or take.
this is moving into longsword, which is, I believe, Beth's favorite category.
Yeah, I think she was the silver medalist last year for IMCF US or AMCF.
I think she was the gold medalist AMCF this year, with Julie taking silver. So she and Julie, I believe, are representing the U.S.
Okay.
at IMCF Worlds.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that Elise competed against her there, but
Yeah, and longsword is not something Elise does a lot. But the question is, can she do it well enough to keep a 9-point lead? I think Beth is up about 2 points right now.
Yeah.
Reminder, hands don't count, so it's a safe block. I think Beth's still up by probably 2 to 3 points.
I've got her up 4 now, but there's some question marks in there.
I think Beth, again, just picking up little 1 points here and there. Did she get close enough? I got 7.
I got 7 or 8. I had one that I was iffy on, so mine's 7 to 8. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to another round. I don't know what the rules are on that though.
I have
So
no idea. So
I wonder if it goes to the person who won 2.
Quite possibly. I know that for the other matches, you had to win by 3 points.
Yep.
And if it wasn't 3 points gap, you just did another round. So we'll see what happens. No, we've got a winner. We've got a winner.
All right.
I think if our math is correct, this goes to Elise, but man, this could have also been Beth, right? Beth.
Beth takes it. Yep.
Not what I thought, but neither am I surprised, right?
Yeah, I think when my count was, I had Elise up by 1. I think that's plenty close to go the other way.
Yeah, I had Elise up by 2, and you know what? That supposes that our sword and shield count was correct, as well as our longsword count, and basically there's no possible chance we got that the same that the judges did.
Yeah.
Even 2 judges with flickers watching the same thing often are more than 3 points apart. Although I have been watching our counter scores today, just out of curiosity, and they all have been within a couple points mostly, which is good. That means that the rules are being applied consistently, and the refs are seeing the same things.
It looks like we got Alex and Shosh here.
Alex on the left with the tan shield and the blue and black, and then Shoshana in the blue and white with the Raven heater shield. I think it's a Raven, isn't it? Could be a crow.
Same.
So apparently they're super different, and like if I was an ornithologist, I could maybe talk to you about it, but I'm not. Shosh leading off with that leg snipe. Yeah, favorite.
Nice cross. Throwing it twice.
Another leg snipe.
I wonder if she's going to keep going back to that cross. Interestingly, their last match they fought earlier today, I was really surprised that Shosh did not throw the cross much when I thought it was there. I wonder if she will now, having thrown the cross so early.
You think she was saving it?
I don't know. She may have just been more comfortable with the fight over there.
Yeah. And again, Shosh is just highly technical. It's actually typically very easy to score her matches because her shots tend to be very clean.
Really nice 3-shot combo there.
Yeah.
Nice slot.
I like the fluidity in her strikes and pullbacks as one leads straight to the other. It's very efficient.
Yeah.
Another 3 scored there. May have taken 1 in return. Hard to tell, but very good round. Very good round from Shosh.
But big props to Alex, who's one of our local fighters, and you know, I think she's also about at her 1-year mark, maybe a little over at this point. But yeah, she's got a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of heart. I love to see her out here doing it. Now we're on the sword and buckler. I'll be interested to see if Shoshana keeps that same very deliberate pace, or if she just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just like, that's a thing you could do. It's
I don't know. I bet you she goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't actually know that I think that it's the right call.
I'll take the opposite side of that, just to play devil's advocate. I think it's going to be technical. Let's see.
I was just about to ask you that.
1, 2, 3. I had 5. Okay, there we go. So that was somewhere in the middle, I think. Like, it was definitely faster than it was technical, but it also wasn't a machine gun.
I think she got to about 4 on the first press and then took her time on the last.
Yeah. It wasn't the machine gun rapidity that we saw out of Greg and BJ.
BJ, yeah.
But it was certainly very quick. It's an interesting tournament. We've got teams here, or fighters representing Colorado, Arkansas, of course Texas.
It's been, I said it before, I'm really impressed with how many people are here from Arkansas. Just like,
And there's 7 of them in kit here today.
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and for most of them, this is their 5th time in armor and their first competitive event, like their first tournament.
That's really cool. Have they done? Many have done other stuff. It looked like some of them were somewhat familiar with sword fighting.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see that team blow up so quickly.
Yeah. Shoshana going just kind of full technical on this one. Just very easy pace, block, riposte, or jam strike.
Yeah, she's being... Okay, there's a hard... I was
kind of snappy.
Yeah, so, man, earlier in longsword, she was throwing some of the hardest longsword shots I've ever seen her throw. She did one there, but...
Yeah. Most of these are kind of mid-range power, like they're not notable for either being soft or hard, but she did have one there that was pretty snappy.
Yeah, she hit, I think when she was fighting Katie earlier today, she got up a little bit and like ahead in pace where Katie's block was just behind, and she blasted her several times. I was like, these are some of the hardest shots I've seen in longsword.
Yeah, well, I think also, Katie is not a soft swinger particularly either. Not that she's trying to blast anyone, but she's just, a strong, bigger person. So when she moves the sword, it moves with authority. So it's entirely possible that Shoshana just went, okay, here we go.
Yep.
And the nice thing about this is, especially in something like longsword, you can really hit someone about as hard as you want to, and you're not going to hurt them. It's not. The armor's too effective. The weapon is too light.
Yep.
And too backbladed. So what you almost see is like, swinging hard is a tactical choice, right? Like if you should be swinging hard if you feel like there's an advantage, and that advantage isn't going to be you hurt them, because you probably won't. All right, William Alloway, Greg Fischer.
There's a very good chance that this is the finals. I see this as a round robin. I don't see a finals afterwards. So this might be the winner of the tournament. Oh, gets disarmed as well.
Yeah, Greg just literally beat him into the corner and then beat the sword out of his hand.
It's interesting that only counts as 1 point, the disarm, because he basically saved himself probably 15 points by dropping, or 5 points by dropping that sword.
There's certainly a meta involved with that. Not that I'm accusing him of abusing that meta. I'm not. I think he literally got disarmed, but
Greg
is putting the boots to him, and those are
really
hard swings.
Winning this round, yep.
William at this point is like, I don't really want any more of that. Ironically, setting himself up for more of that. I think the key things that are happening every time is Greg is getting his shield inside of William's shield and then using that to cross out his sword and his shield.
Beautiful,
Very
beautiful.
nice.
He's thrown that several times. That's the first one that has just been a clean, beautiful setup.
Yeah, it was just shield block, low, duck, reverse under the sword, clean to the opposite side of the visor. Just textbook.
That was gorgeous. I mean, he did it multiple times earlier, but earlier it always felt like he was being pretty for the sake of trying to be pretty. That was just beautiful.
That was not only pretty, but it was tactically the correct thing to do at the time.
Yep.
Which I'm going to go out on a limb and say that, like, he may have just mashed the button at the correct time and gotten lucky with the tactical part, but it still looked real good.
Whatever works.
Yeah. I will say that I have a religious objection to spin shots, but I can still appreciate a good one. All right.
Oh, Alloway gets in low.
Oh, I think that's William.
Yeah, Alloway takes that.
Yeah, again, much like we saw with BJ, and maybe he took notes from that round. He got in early, swung first, and did not stop.
I feel like Greg just expected William to back up, because Greg
dominated that previous match.
Yeah, he closed a distance that you normally would not want to close not aggressively, and he closed it not aggressively, if you understand. Like, he walked into range and let William start the fight, but without having to cover the range himself.
Yeah, and especially in sword and buckler, and I feel like this is where people that are used to timed rounds go wrong, is they expect that the first engagement is not going to be the only engagement. And I'll tell you, the majority of times, the first engagement, sword and buckler, is the only engagement.
Yep.
So you've got to be prepared to either defend yourself and shut them down, or you've got to play that snipe game and not let that machine gun opportunity happen.
All right, it'll be interesting to see where this goes. Greg did not fight longsword earlier today. William fought, took silver.
Good aggression from both fighters. Lots of high game.
I feel like
I think Greg's, well,
William went up early. Greg got a little get back. Now William might be back up. Now he's almost definitely back up.
Some of this is going to come down to how these are being scored.
Yeah. Beautiful
nice,
kick.
but did not follow up quite.
He got a couple.
enough.
We got at least one out of it.
Yeah, but he should have moved into that middle distance and just dominated that
He should
corner.
look at that kick again. William didn't like it.
Right now. Oh, I saw him want to do it.
Kick him. Oh, a couple of those are landing. That landed.
Yeah, they're
Greg's
freebies.
kind of coming back with this. William took. This is close. This is just a really back and forth. Every time that it seems like one of the fighters is starting to take control, the other fighter comes back and does the same.
So here's the deal. I felt like that one was a toss-up, slight edge to William. I felt like, obviously, sword and buckler, 5 points to William. I feel like Greg wins with a bullet because of the dominating score that carries over from sword and shield.
I think you might be right. It's tough. Anytime you have really high volume matches, you know that the counters can have a huge effect on it.
Yeah.
And what exactly they're looking for and what they want to count in lower volume matches. You know, if counters miss 1 out of 10 shots, it's not that big a deal. Or 1 out of 8 shots, you know, it can be not that big a deal. But in matches like this, it can have a huge effect.
And counters can just get overwhelmed. Yeah,
Greg
okay.
take it, yep.
But excellent match. And again, you know, in my opinion, William, well, I don't know that it's an opinion. William definitely won sword and buckler. But in my opinion, he also came out a little bit ahead in longsword. But man, if you've got a big enough loss in one category, you basically got to kill your opponent.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it's interesting because that's a lot like pro fights are the same way. You know, you can always win a pro fight at the last 10 seconds if you make them quit. So it's kind of the same thing. Like, as long as there's a round left, you can win. You just got to blow it out. This is BJ versus, I don't know.
Connor Monton.
Monton, another one of the Arkansas guys. I think he's their primary armor dude.
Okay.
And interestingly enough, you can't see it from here. He has what I believe to be the single largest arming belt I have ever seen. I believe it is like almost a foot tall of thick leather, and it is practically armor in and of itself. If this were SCA, that would be the only thing he was wearing on his torso.
I don't think he has fought yet today.
I don't think so either.
Interesting shield shape, not one that you see picked very often.
Yeah, it's like a modified heater.
BJ, really solid start. Solid defense too, I'm surprised. Now he's starting to let more get through, but
he's making it
taking
up.
him back, yep.
You know what, I'll be honest, if Monton's gonna keep letting him hammer that leg,
Nice.
BJ should keep hammering that
Yep.
leg.
He can keep getting aggressive with that push.
Monton has really wild out there shield work, like it's very open from his body.
Yeah, BJ is really taking control of this fight. Monton is getting, he's getting his licks in, but
not enough.
Not enough.
I think he's overwhelmed at this point. It's also worth noting that BJ is literally physically pushing him around at will. Which there's a size disparity here. It's hard to resist.
BJ using that Tilco. This is gonna be the last time I ever see that Tilco.
Don't let him use that. That's my Tilco.
It was your Tilco.
Ah, shit. No, we need to swap that because, like, it's the last one I got. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, God. Is it broken? Oh, please don't be broken. All right. Cyrus saw the problem.
Yes. I love that multiple people from the academy all saw it at the same time. Like, get that out of his hand.
Yeah. No, because he was... a Tilco is a finesse weapon.
Yeah.
Of which BJ has 0. So I think what they handed him is essentially a crowbar and drag. And that is the appropriate tool for his fighting style. Also, he won't notice the weight difference. His opponent will, though. Yeah, so that Tilco is, for some of our smaller fighters or our women, it's really the only sword that they should be using. And literally, BJ will just snap it.
Yeah, well, I mean, really, it's just for sword and board and sword and buckler. It's one of the nicest swords to buy. It's just
Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of making something ultra light and ultra competitive is you remove a lot of the durability.
Yeah. I feel like BJ just removed a lot of the durability from Monten there.
Yeah, I mean, at least those Age of Craft legs.
Did we determine they're from Age of Craft?
They are Age of Craft. I found them.
Okay. So, pro tip, I don't recommend anyone buy those because the way that those are attached at the knee to the greave, I disagree with fundamentally from a functional standpoint.
So, I was telling Sean, I really want to wear them because I'm not entirely sure there's anything wrong with them. I just know that I hate them.
I don't know that there's anything wrong with them. I think that they're not optimal, and I don't know why you would choose to do that as it has no functional benefit.
I mean, it keeps it from falling down onto your ankle. But I want to know how.
Holy shit.
Beautiful.
BJ opening with a kick that literally folded the list back with his opponent, and then just beating the tar out of him. And again. Oh, God, stop!
Cyrus.
BJ may have just killed someone. That man looks done.
Yeah, he may be.
They're saying it's an armor failure. I believe the failure is please stop hitting me. It looks like something with his helmet.
Did he drop his gauntlet on purpose?
That would be the dumbest possible movement. Not that I haven't seen people do that exact thing.
In the moment, sometimes you make weird calls.
Yeah. Good for BJ for having the presence of mind to stop. I don't know that I would have. It just wouldn't have registered for me, I suspect. But we've definitely had incidents where people do silly things like attempt to reach out and block a sword or an axe strike with their open hand.
Yeah.
Bad call. Always a bad call.
Yeah, we had a person or an opponent early on in our training who blocked one of Austin Ponticelli's shots with his open hand, and it blew a chunk of meat out of his hand. It was very gross.
Yeah. Dull axe did not matter. Cut right through
I'm
the
trying to
jaw.
remember what it was. Was it the Dole? I thought maybe it was the falchion, but I can't remember.
I think it was an axe. I was not there for it. I had to go, I think, for my brother's funeral or something like that.
Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't that.
There was some reason I was at too.
I
BJ's just abusing those kicks. ironically not scoring a lot of points right now because he's throwing repeatedly into his opponent's. Oh, did he just? Oh,
No,
he
no,
lost
he's
the
good.
plate.
Yeah, that plate was hanging. No, it's fine. It's not needed. Not needed.
Again, his opponent might be dying. So BJ's getting excellent setups with those kicks, and then he's just repeatedly throwing straight down the center of his opponent's guard.
Great kick. Good.
That was flat. He's just... It's like he's kicking a puppy.
Good round by BJ there. A very
His opponent has had enough. He's
Very-
like, absolutely not.
very dominant performance.
Yeah, yeah. And I think the important takeaway here is that's what you get when you wear a hound skull. If you don't want to be kicked like a dog, don't dress like one. Absolutely no finesse from BJ with any of his sword strikes. It was like watching someone chop wood, but you know what? Wood never comes out ahead in that exchange. So,
But those wood chopping competitions are fun to watch. So
that's true. That's true.
can't remember what it's called. What are those
The
called?
lumberjack competitions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess so.
I like the one where it's like, how fast can you climb up the tree and then cut the top off? And like you gotta cut off the top and then go down 6 feet, cut off the next top or whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you cut. Is that the one where you cut wedges, then you wedge a board into it, then you step up onto the board, and then cut a new wedge?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. And then you've got to get to the top and cut off the top X feet or something. It's really cool. Mostly, it's really cool because I look at that and I go, I have no idea how to do any of that, and would definitely cut off some part of my body. All right, this is going to be Beth and Shoshana. And I think this is going to be pretty interesting. Shoshana, again, very strong, very technical as a sword fighter. Beth is very strong at being strong, and also just a good sword fighter. So we're going to see what approach comes out ahead here. It's fairly even so far. It's a nice sneak from Shosh.
I think Shoshana's up
Yeah.
like 4 or 5.
Certainly
points
by now, yeah. It was very even in the initial exchange.
It was a time. There was a time for sure.
That seems to have corrected her distance and her guard. But is she going to be able to score the points to make up the difference? Not so far. Is she fighting with one of your shields, Brent?
She is. They're both fighting with my shields.
So 2 of the top sword fighters in their division in the country fighting with your gear?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. That's Optimum Arms.
Yeah.
And I encourage you all to check it out. Oh, that was a nice pop in there to the visor.
Yep.
You know what? No matter how far up you are in points, if someone just reaches out and pops your visor, you're like, that's demoralizing.
Yeah, and you know what I will say is that, you know, from here, you know, going into this, there was no question in most people's mind Beth was not going to win that round.
It's about limiting the score run.
Exactly, and I would say that she actually kept that pretty close and gave herself a good chance moving into Sword and Buckler. Sword and Buckler's a little more random. She's got the chance of pulling something out, and then Longsword is her category to begin with. So,
And typically the highest scoring category.
Yep. So I think that she is, you know,
Being
obviously she'd
tactical.
like to be up, but she's not in a bad spot right now.
I'm going to suggest to you that there's a meta here that involves just jamming for Sword and Shield and running out the clock.
Yeah.
And that literally you could just go, you get to score no points here, even though I'm going to lose. Like, you know, you get up 4 or 5 points and that's it. And I think that it is probably counter to the spirit of the sport, but totally played to the meta. Not that that's what she did. I think that meta exists. This is the most technical Sword and Buckler round we've seen so far.
I have a feeling the second Shoshana feels it. No,
That's 2 for Shosh.
Beth's going to try to force it now.
Might be 3.
But I don't know that she can.
Might be
There's
2
one.
for
She needs
Beth.
one more.
Might be 1 for
That should
That
be it.
could
They didn't
be-
count it.
no.
Okay.
That might have been foot.
That's
Oh,
definitely it.
I think Beth is
That's it.
ahead.
That's it.
shit. Did that go to Beth? I'm not sure. I think the fingers went up on the left for Beth, but then the fingers might have gone up on the right. I'm not sure which way that went.
I think they just said Beth won.
Yeah. Well, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, that's strange.
I think that really plays into the concept of, if you've got a good idea of what your goals are and you understand the objective, you make it work. So this is interesting. Assuming that Beth won that, Sword and Shield was very low scoring. I don't think that the gap was more than about 5 points. They could probably be about dead even right now.
I think that Shosh is still up, but it's
Certainly
closer,
within striking
It's
distance.
closer than I thought it'd be right now.
Yeah. That's slightly ahead so far.
Shosh really struggling to keep her feed. Beth is... I think Beth has a significant lead right now, like significant.
She's just getting excellent elbow shots and forearm shots and then blocking Shoshana's straight down the lane attacks. I don't know who just lost some foam. Shosh is picking up points here and there, but Beth, I think, still in the lead.
Yeah.
Almost strike. Good. No, yeah.
Beth, I think Beth took it. Now, I'll be honest, the one thing that's a shame is that I do not think Beth took Sword and Buckler. I don't think there's any chance she did. And I wish I knew what the points were, because Beth may have taken that by enough that she would have won it regardless. But I think with Sword and Buckler, it's hard for me to see how she doesn't win this.
Yeah, so I mean, you're saying that you think it was awarded to Beth for Sword and Buckler, but you don't think that was the actual outcome?
Correct.
Yeah. I'm going to say that my guesses are almost never as good as the refs who's actually counting, so, I don't know. I'm curious to see the outcome here. I think it is going to hinge on where Sword and Buckler are.
Oh, okay, Shoshana got it. All right.
I think that maybe we misunderstood Sword and Buckler then.
That might be what it is. The ref said it, and I've got headphones on, and it was difficult for me to hear what she said. I thought she said Beth wins, but she moved straight forward, so I may have misunderstood that.
Yeah. And this is interesting because I think that Beth was probably ahead in longsword about as much as Shosh was ahead in sword and shield.
I agree. And I think they fought earlier in longsword, and Shosh beat Beth pretty handily, but that was a very, very dominant performance by Beth. She won that one and didn't leave too much of a question mark, in my opinion, for longsword.
And I'm wondering if maybe Shosh just got tired. She's got a phenomenal gas tank, but she's done 3 events now?
Yep. Though I think Beth Hammer's done.
I don't think Beth
did
sword and shield, did she?
I believe so.
Okay.
You might be right. You're right. You're right. She just did longsword.
Yeah.
It
she
was
not sword.
Alex and Elise and Shosh. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, it could just be an energy thing, but I mean, clearly she came out ahead, so I don't know that it matters. That was really interesting because it came down to the thing that neither of them specialize in. They both won their specialty.
Yep.
And then it was sort of the crapshoot of in the middle. And like I said, that was so close that we weren't sure which way it went initially.
Yeah. Really good fight. Really good fight.
I think it's important to also recognize that if you're ever unhappy with the reffing or the judging, that typically that is Cyrus's fault. And you can always reach out to him. That is boohertobama@gmail.com. And if you've got
DMs mainly, just as many of them.
Sure.
Emails, whatever.
Just
Anything you can get
directly reach out to him because he does make all of the decisions about the outcomes. You can't see it, but he's just off here to the left of the camera, approving all of the scores. And you'll notice that he was the one who kept calling for a refight for those rounds until he got the result that he wanted. So,
Typical.
yeah. Are we excited about something? Is he going to do the robot? What is he going to do for us?
Mikey kept in. So apparently, whenever he walks into the list, he always sheathes his sword behind his arm or something, and then pulls it out right before he starts to fight. Mikey kept being like, I think it's like got swag or whatever and kind of cool, but he always would say it after he had already pulled it. Never once did I see what he was talking about. And then he finally was like, all right, watch this time. And it was the one time that he didn't do it, so I still had never seen him do it.
I love that. I love that for all of us. Okay. BJ just hammering at William, but I think William actually outscoring. It's hard to say, though.
I do think BJ's outscoring right now.
If we're counting total amount of force imparted, BJ has definitely outscored him. I think William's doing a better job getting
this
shield.
Okay, so BJ came up, or went up a significant amount of points right there. I don't know if it was enough to get ahead, but this is a much tighter fight after that press. Good shot right there, but
he's got his shield inverted for a second. That was rough.
He was able to. He only ate one.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh,
why did he let him out?
Why did he back out? That was a strange press. He's doing a good job of blocking a lot of this. Stuff is
Oh, there we go. That's probably BJ at this point. He got, I think, 3 or 4 unanswered blows, and you can kind of look and see that William probably feels like he lost that round.
Yeah, that was still a very tight round, but
yeah, I think that's probably a 4 to 5 point swing.
I think BJ probably. I agree that BJ probably won that one.
Yeah. So the interesting part about this is that sometimes, and I've certainly noticed this, but when you're getting hit hard and you're getting physically pushed around, you feel like you're losing even if you're up in points. So especially if you do lose in points and you're getting pushed around, you could feel like you got blown out even if it was fairly close.
Yeah, that's true.
I know a lot of my pro fights have been spent fighting people that are physically larger than me, being the smallest guy in the biggest category. And I always feel like I'm losing until they actually announce. I've only actually lost one pro fight.
Yeah, it's difficult to not just think about the last 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You can be up for a minute straight, have a bad 5 seconds, and feel like you're down.
Let's see if he just blasts it again. Yes, they are. That's BJ.
I think BJ got it right there.
Yeah. And you know what? The interesting part about this is I think the problem is William was trying to be too good of a sword fighter and changed locations. BJ only did it at the very end. It's like, I don't want to throw too many shots to the same location. And BJ is like, oh, that's still open. I'm still going to hit it.
What's interesting to see, I'm interested to see how they do this, because it wasn't actually stopped when the first person called. So by the time it was stopped, all of the judges had 5 hits. I'm curious who they actually give it to.
I would be...
It probably went to BJ, but...
Yeah. I was going to say, if I was BJ's corner guy and they threw that to the other person, I would lodge a request for video review.
Do they allow duels video review now?
Fuck if I know.
For a while they didn't, but I heard that they started, but I don't know.
What have you got to lose by asking?
Yeah.
Ooh, Sparks.
I think there's a very good chance BJ will go way down in this category unless he gets just really bullied.
Well,
Nice little kick, but I don't know how much he's scoring. Well, he's getting some of those in there. All right, this is where he needs to be. He needs to.
If he had any shot variety, oh god, that was an excellent pommel strike.
All right.
If BJ had any shot variety, he would be just murdering this round. It's just everything's going straight down the middle.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gassing right now, but he can't sit back here and try to be fancy. Though I guess he could back way up and see if he can just stall this out. Nice.
It was a good attempt.
That was a really nice save. At the same time, though.
I think BJ's tired.
Yeah. That was fun. BJ swept his legs out entirely, and Will just was ready for it, braced on the rail, and just put his legs back down afterwards. I think BJ got that.
I don't know. BJ certainly, if we were counting volume of strikes, BJ.
I don't mean longsword. I mean,
you mean that
this match? I think it's BJ's.
Assuming that Buckler went BJ's way, yes. I would agree with you. Longsword was pretty close either way. Sword and shield, I think, was BJ.
I felt like BJ had a good lead in sword and shield.
I think
now,
it was
there was a
4 to 5
ton of
points.
exchanging, and BJ's exchanges were a little more visually impressive, which always makes it feel like he did more. So the actual points could be very different, but felt like sword and shield was his, sword and buckler was his, longsword he lost, but not by enough.
Right, and it's important to note that also BJ is the main character, and therefore he is automatically more likely to come out ahead unless it's some sort of educational arc to the anime.
Yeah, this might be the middle of the anime.
Right, yeah. Like early promise, and then you've got to take your lumps, and then eventual victory. So it depends what part of the story arc we're in.
Wow, there we
the
go.
Middle arc of the anime.
Yep.
Good work, Aloway.
I'm not shocked, but
I am a little surprised, only because I think that implies that BJ did not win Buckler.
I'd have to ask.
And again, I would have asked for a video review if I had been.
I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna see how they're scoring. I'll be right back.
Okay. It's important to recognize that, like, we have no idea what the scores are, and nor do we have any official position. And we're just talking shit as spectators who have microphones. So, like, if we're like, how did that happen? That's a travesty of justice. The refs absolutely have the best idea of what the score is. No question. Like, they've got better angles. They're standing up. They can move. They have a little clickery bit. There's 4 of them. We're just 2 guys with like a seat level view who have real strong opinions. And sometimes my opinions aren't even that strong. All right, this is going to be Elise on the left in the blue and black versus Alex on the right in the blue and black. Elise is in the nasal, and Alex is in the English cross. There's also technically a nasal, but has no nasal. Anyways, these are both 2 of our local fighters. Fun fact, both of these fighters are very serious lifters, very serious in their weightlifting desires and practices, and both of them have a bench that is approximately 135 pounds, if you average it, right? Elise's bench is 125, and Alex's bench is 145. So between the 2 of them, it's quite a good bench for someone of their body weight. They're both benching their own body weight, pretty much. Yeah. I don't know that that's meaningful. but it's a fact that I know, and now you know it. Oh, and Brett has returned. I can't hear you. I think your mic has been muted because she doesn't like you. Hey, Aiden, can you do whatever Brett's been? Mike? I can't hear it.
Water?
All right, so I'm going to go back in a second. I'm going to give you a quick update. We are currently trying to figure out what the rules actually are.
Wait, what?
Because what Cyrus told me the rules were is not how they are scoring it, in that they were also scoring buckler, loser gets however many points they got. So, like, that was 5-4.
Oh, my God.
Half of them said, I'm pretty sure that it's supposed to be running. Then Cyrus said, I was pretty sure in the change log it said that they get 0 points. Now they're reading the rule book and pointing right now. I have no idea what the actual rules are.
Neither do they.
Though I will say, with that last fight, if it is 0, if it is.
So 0 would only apply to a technical victory.
Okay.
What's a technical
Change
victory?
log, it specifically references technical victory.
Like
Okay,
if someone
so-
didn't show up?
Okay, so there you go.
Unless it's technical, and then it gets 0.
What is a technical victory?
He drops because he got injured,
Cool.
his armor fails, and he can't
Okay.
fix it in time. Like
Okay.
a TKO kind of
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, so that
Wait, why would that matter? Because at that point he's disqualified.
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, the point is, that makes a little more sense where those 2 fights that we've had that were really close, that we gave it to the fighter we thought won buckler because of the 5-point swing. It makes a lot more sense because it's now a 1-point swing. Though I will say that makes buckler way
Totally
weaker.
pointless.
Yep.
A big press from Elise, lots of leg shots, just pushing Alex around. Alex circled out, but took a lot of hits to that leg. Elise getting yelled at for being a brute, I think. And that is absolutely true. She is just a kind of a bad person and is renowned for like beating up on her teammates. She actually broke Shanna's knee, as far as I'm aware.
I don't know that she's the one who broke it. I think she laughed about it, though. And pointed.
No, I'm pretty sure she
Pointed and
broke
laughed.
it and pointed and laughed while doing it.
That's probably true.
Yeah. And that was a dominant performance
I
from
miswrote
Elise.
it because it's only 5-0 for the technical victory for if it's not carried out for like no shots. So when I was reading it,
Okay.
I read it wrong.
So Cyrus is explaining
So
the
the additional
scoring
points.
for sword and buckler to us.
You know what the shame is? Is that makes sword and buckler
Totally fucking pointless.
almost pointless in triathlon, and had it have been what you said, it would have been like
Yeah.
a pretty
That's how I
meaningful
interpreted
thing.
it personally when we
Yeah.
were first talking about it because that was the first we ran.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a shame because I actually thought that was a pretty good rule. But anyway,
yeah. All right, so what we've learned is we'll be skipping sword and buckler from now on because the most you can probably win by is about 2 points. I would consider a blowout victory in sword and buckler to be 3 points.
I think we're holding off for the national anthem. Well, 30 seconds. It'll probably be done.
All right, so interestingly enough, both of these women specialize in sword and buckler. Elise has a lot more experience, but this is also Alex's kind of favorite thing. And I think that's kind of playing out right now. Alex is doing better in this than she did in sword and shield.
I think he needs one more. There we go. That's it.
Yeah. But that was definitely, we're not going to call it even, but we're going to call it a lot more competitive.
Yeah. It's a good fight.
All of these competitors have put in good fights today, I really feel like. Even if it's been, one-sided in terms of score, I haven't seen any bad actions, any bad faith, any dirty fighting of any sort. I think it's been a really good fight. Really good fight day. right, now we're moving into longsword. And the outcome of sword and buckler was who cares? Because we determined the points are kind of irrelevant.
Nice shot there by Elise.
Yeah, Elise taking an early lead. Alex scoring a couple good strikes now.
Yeah, a lot of, not a ton of super clean shots from either fighter. A lot of them are coming off each other's swords, so hard to know how they're going to be counted or scored.
Well, this is neither fighter's specialty.
Yeah.
I feel like Elise is getting the lion's share of the clean points here.
I think I agree.
Yeah, there's a lot of sword contact even on most of the shots that land. That one was good though. Both fighters were just trying to dominate the center lane, and as a result, we're sort of swinging through each other pretty often.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident. Elise ended up taking that, and so that should be her taking all 3 rounds.
Yeah.
The longsword I think was the closest of them all. I guess sword and buckler was pretty close too. So.
Yeah, well, by definition, you can't lose by more than 5 points in sword and buckler.
Yeah.
And Elise is being visited by her spawn. The little guy's name is Judge. Hopefully he won the match. Little tiny fist bump. All right, this is William against Monson. Sword and shield, obviously. William driving those low leg shots. Yeah, closer than I really expected this to be. Not because Monson's scoring a lot of points, but because William is not driving up the score the way that he typically does in the sword and shield matches. Very acrobatic, though, lots of footwork, lots of shots coming in from interesting angles.
You're running the test on the IMCF channel, which is bigger than the AMCF channel.
Yes, but the main people watching posted about I'll be like, no, I'm going to put a lamb dip drill. Oh, it's not.
No. Don't worry about it. I still can't believe how like good this is. Oh. Yeah, okay. You didn't even specify which Taylor.
Hopefully it's all right. I've plugged my phone into your computer.
It's not mine.
Okay, good.
Cyrus's.
That'll work.
Monton looks like he's really struggling here with breathing and energy levels, which is very, very normal in new fighters, and is probably what anyone wearing a hound skull deserves.
You think it might be over there? You think
It's worth noting that hound skull enthusiasts were voted most likely to be beaten to death in a mosh pit by Rolling Stone magazine. I think he just tried to tap swords and missed. This is the William that we were expecting to see. This all-out hard assault, many attacks, none of which scoring, really.
For a while, a lot of them were.
Yeah, I mean, he scored several points, but he threw dozens of shots. I think William may be done. Or not William, Monton. No, he may have just dropped his sword.
Yeah, I think he just dropped his sword.
Let's point out that what he did when he dropped his sword is raised his hand with an open palm. No, don't do that. Take a knee.
With a clear advantage here, landing far more shots.
Yeah, definitely administering a solid beating in terms of score, but he's not hitting hard. He's landing solid shots, but he's not being cruel in any way. Well, I say that. I think it's a sign of how solid the armor is that when you run out of gas, instead of trying to defend yourself, you just let them hit you. Not recommended by any stretch of the imagination, but it does happen. I'm going to go on a limb and call that one for William.
Yeah, unquestionably.
Yep.
Well, there's always a question. We can misunderstand how longsword's being scored.
That's true. I do wonder, it doesn't look like there's any matches, so I'm going to assume this is just a straight round robin.
I mean, you could be correct. Yeah, I believe so, because I wasn't keeping track.
Well, Greg Fischer won the two fights that he could lose, so.
Yeah, and he technically has another match against Connor Monton, who just fought.
He just fought
in about 2 matches. I think that's unlikely to happen. I suspect Connor will withdraw. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
If he withdraws, Greg Fischer will get a 5-0.
Yes, that's true. However, I don't think there's any instance in which that matters.
Maybe for seeding, we have had a bracket afterwards.
Right, that for the bracket we're not doing, that could matter. Yeah, sure. So you know that funny bullshit argument that you made, which is only semi-bullshit, but it's still like not really good medical advice, about your ACL never being stronger other than immediately when you came out of surgery?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to guess who used that as an excuse to fight at the demo on Tuesday?
Yeah, Shanna.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's dumb.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's like, but Brett said, I'm like, Shanna, you can't listen to what Brett says. He's sometimes wrong, and B, he wasn't really serious in that sense.
She had a large section of her patellar tendon cut out in order to
Right,
put
it's not
it
even
there,
the same
so,
surgery.
I don't think that one counts. And I haven't been in armor.
That's correct. Even though you were spouting questionable wisdom, you still actually did not get in armor and fight 2 weeks out after your surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, PSA, if you see Shanna Martin fighting before like the end of May, maybe refuse to fight her. Sometimes our fighters are a little too enthusiastic. Yeah. All right. We have Alex on the left in the blue and black, and Beth in the red and black, maroon and black, on the right. And again, sword and shield not really Beth's specialty, but I expect her to come out ahead here, but we'll see. Alex having a much better footwork game this match than I think we've seen from her all day.
Yeah, I think so. Beth changing up right there, lands it, goes to it again. We'll see if Beth keeps wanting to go that way. She wasn't having a lot of success going to the right. Makes a good adjustment.
She's getting some good side of inside tips to that face, though, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that this may also be her adjusting to the fact that Alex is not a real person, but is in fact a lefty.
Nice shot right there. That landed clean.
Well-known apocryphal fact that most serial killers are in fact left-handed.
It's true.
Yeah, or at least I'm saying it. I think Alex could channel some of that sort of vibe here and maybe come out ahead.
Yeah, honestly, one of the things we've seen today is that sword and buckler is a little bit of anyone's game. I think that if she comes out and really explodes, there's a really good chance that she can take this.
Yeah, an unfortunate truth about sword and buckler where you include legs, because some variants of it previously it was all strikes above the waist. But in the variant where you include legs, if you commit to the bit and you get the strike first and just keep going, you will almost always come out ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Nice shot straight to the face. Couldn't see if anything following up hit there, but it was a nice slot by Beth. Looked like maybe another shot got in there. Third for Beth, but at this point Alex scored a few too. I don't know if that
might
was
have been
clean.
the gauntlet.
Yeah, I don't think that was there.
You know, that it brings up also an interesting meta is that while we like to talk about seeing shots land,
I think that Alex may have gotten that. Man, it was hard to tell. The last shot Beth threw was directly on the other side of her to me. Like, I have no idea where that shot landed at all. So,
yeah.
But Alex landed a blow right about where they called time, and
yeah,
it was close.
But I think that plays into what I was kind of thinking out loud here is that if you're doing sword and buckler or you're doing any sort of game where it's being counted by an outside party, whether or not they will ever admit it to you, part of what they're judging on is the sound.
Absolutely.
And therefore, it is your best interest to A, use a wooden buckler, like don't have any metal on the face or edges, and you should wear a heavy tabard.
So I think that you should probably use a boss, but the edges should all be wood. I think you can get away with the metal boss.
Certainly the metal boss is the least problematic portion, but if the edge is metal and you blocked it, but it made a ting sound, there's a good chance they scored anyways.
Yep. Good movement by Alex right now. Beth snuck one in there clean, but almost everything else she's managed to shut down. There's another one got in there clean.
You know, it's interesting. I think we can see that Alex has visibly gotten better at longsword since the start of the tournament.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, I know how to do this.
I don't think Alex is really landing much of what she's throwing, and Beth continues to slowly pick away.
Yeah.
So at this point, I think Beth's up 5 points, probably 6 points there.
Yeah.
It's very slow control. There we go. Good job, Alex. But even with that,
I think she picked up another point in the forearm just now too. But like, you know, this is a learning experience. Every competition, whether it's a serious tournament or whether it's a friendly match, it's an opportunity to learn. And fighting in a competitive pressure environment is a skill all in and of itself. Being able to manage adrenaline, being able to manage your energy levels, being able to keep a good mindset, push through even if you have to come back from a deficit or come back from losing a match to win another one. It's all mind game.
absolutely.
And Beth with the win. No surprise, but a good showing from both fighters.
We have 3 fights remaining in the triathlon, and then we have 3 pro fights.
Yeah. And I think we're actually running about on schedule. It's 4:30 here. We're supposed to end right about 5:45-ish.
This fight is supposed to start at 4:48.
We're a little ahead of schedule.
Yeah, it's amazing.
This may be the only tournament in Blue Herd history to actually run ahead of schedule. And in case we haven't said it here today, although I'm sure we have, we're at the NPC Better Bodies Classic here in Dallas, Texas today. We're excited to be part of this. It's a wonderful fitness convention.
Dallas Market Hall.
Which is not to be confused with Dallas Market Center, because that will be the wrong place.
So if I am correct, as long as Greg wins this match, he should win it all.
Yeah, I'm just impressed that Connor's still out here banging.
Yep.
After his last match, I did not think that he was going to continue.
Yeah, he doesn't. He looks like he's hurting a bit, but he's still in there.
Yeah. And
Okay.
In fact, that might be it.
I think he gave. Yep.
I think that was an issue of no more gas in the tank. He doesn't seem physically injured in a meaningful way. He seemed done.
I think he may have taken a couple of shots to the inside of the thigh.
I suppose. Yeah, okay. Is he yielding the match? Or is he
Yes,
yielding?
he's yielding the match.
Okay. So technically, you could yield the round, not yield the match, I guess?
I don't know.
Normally, if you yield the round, you've just lost.
Yeah.
So it is worth noting, we were commenting about their armor earlier with the attached greaves, but it's also interesting in that I feel it has an abbreviated inside thigh coverage as well. Typically it goes back a little further than that. I wonder if that contributed.
Mikey's pro fighting someone wearing that armor, and I may have mentioned that the inside of the thigh looked a little more open than with most armor.
I think Mikey's just pro fighting Stark.
You're right. Bo is pro fighting John Baker. Honestly, I told Mikey before he was doing long sword, but I just went with pro fight because I thought he was pro fighting one of them. But
so what you're saying is that BJ, in addition to the fact that he is going to be a high energy brute anyways, has an opportunity to also tenderize someone's meaty thighs?
yeah, it should be a good fight.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, the thighs are dark meat, and that is where the flavor is, so. Also, only barbarians cook with chicken breasts. It's 2025, my dude. Chicken thighs are where it's at. Boneless, skinless. It tastes so much better.
Do you remember who won between Elise and Beth? Did Beth take it?
Shit. I believe Beth did take that, yes.
Okay.
Because that was the one where we went, what the hell was the outcome of Sword and Buckler? And then we were like, right? I think?
I think that was Beth versus
Shoshana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Elise won that, then technically this is for gold. But I don't think she did.
Because I think Beth ran it up on her in longsword. Shoshana being very explosive with those strikes.
It's weird. She is sliding all over these mats, and these are rubber mats. I wonder if they're way slicker than I think they are, or if her shoes are just somehow crazy worn out. But she's been
wearing
slipping
standard
quite a
go-hurt
bit.
shoes.
I know.
Those. Which fighter are you talking about? Who's sliding?
Shoshana.
Yeah.
She did it in her previous fight a bunch of times, and she did it right at the beginning of this fight. She hasn't done it again, but it was noticeable her last fight, and so seeing it happen right away.
These mats are, they're just, you know, textured polyethylene microfoam. There's nothing special about them. They're not slick.
I think Shoshana her leg. Back when I was positive, her left leg's hurt. Yeah, her footwork is being really weird. She's playing it off really well right now. I would put money on her left leg being injured.
She does appear to be favoring it on the list as well.
Yeah, and now she's moving it. Yep.
Yeah, now the question is, did she hurt it enough that it's going to matter?
I can't tell. I don't know when it happened. I don't know if it happened in the slip or... She did a very good job of playing it off, and it was mainly me watching for her to slip that I started noticing that, like, anytime she was retreating, she wouldn't step. Her left leg was in the back. She wouldn't step with her left leg first. She was cross-stepping through, like she was worried to actually
She's doing
drop
a traveling
her weight back.
step?
Yeah, because she didn't want to drop her weight back on it, which is generally not
right.
a good.
Shuffle.
You should not retreat that way, except for very specific instances. You should be letting your back leg go first.
Yeah.
But it looks like she did not trust its stability and was trying to protect it. So
Yeah, because when you let your back leg go first, you push off with your front, and then you have that hard stop on your back, which could be a little rough.
But she is a competitor. She will do a good job of playing it off. She's not going to let anyone know. But
Elise is ahead, and okay, Shosh has cleaned it back up. That looks like Shosh. But you know what? Elise had that for a moment.
yeah,
she really did.
I think Elise got to 4 and then stalled.
That was so close. And really, that was just good tactical play from Elise. She just made an excellent call on when to pin.
Yeah, and this isn't to take anything away from Elise, but I think that press with Shosh's legs not being quite right probably was very difficult to deal with. So.
Yeah, well, and actually, I don't know that even takes anything away from Elise. I think that's just Elise perhaps noticing that there was an opportunity and making the best of it, right?
Yep.
I would tell you that if I were fighting, I might have an ethical qualm about doing that, but if I were a corner, I would be yelling at my fighter to fucking do it.
Yeah.
And if that seems confusing to you, that's just how my brain works. You know, it's interesting. I almost exclusively see the higher end fighters fighting in either the English cross or the wolf rib, but I don't know that I've ever seen Shoshana fighting in one of those in recent memory. I think she really only fights in that, was that clap visor of some sort?
That clap visor by Matera is considered one of the best dueling helms out there.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's because those holes are so big that it has incredible vision and is super light. So it's the same helmet Marson wears. It's the same helmet that the captain of, or the women's captain in England, the White Company, wears.
Jenny
Avery.
Also, I think her husband actually, I think Daniel got one too, didn't he? Because he lost an eye?
Yeah, well, he wears a similar face, but it's a different maker. It's not just Matera. So Matera helms are 1.8 mil thick, and they're
spicy,
ultra light, ultra nice, hold up really well, but not really suggested for melees, for men at least. Most women can generally get away with it. Like obviously Jenny is a big melee fighter, pro fighter, all of that. She wears one in melees.
She's also not a hard rail grappler though, so she's not getting pinned and whacked a lot.
Yeah, very true.
But, which isn't to say she's not a good grappler. I'm saying the position that she plays is not living on the rail.
Yeah.
So far we've got, I feel like, 1 point in sword and buckler lead for Ashosh, and then rather more points in sword and shield. Pretty close here so far. I think Shosh slight lead in longsword. Yeah, her footwork is definitely not what it was.
Yeah, it does look like it's bothering her less now, though. Hard to say. I think it is bothering her less.
I think she's covering with the range. That said, she's still up, so.
Very good fight. Very good fight.
And that should be the match to Shosh.
And with that, I believe both men's and women's triathlon is done. So I'll have to wait for the official, but I mean, Greg Fischer takes gold. Shoshana Schellings takes gold. So that will be your men's and women's. What?
No idea about silver.
Silver had to have been,
I want to say
Bo
Beth.
And Beth.
Yeah.
Bo and Beth. BJ and Beth, sorry.
Is it Bo or Whoa?
I don't know.
I don't either. That's why I just insist on aggressively calling him BJ.
BHWOAH.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa. It's always hard when your child is there to witness your utter defeat. Actually, I have no opinions about that.
All right. So it looks like, I guess there was supposed to be a 10-minute break and then pro fights start.
But you know, they could go right into just Mikey and Stark. There's no reason not to.
It's true. But
we're also ahead of schedule, so
yep.
Who knows? Apparently we do have a 10-minute break. And we're back. And we're about to start our first of 3 pro fights. And this is going to be Elise on the left in the blue and black versus Beth Hammer, which is just an awesome last name. I don't know if it's a real last name, but I approve. On the right in maroon and black. And she's using actually kind of a very meta weapon. She's using a long one-handed axe.
Yeah, it's a pro fight axe that I made.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought that looked both familiar and sketchy.
Yeah, so, interestingly, it is not nearly as meta effective in this arena as it is in Buhert International.
Why is that?
So IMCF does not have any weight requirements on their weapons, like outside of just the normal weight requirements.
Oh, so you just use whatever?
So yeah, like Elise is using a Tilka right now.
Ooh, scoring good knees. Those do score points. That headbutt probably will not.
Yep.
But
for anyone who does not know the IMCF rules, this one will be like standard IMCF rules for pro fights, which means it's more like kickboxing in that when the fight goes to the ground, the fight stops. There is no ground fighting.
Right. There are points scored for the takedown, but there is no grounded pound.
Yep. The next 2 fights will be under experimental IMCF rules, and the current experimental rules now allow ground fighting. So
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds ground fighting. So these next 2 rounds, or these next 2 fights will have 10 seconds ground fighting. This one is just stand up, punching, kicking. Takedowns are allowed, but just stops once they go to the ground.
You know what? I think Elise is pretty conclusively up at the moment, actually. She had a good moment there in the corner where she threw some knees and scored some low strikes, and she's doing it again.
Goes for the press. Beth looking for a little back trip. That was kind of interesting, but gives up her back in the process. Goes for a big throw here. Can Elise make something happen? Yeah. We do have rail hooking. Something probably needs to be done about that. The ref doesn't see it, but that's all right.
Rather, it's possible to hook the rail, but it is not allowed.
Yep. Good attempt again at that little back trip.
But all it does is throw her back into the rail. Gets her off of her, but it does put her in an arguably pretty good situation to take the back and strike the leg.
Yep.
Elise deciding that flags are for the weak and hitting Beth after the bell because why not?
That was a good first round. Good first round.
That was a good first round. I felt like that was definitively to Elise. Now again, you know what? I'm not sure. This is 3 rounds, right?
It should be 3 rounds.
3 90-second rounds or 2-minute rounds? What was that?
I feel like that had to be 90, right? That was a little short for 2. I'm guessing.
Yeah. So there's a variety of flavors, and this is probably 90 seconds. Is this cumulative over 3 rounds, or is this win a round, lose a round, win a round? Like the total number of rounds won? Because you have to go to 3 rounds, which makes me feel like probably cumulative points.
I think it's cumulative over.
Yeah. Which I do prefer.
I do.
And are they doing a 10-point must system or just counted blows?
I believe it is some version. God dang it. I've read these rules too long ago. In my head, it's some version of a 10-point must, but it's a 10-point must based off of counted blows, but I might just be making that up.
That feels overly convoluted. Okay, well, I blame Cyrus. And again, if you disagree with any of the scoring, any of the rules, if you disagree with anything IMCF or Buhert International, in fact, you can reach him at buhertobama@gmail.com, or you can just directly DM him at DeAndre Cyrus on Facebook, and he is personally responsible for all of those things. About to have the start of the second round here. And again, assuming that we know what the hell we're talking about, this is cumulative over 3 rounds, so the fact that Elise had a strong first round and came out, I think, a little ahead does not really dictate how this round's going to go. Strong strikes from both fighters with their weapons.
Good initial.
Good energy.
Good initial.
Beth controlling the tempo here a little bit more.
Beth is what I'm trying to say. Good initial aggression from Beth. Landing
nice
a couple big
shield
punches,
punch.
and that one was real big.
Again.
Landed that gap several times. And again, now Elise did a really good job of just walking through that one to get the positioning she wanted.
But those do cost something.
Yep.
Elise landing some good knees here. I think those are going to count.
I believe those will count. That looks like there's plenty of space. Elise needs to make sure that she doesn't walk into a trip right here because she looks like she.
That could be a Soto or a Sasai. Yeah. I think it was there, and I think Beth just didn't know what to do with it.
Nice jab from Beth, but beats a shot to do it. Beth looks like she's beginning to slow down. I like these presses from Elise as long as she can be safe about it, because I think that it's really draining. Beth's nice, another knee. Beth comes back.
I think also Elise just has the better close game.
Yep, that's what it looks like right now. She just needs to make sure she doesn't walk into a trip here. But other than that, yeah, she did great. That's the trip that I worry about. But all right, Elise get to the rail.
Nice throw.
Get to the rail. Yep.
It was there. It's been there both rounds, and then Beth finally got it.
Elise coming up a little slow. I'm wondering if something happened there. Okay.
I think it's just a long day, and it costs something to get up off a throw.
Yep. Good shot straight down the slot. Nice leg. Beth slipping both those punches off. Couldn't get a good hit.
Good hook on that shield.
Great pull into a punch there, though. After missing the last two, that one landed good. Nice movement by Elise. Really nice movement, but Beth lands that straight left to stop the engagement afterwards.
I love the diversity of movement that we're seeing from the fighters. It definitely seems like Elise is a little punch drunk, a little worn down.
Yeah, hard to say.
She's eaten a lot of those shots to the shield.
Oh, Elise, if you had it gone right then, you had it.
I don't think she's got the gas to push. You know what? I'm going to call that one saved by the bell for Elise, because I think she would have been in a bad way in that corner at the end. I think with the throw,
I think that,
and the shield punches, I think that goes to Beth.
I think you have to give it to Beth. Beth was landing that shield punch repeatedly over and over again, got the throw. For a little while there, off that press, Elise was starting to pull it back, but I thought mostly Elise had, made up ground back to even before she got thrown, and then it went to Beth. But I feel like Elise had the first round, though, so.
Yeah, I think so. So I think that I think Beth's second round was stronger than Elise's first round, but I don't think that we're anywhere near the end of this. I think that this final round could go either way. I think what Elise needs to do is be better at swatting those shield punches or slipping them.
Yep.
And maybe even using her snipe game a little bit more if she is running low on energy, because grappling with a person who's heavier than you is hard. It's just tiring. So, I mean, maybe look for the low leg game from Elise or that cross head game that she was sniping in, but we'll see. Beth obviously just wants to get close.
Nice shot right there. Landed it. Oh, Elise is doing real good right here.
Yeah, good energy recovery over that 90-second rest.
Hard to see. Beth was going to the body multiple times with those punches. Didn't look like anything was landing well. Good knee right there.
Beth looking for the throw.
Yeah.
Elise
I like that knee. I like that
though.
knee.
Yeah.
Just have to be very careful she doesn't walk into a throw right here.
Oh, I think right in the groin for that one.
Now the throw's coming, so Elise needs to look to circle and not get thrown here. That's the big thing. Okay, and
Beth
Beth bails out. Good
Why did she push her
by
in the
Beth.
corner and then get out?
Nice shot to the head. Elise just absolutely dominating this round right now, which is really impressive because
a good shield punch from Beth, though.
Yeah, Beth really put up an amazing last round. So seeing this momentum shift
and Elise
really aggressively.
Elise really seems to have learned about that shield, and it's just staying way out of its path.
Great movement offline. Beth has just really not been able to find that punch this round after just hitting it at will last round.
And it's not that it's not being thrown. Elise is just doing a good job of stepping offline.
Yep.
She's just looking for it.
Beth did slip that axe into Elise's hip gap once there, so.
She's also hooked the shield. Now she's using those punches, yeah. Elise stepping
Good
in
press,
so that
good
that shield
press.
can't come off. And this is a little dangerous.
Yeah, that's a nice knee. That's a nice knee, but she's got to watch. That knee wasn't there. That knee was good.
Now, Elise does have what could be a good underhook and over. She could throw
Nice
from
knee.
here.
Elise is really putting in some good knees. It is.
This is a dangerous position.
Okay. Oh,
It's a good shield punch, another good shield punch.
yeah. Elise, I think.
I think she's tired.
Yeah, well, I think they're both tired, but I think this is
And this is the end of the
all
third.
Elise this round.
Yeah.
Elise this round.
Yeah, end of the third. I think if this went to a fourth round, we might see it come back to Beth, but it's not going to a fourth round. Elise casually discarding my Tilco as though it was not a relic of a bygone age.
I mean, it's not her Tilco.
That's correct.
She's got to get rid of it.
Right, yeah. Who cares what happened to us now, right? She's done. So if we see BJ try and pick that up, I'm going to jump over this table and rescue it.
I'll say, all in all, it was a very good back and forth fight.
Yeah.
I think Elise got it. It's tough. That first round was close. I just thought it went to Elise. Second round, no questions, Beth. Third round, no questions, Elise. So,
Yeah. But I'm going to say that Beth's second round was bigger than Elise's first round. Elise's third round was bigger than Beth's second round.
yeah, I think that's reasonable. I don't know. Beth's second round is one of those that's hard to call because the force of what the punches she was landing was more impressive than the quantity, but when you land repeated big shots, it really gives you that feeling of like, oh, this is a dominant round. But that doesn't necessarily mean the points are going to reflect that.
Well, true, but there was a big quantity of those shield punches. I recall at least 4 times when she just landed them square.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No, she definitely won. I'm just saying, in my head, it was an absolute dominant round from her, but I don't know if that's like a 8 points up rather than something else. So
Yeah, I mean it was a dominant round. It was a dominant performance. How many points? Not as sure.
Yep.
I couldn't tell you, in fact. There is being a protracted discussion with the refs and the counters indicating a close match, which kind of surprises me, but I suppose not. And let's see how it goes. And Elise, that's what we thought. But excellent. I really loved the diversity of styles and tactics because Elise was very happy to get those close-in knee strikes and low legs, whereas Beth was looking for the takedowns and the reverses. And then, Elise was almost all sword dominant at range, while Beth was almost all shield dominant.
Yep.
So in a way, they both did exactly the opposite from each other.
But I will say, some really cool punches landed by Beth, and one of my favorite things was several times getting that axe hook on the shield to pull her into a big straight left. That was really neat. It's not something you see very often.
And, the first time it happened, I thought maybe, that's fortuitous. But then she did it 2 more times, and I'm like, maybe the first was fortuitous, but 2 and 3 were, she either did the first one on purpose or she went, that was a good thing, and then, capitalized on the concept. Next up, we've got BJ and Sean Baker, which, I really almost wish they do Stark and Mikey first.
Yeah.
Just because, you want to end with your biggest fireworks, and BJ always brings the fireworks.
Yeah. I mean absolutely no disrespect when I say I'm going to be very impressed if this goes 3 rounds.
Yeah, I expect Sean to beat the tar out of BJ, and I just don't. If BJ doesn't take the knee at the 60-second mark, I'm going to feel like something's gone awry. Also, you screwed up my mic up that hard. What are you doing?
I was just going to plug my phone in over there real quick.
Okay. There no ground game or no ground game? There is a ground game. Okay. Yeah, just as a reminder, these rules for this match are 10-second ground game that allows for ground and pound. I'm not sure, but in the previous version of the rules, where there was a ground game, strikes to a downed player, a downed fighter from a dominant position scored double points. So you could rack up a lot of points from a good ground and pound. Not sure if that's part of the meta here, but frankly, eating someone to the earth and then punching them in the ribs a whole bunch is always a good move. Also, if you manage to get someone to the earth and you are still standing, giving him the old knee to the sternum from orbit is a pretty good way, one of the only real solid ways to end a pro fight early with a TKO. The old orbital knee on belly.
Yep.
Yeah. I think in all the pro fights I've done, I've only won 3 of them by stoppage, and I think 2 of those 3 were dropping a knee on someone that I had downed. BJ on the left, in the red, white, and blue Warlord tabard, also known as the Team USA tabard. And then Sean Baker in the green, on the right.
All right.
And here we go.
BJ goes in. He's going to go for a throw right off the bat. I got a feeling.
He's working the shield punches a little bit, a couple knees to the groin.
Baker, so those knees are... They're a telltale sign of someone who's pretty new to pro fighting. Those are not very effective, but he is using a massive amount of energy.
Oh, he's almost got a reverse on BJ there.
We're fighting. I don't know. It was great. The problem, nice punch there from Baker. The problem with those is it normally means that you are going to peter out very early in the fight.
BJ really putting on the sauce here. Again, he keeps trying to go for that throw, but he's throwing into the rail. Can't do that.
Good knee there. Good knee
Folded
there
him over.
Yeah.
They're moving the list.
Yep. Ooh, good hook. Good hook. Nice punch there. Another nice punch.
Under the
Great
shield.
leg shots. Good knee.
Most people can't keep up this volume of output for 3 rounds, but BJ actually can.
Yeah, I know. I think it's going to start going downhill, but we'll see. We'll see.
Also, it's just
so far he's
unfair.
doing a really good job. Oh,
he let him out.
Okay. Needs to be a little more explosive.
Oh,
that
God
good
damn.
punch.
That's
He's
it.
down.
That's it. That is it. That is TKO.
That was punch to the throat.
Actually, was it to the throat? It looked like the bottom of the helmet.
Punch to the throat's legal.
Punch to the throat is legal?
Pretty sure I've been punched to the throat so many times. Front of the neck is legal, not back of the spine.
Didn't you actually get in trouble for that recently?
I don't think so.
No.
In AMMA. It's not a rule in the other one.
It's different there. So you're saying, okay, well, first of all, I'm going to do nothing but punch for the throat from now on. Because,
check the rule book. Check the rule book for you.
No. My defense is going to be Brett told me.
I'm pretty sure that the ref's just going to be like, well, Brett's right, so.
Larry, if you're listening, I'm sorry in advance, but Brett said that this was okay. And as far as I know, he read the rules.
What?
This is why you wear a gorget.
I don't wear a gorget.
This is why people should wear a gorget. Or block. That man may be dead. So interestingly enough, I actually hired a medic for today, and he just straight up never fucking showed up. So if that man actually does die, I'm going to be so upset at that medic. I paid for the invoice and everything. Oh, no, there's a medic. But is that my medic, or is that just a random medic? I need to know. So this is the only medical issue we've had all day, and it doesn't at all surprise me that it came from BJ, or in BJ's fight. Not to say that BJ is a reckless or dangerous fighter, it's just when you're moving that much mass, anything that goes wrong can have serious impacts, right? It's like something that would be a not terrible issue under normal circumstances suddenly becomes dangerous. But also, nice punch. And if you want one of those throat stabber shields yourself, that is, again, an Optimum Arms Pro Fight shield. You can get those from Brett or from Michael Johnson if you'd actually like someone to reply to you.
Yeah, definitely go through Michael Johnson.
Yeah, and that's optimumarms.com, .net, .whatever. I don't know. But yeah, best of luck to you.
So even if that guy can't fight, but he decided to concede, so he didn't. I walked over there and I said, if he can't fight, BJ loses.
I don't think that's true.
It's a foul. You got a red card. Did he? He got punched in the throat, yeah. It's not? It's wrong.
AMMA is the only one that I know that's illegal. I'm going to look it up. I'm looking it up right now, but I'm pretty positive.
So we're looking up the rules to try to figure out if the throat punching is a legal technique. God, I hope it is. I'm going to call this as a win for BJ, regardless.
Checking the rules, depending on where you hit him, if it's legal or illegal.
Yeah, so the refs are checking the rules to figure out if a throat punch is legal or illegal. Now, I'm going to say that it doesn't matter because ultimately, one-shotting your opponent is a moral victory regardless of whether or not it is legal. Ethically, you still won. There's a difference between what is legal and what is right, and we always want to be on the side of justice.
No, this says back and front of the neck. Side of the neck is legal. I was thinking it was, yeah.
It was kind of side of the neck in the sense that, like, it probably wasn't literally dead center.
Man, I've been punched in the throat so many times, I can't even tell you. So many times.
Have you ever considered falling to the ground and, like, making a big deal about it? Okay, so as we've determined, punching someone in the throat in this venue is super effective. I don't know if it's legal. It might not be. It's probably not. Okay, so look, the other guy technically won, but we all know what happened. Brett, what sketchy monstrosity is BJ wearing?
Oh, that's my pro fight break. But I wanted to do a test run on what the shell would be, so that's just a single layer with a zigzag stitch along the edge to hold it together.
Single layer of nylon?
Ultra high molecular weight polyethylene.
So it's like UHMW?
Yeah.
That's fascinating. How's it? Is this the first time it's been used?
This is I've used it two or three times now. 2 or 3 fights. This is its 3rd or 4th.
How does it resist pressure cuts from being struck?
I mean, extremely well.
Huh.
That's one of the things it just does.
Yeah. No, I just,
you put a bunch of layers of that behind a strike plate and it's better than Kevlar.
Yeah, there's just always the question of, like, theory versus application when it comes to our particular sport, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. How much weight do you think you saved off of, a traditional canvas with linen or felt or whatever over?
Canvas with linen, probably at least a pound, if not more.
And then the Cordura or
I'm saying that traditional mix, at least a pound.
Yeah.
I haven't actually set it up and weighed it, but who knows?
I might need one of those. Winner, BJ. Winner, BJ. Also, the other guy may have technically won, but winner, BJ. No, that was a super unfortunate strike. That was non-intentional. Shit happens. The guy's being a great sport about it. I'm glad no one was seriously injured. But, if you injure your opponent with an illegal blow and they cannot continue, you do lose. So. But it's still an ethical victory. I have never been happier to be wearing headphones than right now.
All right. So in IMCF, the whole neck is illegal. It's just BI that you're allowed to punch the sides of the neck.
So in BI, if I held my opponent's head over the edge of the list and, like, punched them in the carotid, that'd be cool?
I think so.
That sounds effective.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, like I kind of bent him over and, like, hammer fist with the edge of my shield.
I like it. I think it's a technique you should practice.
Like at the academy? We got a scrimmage tomorrow.
Perfect.
Okay, there is no ground game in this particular rule set. This is traditional blibbity blabbity whatever. Now, that was under experimental rules in the last match. Do you think that experimentally we discovered that maybe throw punches are very effective?
I mean, experimentally, the crowd enjoyed that.
Oh yeah, no, we all 100%. His pain was our gain. All right, this is Michael Johnson on the right with the red, white, and blue star shield, and Stark Norton on the left with the yellow and red Alenthal. Leading off with some leg sniping there. Yeah.
Both these are teammates. Mikey has done quite a bit to help train Stark at this point. So I think both of these people lost their original opponent, so they decided
why
to
not
get in and have some fun.
Yeah. And Mikey's going to get a takedown because Mikey likes takedowns. So I'm looking for that. I'm looking for the press and the takedown. But I think he's also going to let Stark work. To be clear, this is never a pro fight we put together in a competitive sense. This is, they both lost their opponent, so this is what they're doing. These weight classes aren't the same. Neither are these skill experience levels the same. Getting for the underhook. Going for the Asoto. Stark steps out of it. Good. Mikey keeping him in that corner. Mikey's really improved his grappling over the past year.
Yeah, he's
Stark hooking that rail. Seems like he might be. No, he's not. He's because his sword was out. And a good takedown.
Gets the throw.
Mikey kind of feeling things out here. Oh, there you go. Big right leg and left shield combo.
Yeah. Yeah, Stark already feeling it a little bit, but letting Mikey kind of close distance for free. That time Mikey closed from out of range, but that last combo came from a very close range. Just kind of let Mikey just walk in and initiate.
Well, Stark is still new enough, too, that I think sometimes he doesn't recognize.
Oh, no. I think it's absolutely. I don't think it was a tactical decision. I think he just
maybe misjudged the danger zone.
Yep.
If he had attended more air shows in the 80s and 90s, he would be more familiar with the danger zone. Did you see Top Gun 2?
No.
Did you see the first one?
Yeah.
The second one is actually better.
Yeah, I heard that. I was really surprised to hear that, and honestly, everything that I read said it was really good. But like going into it, I was just like, I know what this is going to be. It just did not seem super interesting to me. But at some point, I'll probably watch it because I've heard nothing but good things.
It was very positive. I enjoyed every part of it and felt like it did right by the original movie. Anyways, that was a danger zone segue, so that's how we ADHD'd our way there. But there was a dead spot in the fight, so like you didn't miss anything. Mikey really liking that offside to onside leg sweep with the sword there. He's thrown that a few times. It's good.
Yeah.
It's solid. And if they overcommit to blocking it, you just punch him in the face. Don't know what happened there.
Did something go weird with his leg, or is he just gassed?
It would be a little early for him to be gassed. Not that it's impossible. But it looked like... Oh, you know what? He might have had his helmet in such a way that his chin strap was choking him.
Oh, that would make sense.
So I think he may have just taken a knee to avoid that experience. There's that cross-side leg again. He's got head control, looking for that takedown, and that, there you go. It's kind of a Kouchi into really just sort of a drive over. That outside leg wasn't blocked. I think he just loaded so much weight on it that he couldn't functionally lift it.
Yeah. I do think Stark is very gassed right now.
Yeah. But, it seems like he's also fairly dedicated to finishing this match and or at least this round.
Yeah,
and got to give him props for that. Stark got Mikey into a corner there. That's good. Mikey's moving out of it. Correct choice. Sword bound up a little bit. Looking for that hump and bump takedown. It's very into rail, but he's going to get that arm off. A little chicken winging. Technically illegal, but whatever. And there it goes. Short pull down. I think Stark is cooked.
Yeah, I think so as well.
A good and responsible teammate might let Stark kind of work a little bit here. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not saying I would do that, but like a good and responsible teammate. Come on, Stark, you got this. You must actually do the standing up part of the standing up. There you go. Oh, no, I think he's done. I think he yielded. All right. That's a good match. More of an exhibition match again. That is never something that we would have set up from a competitive standpoint, because the weight classes are different and the experience levels are very different. But honestly, for their respective skill levels, good showing from both of them. Like the things I wanted to see out of Mikey did. The things that I expected to see out of Stark did. I think that's our last match here today.
I think it was the last one. Yeah, a good fight.
Good fight, good tournament.
Stark, had a lot of heart going into that fight, knowing he was going to lose, most likely. So, but good learning experience. We'll move forward from there.
Yeah, and that wraps up our tournament here. So thank you very much for joining us at the Better Bodies Classic here in Dallas, Texas for the Champion Edge tournament. And we will see you, I don't know, at some other future date.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.